10 years ago, a bunch of arrogant gods decided to flip the world upside down. They turned every single human being on Earth into players of a twisted survival game, where the only choices were kill real monsters or get butchered yourself. Our guy Sehun Kim ended up as the last man standing on this nightmare Earth, living all the way to humanity's final breath. But his grand reward, a brutal, tragic ending. Just when everything collapsed, he was offered a reset button, a one-way ticket to the past for a second playthrough. This man swears to himself, he's rewriting destiny this time, and those smug gods, he's going to crush them at their own game. He opens his eyes to warm sunlight, a bright clear sky, birds chirping all around like nothing ever happened. Somehow he's back to the very start before the game even booted up. His status window hasn't even been unlocked yet. While he's stuck in disbelief, a woman strolls up to him, snaps him out of his daze, and asks what's spinning in his head. That woman is Jisoo Han, someone he remembers well from his college days. She's younger by a year, with a caring personality that often drew her to people who seemed alone, including him. They had a solid bond, but never managed to open their hearts to each other until the bitter end. She teases him, suggesting he looks fried from all-nighter gaming sessions, reminding him that if he keeps slacking, he'll doom his GPA for the semester. Jokes on her though, this semester, never even going to happen. Right now, his mind is locked on the unbelievable reality that the system actually kept its word. It really did reset him to square one, the very day humanity first got dragged into hell. August 17th, that cursed date he remembers all too clearly, the official launch day of the game. Jisoo, noticing his blank stare again, repeats her little accusation about late-night gaming. And well, she isn't technically wrong. He did just pull the most exhausting life-and-death grind possible. She keeps lecturing about classes and the upcoming exams. But instead of throwing excuses, this time he simply thanks her. That small gratitude makes her blush. In his first life, Jisoo always looked out for him, and he carried silent appreciation that he never expressed enough. Now, he won't let those thanks remain unsaid. At that moment, however, she notices something bothersome nearby. Enter Jonghyun Lee, a pompous jerk who mocks Sehun as a gaming addict back in the day. Our boy can barely recall what happened to the guy in the first playthrough, which probably means he didn't even survive the opening stage. Before, Sehun would have clenched his fists just seeing him, but after 10 years drenched in blood and despair, that clown isn't even worth a thought. To him, it already feels like a lifetime since caring about small fry like that. Still, Jisoo is clearly uncomfortable in his presence, not wanting to deal with the creep, so she suggests moving elsewhere. Just as they're about to leave, she spots something odd happening ahead. Her words trigger a vivid memory, the exact moment 10 years ago, right before the game officially began. They were casually chatting just like this when Jisoo pointed out something strange in the distance, assuming it was just a movie shoot. Reality, it was something far worse. Tiny, greenish hands push out from the dirt. Emerging goblins crawl into their world, shrieking with manic laughter. Onlookers don't panic at first, brushing it off as filming or kids in costume. Some even whip out their phones, thinking it's cosplay gone wild. Jisoo too wants to check it out, curiosity getting to her. But Sehun quickly warns her to stop. A decade ago, he followed her into that mess, and both of them paid dearly for it. Crowds gather around the goblins, snapping photos. And then in an instant, a sharp blade pierces someone's chest. The goblins howl with joy as they slash down people like cattle. Blood sprays as they revel in carnage. Only then does it click for everyone, these aren't actors, they're monsters. Panic erupts instantly. People dash in all directions, the exact worst thing they could have done. Goblins aren't stronger than a grown man, but they love preying on the weak. Turning your back on one, basically signing your death slip. They kill gleefully, smiling with every thrust. Jisoo acts on instinct, grabbing Sehun's hand tightly. But a goblin darts at them faster than expected, raising its blade to strike. 10 years ago, Sehun was a coward, frozen stiff. Jisoo had thrown herself forward to shield him. Blood drenched him as her body crumpled before his eyes, all because he hesitated. In that timeline, he bolted, leaving her to die. But this version of Sehun, he's hardened by the apocalypse. He refuses to let Jisoo's life end the same way twice. His system is still syncing with memories and abilities from his first run. So his full power hasn't returned yet. But there's no more time for waiting. He charges at the goblin head-on, dodging its wild swing by a hair's breadth. His fist rockets upward, blasting the goblin with an uppercut so brutal it drops its weapon mid-air. Before the knife can fall, Sehun snatches it out of the air and drives it back into the goblin's chest. A system chime echoes. He's officially the first player in this stage to slay a goblin. The interface flashes. New access to the DLC store, points transferred from his first run, and even the player forums, critical tools at his fingertips. Synchronization complete. This marks the true start of his second life in the game. Just like any RPG, killing monsters grants points used to boost stats or buy items. The same rule governs this reality now. And because he carried a whopping 700,000 points over from the first life, he's got major pay-to-win privileges compared to the clueless newbies. Meanwhile, floating orbs sweep across the campus skies, spying on every player. A booming voice greets the crowd from above, welcoming them to this divine blood sport. Clear rule: complete quest to survive, fail, pay dearly. Confusion ripples through the masses. Their entire lives have just been gamified against their will. Sehin quietly strategizes. If he suddenly reveals his absurd point stash by powering up, he'll stick out and attract the wrong kind of attention. So for now, stealth is key, especially with Big Brother floating above. Those orbs exist as the eyes of gods and the Grandmaster. Designs vary, but they all serve the same purpose: surveillance. If suspicion falls on him, the gods will crank his difficulty level up, making survival insanely harder, meaning he has to downplay his strength and blend in. When another goblin lunges at him, he grabs it mid-charge. But instead of instantly killing it, he fakes a desperate struggle, hoping the orbs think he's barely holding on. Meanwhile, Jisoo pores over the system tutorials, parsing together the new reality. She realizes it's undeniable: this isn't the world they once knew. The monsters, the notifications, all absolute proof. Despite that, she adapts quickly, staying calm in face of the impossible. Still, Sehin's ease in dispatching creatures makes her suspicious. He's way too calm compared to everyone else. Before they can talk more, both get hit with the first main quest: escape the campus within 2 days. The catch: waves of goblins blocking the exits. Rewards vary depending on each individual's achievements, designed to push active participation. Only an E-rank quest with a 2-day timer, nothing scary for Sehin, but wasting time talking isn't an option. They need to move fast. Goblins, noticing their presence, screech and give chase. Sehin reacts instantly, yanking Jisoo's hand and sprinting. They break into a mad dash as claws scrape close behind. Jisoo glances sideways, catching sight of others being mauled. Countless students are cut down trying to flee. But Jisoo knows she can't save them, not right now. Once they make it to relative safety, Jisoo asks about the others. Sehin reassures casualties won't spike just yet. Goblins are only about human level strong, and once survivors band together, they can handle it. At least until the hobgoblin shows up. That's when everything shifts. Finally, Sehin reaches the spot burned into his memory from his first life. A safe zone. Back then he stumbled here by sheer luck, sobbing and broken. But this time he arrives with purpose, ready for what's to come. This place is a safe zone, an area sealed off where monsters can't step foot inside. In other words, our guy and Jisoo can finally get some rest. The goblins that had been chasing them don't give up right away though. They crash their ugly swords against the glowing barrier made of system magic around the zone. But not even a scratch shows up on it. After some time, the goblins realize it's pointless and reluctantly pull back. For the survivors here, this is one of the rare places where they can finally let their guard down. Sehin, calm as always, tells Jisoo they should take advantage and stay here a bit before moving forward. For him, the priority now isn't just surviving, but making sure Jisoo is properly armed, at least enough so she can fight a goblin on her own. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the map, a different group of students are sprinting for their lives with crazed goblins on their tails. Out of nowhere, someone lands behind them gracefully and wipes out every goblin with one clean hit each. In just seconds, the creatures that were trying to carve through the students now lie mangled and motionless on the ground. Jonghyun's eyes go wide. He recognizes the warrior standing there. It's none other than Jisoo. And he can't even process what's happening right now. It feels surreal. To understand how Jisoo ended up here, we need to rewind 3 hours earlier, when she was still inside the safe zone with Sehin. While Jisoo was scrolling through her phone trying desperately to piece together how broken their world had become, Sehin's mind was elsewhere. He was more worried about the invisible eyes watching them. The truth is, the gods observe players constantly through something called an observer, all for their amusement. When a certain player piques their interest, the gods don't just watch, they mark them as their avatar. From there on, they actively watch as those players struggle through quests for entertainment. The one in charge of it all, the game master or GM, operates like the server manager, assigning and overseeing quests. Right now, the observer watching Sehin and Jisoo was none other than the personal observer of Korea, Arquidus, the GM of the Korean server. Sehin's strategy looked boring. If he downplays everything and makes himself look dull, maybe this nosy cat will lose interest and fly away. And eventually, that's exactly what happens. The observer drifts off, leaving them alone. The fact that it only watched for half an hour proves just how ridiculously impatient Arquidus is. In fact, that lack of patience is the reason he never rose to top-tier GM status in the first round. A blessing in disguise for our boy Sehin. With some peace returning, Sehin decides to check out an in-game feature, the forums. As soon as he clicks it, a brilliant flash of light fills his vision. Judging by Jisu's lack of reaction, it's obvious that only Sehen can see this hidden interface. The forums resemble an old-school internet browser setup, complete with a floating screen and virtual keyboard. Scrolling through, it's filled with guides, posts, and ongoing discussions. Basically, it's a copycat version of Earth's forums, but bent to fit this death game. There's even a live chat room. Sehen hops in and the system introduces him as Anonymous User 48, the second he appears. A user called Greek Boss immediately demands he introduce himself. Luckily, the forum doesn't require that, and other users quickly scold the guy about the importance of anonymity. From there, the chat spins into casual talk between gods comparing servers and players they're spying on. The topic quickly shifts to Korea and the fact that Arquidus is the one pulling strings there. Many of them complain his quest lacks spice. One even mentions almost choosing a cute girl avatar, but she ended up stuck in a safe zone with some guy. Sehen immediately knows they're talking about him and Jisoo. For Sehen, this chat is pure gold. He'll be able to mine it for intel later, maybe even start posting himself when the time is right. He makes a note to check back periodically. But for now, another feature catches his eye, the DLC store. A digital interface unfolds like shelves packed with exotic goods. Not everything is available immediately, some items are locked behind quests, but even the basics scream high quality. The crown jewel locked behind the main quest looks like a player transfer object, an item that could be game-changing. He continues browsing through, and then something interesting pops up. It's a multiplayer package, specifically targeted to players who cleared their first playthrough alone. With this, they could enjoy a second run together with allies. A cube designed for forming parties. With it, he can handpick his team and those in the party gain unique buffs. The price tag 20,000 points. For someone like Sehen, sitting on a stash of 700,000 points, that's pocket change. Still, if everything's this pricey, he'll have to manage his hoard carefully. Just then, a voice reaches his ears. Turning his head, he notices a player pulling a handful of survivors together, trying to rally a group. With people banding up, goblins won't pose as much of a nightmare anymore. Sure enough, the moment they start fighting in numbers, makeshift weapons cutting through the air, they actually manage to shove the monsters back. They're far from a perfect unit though, a lot clumsy on the battlefield. But blow by blow, they begin learning how to deal with the goblins as a team. That's when Jisu's voice cuts through, snapping Sehen out of his trance of people watching. She's fired up and clearly ready to fight, and Sehen agrees, it's about time they stop spectating. She's adapting to this brutal new environment fast. And while it makes things way easier for him, it wouldn't make sense to dump everything he knows on her right now. Instead, his immediate concern stays the same, finding her a weapon. He passes her the battered dagger he swiped from a goblin earlier. She takes it but immediately frowns, worried about how Sehen plans to fight if he gives away his weapon. He reassures her confidently, he'll find another later, and right now she needs one far more than he does. This calm, steady demeanor genuinely throws her off. Sehen had always been unusual, sure, but now he feels like a completely different man. As for the dagger, it's rusty and fragile, not long for this world. Still, for self-defense, it'll do the job for now. Then Sehen hands her something even more valuable, a VIP brooch. Not only does it boost recovery speed for her wounds, it also grants 20% extra points gained compared to the base rate, a real game-changer in her hands. Of course, Sehen can't exactly tell Jisoo the truth, that he casually bought the brooch from the DLC store. So without hesitation, he lies and says it was just a drop from the goblin he killed earlier. Jisoo accepts it right away, no questions asked. After all, she already understands how loot drops usually work in video games. In reality, though, our guy dropped a fat 20,000 points to buy *2* of those brooches. One for him, one for her. Items from the DLC store don't come cheap. They're way rarer and much more expensive than what the normal shop has to offer. Even so, the trade-off is more than worth it, because remember, if a player dies here, there's no respawn screen. You're just gone forever. So in that sense, spending points to boost recovery speed and gain more points on top of it, that's an investment Sehen would make every single time. With their preparations complete, they finally step out of the safe zone and continue pressing on. And like any video game rulebook says, power always comes down to your equipment. The better your gear, the stronger you get, and the longer you live. Stealthily weaving through the ruined campus, Sehen reminds Jisoo to keep cool and focus on defense above all. Meanwhile, elsewhere beyond their sight, game masters from different regions gather together, discussing how their little players are faring. One GM vents in frustration. Apparently, all the people in his server gathered to pray to God instead of fighting. And yeah, they all instantly died. Another chuckles darkly, sharing how his players basically lost their minds, and thanks to legal gun ownership in their region, just mowed down every monster they saw. As for Arcanus though, he doesn't waste his attention on the mob of common players. His eyes are locked on one in particular. A special existence, a celestial slayer. Back at campus, Sehen and Jisoo carefully move through the danger zone, avoiding the beasts going berserk around them. Every step, every exchange of items from Sehen to Jisoo is part of a very specific plan. A plan made to eliminate the boss-level threat lurking out there. Once Sehen confirms Jisoo remembers all the steps and that her gear is ready, they spring into motion. Both climb to the rooftop of a building, crouching low as chaos rages beneath them. They share a quick signal. Then, without hesitation, Jisoo bolts. She dashes headfirst toward the swarm of goblins. The plan here is simple but deadly. When you see a horde of goblins, there's always a leader somewhere commanding the herd. Jisoo can't help but ask how he knows that. Sehen just shrugs it off, playing the gamer card, reminding her he's a video game junkie. Guys like him notice these patterns just by existing in gaming culture 24/7. Goblins, bosses, mobs, it's basically nature documentaries. Every pack has an alpha. And in this case, that alpha is definitely the boss of this quest. Until they cut him down, escaping the area will be next to impossible. So the goal is set, Sehen takes out the boss, and Jisoo plays her part by drawing the goblins away to make the field cleaner. She starts with the perfume of temptation, an item Sehen had given her earlier. Instantly, the weaker monsters in range turn their attention toward her. Just as intended, the scent drags every goblin straight into her path, gathering them into one place. Then comes part 2, the invisibility potion. Once swallowed, it cloaks every trace of her for 5 full minutes. That's enough time to clear her out of the mob and let Sehen go for the boss uninterrupted. In plain terms, she's the bait. Naturally, curiosity strikes her again. How the hell does Sehen even have these kinds of potions? But regardless of her questions, the plan's rolling out smoothly. Dozens of goblins now chase right in her direction. Time to drink the stealth potion and vanish from danger. But before she can, she suddenly spots Jeongyun and another terrified girl sprinting, barely ahead of a massive goblin pack. Jeongyun screams for help, and although Jisoo Asterisk knows she should prioritize the mission and her own safety, her compassion kicks in hard. Besides, Sehen had mentioned that the survival reward scales with how many players make it out alive. So, in that split second of decision, she leaps in, blades flashing. She rips through every single goblin, hounding them, annihilating them in seconds and saving both Jeongyun and the girl. Yet something feels off. Her body moves lighter, sharper than before. Not even enough time to process the strange boost because Jeongyun's immediately being his loud, obnoxious self yelling in her ear. It grates on her nerves. She starts wondering if saving him was even worth the effort. Seriously, shouldn't he be saying asterisk thank you instead of being an annoyance? But before she can roast him, Jisoo's body suddenly stiffens, overtaken by something unnatural. A wave of dizziness slams into her, stealing her breath, making it impossible to steady herself no matter what she tries. She desperately fights to push through the haze, reaching for her potion to stabilize herself. But the force overwhelms her. The vial drops from her hand, shattering uselessly against the ground. The only thing taking hold in her mind now, a singular determination: stop the goblins, protect Sehen at any asterisk cost. Goblins swarm around her from all sides, and in that moment, a terrifying aura radiates from her. Yet instead of despair, Jisoo remains calm, almost serenely so, and even lets out a faint, eerie smile. Meanwhile, Sehen's mind drifts, wondering if Jisoo's holding up okay, but he doesn't have the luxury of turning back now. Because standing before him is the true danger here, a hidden boss. Sehen takes one moment to acknowledge its presence, as though greeting an old enemy. After all, it's been 10 years since he last laid eyes on this creature, the hobgoblin that massacred his entire campus. Not that the beast shares even an ounce of the sentiment. It lunges, throwing a brutal punch instantly meant to crush him. Sehen doesn't flinch. He calmly pulls up his interface, dumping points directly into his skills mid-fight. First up, agility. His body surges with speed, allowing him to weave past the monster's strike like wind. He propels himself upward, soaring above the hobgoblin's hulking body. The beast, confused, jerks its head around, searching for where its prey went, completely unaware that Sehen is right above, hanging in the air with a wicked smirk spreading across his face. Sehen doesn't waste a second. He lands square on top of the hobgoblin's head with full force. Before the monster can even react, he drives his fist directly into its eye. The hobgoblin shrieks in agony, clutching its bleeding eye while Sehen flips backward, landing safely a distance away. Memories flash through his mind. 10 years ago, countless people fell to this very boss's sword. This time, he swears, history won't repeat itself. Our MC rips a large rock from the ground and pumps 10 points straight into strength. With that boost, he hurls the rock at the blinded beast, smashing it clean in the face. The impact forces the hobgoblin to lose grip, sending its massive sword spiraling through the air. Sehen leaps up and snatches the weapon mid-flight. Then with one smooth, devastating swing, he cleaves through it, beheading the hobgoblin in a single slash. A system notification rings out, confirming that the stage's hidden boss has been slain. The loot rolls in 500 points plus a special reward item, Hobgoblin's Girdle. For a hidden boss drop, the prize feels more than worth it. The girdle grants him a permanent plus 10 strength, completely bypassing the limits imposed by the main quest. This is a serious game changer. He knows the smart move is to keep stacking stats strategically later, but for now he just pockets the win. Still, reality sets in. The moment the gods discover this hidden boss's death, an observer will definitely fly in, and Sehen does not want to stick around. Best course of action: disappear fast. The next priority: find Jisoo. He hurries off searching, but to his surprise there's nothing, no goblins, no Jisoo, just silence. She should have only had 5 minutes under the stealth potion. By now the goblins should have reset their positions, but the area is completely wiped clean. Did she fail the mission, or did he simply finish his own fight way too fast? His thoughts cut short when a piercing cry rings further down. Goblins are stampeding away in panic. Every single one looks terrified, running from something up ahead. Sehen bolts in that direction. The stench of blood grows thick. It's everywhere, filling his nose as he runs. Deep inside, the thought pounds. He refuses to let Jisoo die again because of him. And then the scene comes into view. Jisoo still standing, completely surrounded, but not by danger, by piles of goblin corpses. Just moments before Sehen arrived, she had gone on a relentless killing spree. Despite losing dozens to her blade, the goblins kept charging, desperate to overwhelm her. But over time, even these mindless creatures started realizing something deadly. They had zero chance of winning. Through it all, Jisoo's eyes glowed red, burning with an aura that was far from human. Almost as if she were possessed. Sehen finally reaches her. Just then, her knees buckle beneath her. The crimson light in her eyes dissipates. Goblins are usually a low-tier pushover, but even Sehen can scarcely believe what he's seeing. Jisoo carved through dozens of them all on her own. She breathes out her explanation. While luring monsters, she stumbled across 2 students, Jeongyeon and another girl, who were being chased down. She couldn't just leave them. And sure enough, the 2 students lie behind her unconscious. But unlike Sehen's initial worry, they're not dead, just passed out cold from sheer shock. Jisoo assumes they fainted from goblin terror, but Sehen knows better. No, this was her asterisk. She was the one who scared them senseless. Suspicion gnaws at him. He asks her to pull up her status window. Her stats show solid, above-average numbers, but nothing that should explain the massacre. Until his eyes lock onto one skill. A red-highlighted passive ability, Celestial Slayer. It works without player input, activates on its own. And Sehen has only seen one person with it before in his first lifetime. That man was Jin, the Blood Demon. Not even from this world, but another dimension. A martial arts monster with godlike fighting techniques who left an unforgettable impression in battle. And now Jisoo carries the same passive. No wonder the goblins scattered in fear. Celestial Slayer is infamous, absolutely devastating combat power. But it comes with a terrifying drawback. The user risks losing themselves to madness if they can't fully control it. Jisoo seems stable for now, but Sehen silently vows to keep his eyes on her. This ability is too dangerous to ignore. Still, he can't just hide the truth. She deserves to know. So he explains in simple terms. Celestial Slayer makes her stronger the more blood she sees. To test it, she looks at her blood-soaked dagger. Instantly, her pupils flare crimson again, bloodlust flooding back into her gaze. Sehen quickly snatches the weapon away before she tips over into another frenzy. He warns her that overusing this power could eat her alive. Still, starting her journey with such a monstrous gift, that's massive, especially since the passive regeneration from Celestial Slayer is stacking with the VIP brooch he gave her. Her healing rate is insane. With all these talents overlapping, Jisoo isn't just a promising player anymore, she's turning into something far scarier. Sehen suddenly asks Jisoo if she'll form a contract with him. She freezes for a second, totally misunderstanding and even blushing at the thought. But Sehen quickly clears the air. It's nothing romantic, he just means forming a party. Luckily, she knows exactly what a party is from all her gaming experience, and she eagerly agrees. With his first ally officially secured, Sehen wastes no time. He purchases the multiplayer package from the DLC shop, then uses it to bring Jisoo into his brand new party system. As they link up, he notices one crazy benefit: party members can share traits. Done right, this could make him even stronger than he ever was in his last life. He pulls up the ability sharing screen to check it out. But nothing, no abilities available. Turns out in order to receive, you also need to give asterisk. Abilities can't just be transferred for free, it's an exchange system. That means it's in both their best interest if he finds a skill suitable for Jisoo. His mind flashes back to a certain ability he had in his first run-through, a perfect match for her. But since he doesn't have it yet, the plan goes on hold. Truth be told, he's not in a rush to link with something like Celestial Slayer anyway. Before they can dwell, a cluster of observers swarm in, gods clearly tipped off by the hobgoblin's sudden death. Thankfully, no one saw him actually land the killing blow. If they had, things would be far messier right now. With that, Sehun decides it's time to wrap this up and complete the quest. At that moment, Jonghyun groggily wakes up. True to form, he immediately starts whining and accusing Jisoo. But honestly, Jisoo would prefer this annoying chatter over him shamelessly making eyes at her again. Sehun doesn't waste time. He cuts into Jonghyun, demanding why he's even out in the open risking his life like this. Jonghyun scoffs, insulting Sehun for throwing out random questions in a crisis. Before his mouth runs too far, cold steel kisses his throat. Jisoo's holding the blade, eyes dead serious, silently promising that one more stupid word will be his last. Jonghyun flips personalities on the spot. Cornered by her knife, he suddenly becomes a cooperative little scout, spitting answers at Sehun's pace. For once, it seems this sharp, intimidating side to Jisoo is her real self. Jonghyun explains that he and the girl weren't just aimlessly running, they'd been sent out to scout the area. The plan set by their group was simple. If one of them got caught, the other had to escape and report to the rest. The fact there's even a plan at all proves one thing: someone smart is commanding them. Pushy Jonghyun clearly isn't the mastermind behind this. Pressed with the blade again, Jonghyun finally admits the truth. They picked him through a blind draw. He was the unlucky volunteer. Which means someone else is rallying survivors, turning chaos into structure, and building real resistance against the goblins. That kind of leadership requires a sharp mind, strong presence, and composure. And in Sehun's past life, everyone organizing at this stage ended up wiped out anyway. So while impressive, the smartest move is still escape, not confrontation. Even so, Sehun tells Jonghyun to take him straight to this leader. As expected, Jonghyun balks, trying to argue again. But this time, instead of Jisoo's knife, something else slashes toward him. A goblin lunges with a blade of its own. Jonghyun's face goes white before any damage can be done. Sehun grabs the goblin by the wrist and snuffs it out instantly. The whole thing leaves Jonghyun absolutely shaken. Sehun calmly explains a lesson. Goblins always prioritize hunting the weakest target first. So if the goblins chose him over all others, that should tell Jonghyun exactly what role he plays here. With that reality check, Sehun gives him two choices: lead them to this leader or stay behind alone as bait. In defeat, Jonghyun guides them forward. Along the way, Sehun takes in the gory aftermath of campus bodies, ruin, and death everywhere. It reminds him of his past life. Back then, he was barely keeping ahead of the monsters, the only thing saving him being the safe zone he stumbled into. After some time, Sehun asks again where they're actually going. Jonghyun mutters they're heading straight to the evacuated gym. Inside, Sehun finally sees it: clusters of surviving students and faculty. But many are injured. Likely wounds from the first chaotic attack when the monsters descended. Whoever gathered these people clearly pulled off a miracle, saving and organizing them while chaos tore everything else apart. Whoever they are, they aren't just strong but confident, stable, and held in high regard. There are very few people on campus who check those boxes, but one name immediately surfaces in Sehun's memory. He already knows. It has to be the student council president himself who organized all this and sent Jonghyun on the scouting mission. Young-yoon, a natural leader, smart, charismatic, sharp, and the type the gods would absolutely set their sights on. And judging by the flood of observers swarming over him they already have, to them he's a prime candidate for a rare avatar. Sehun recalls in his previous life, this guy likely died at the hands of a hobgoblin. The fact that Young-yoon hasn't left campus yet means one thing: he doesn't realize staying here is a death sentence. He hasn't been chosen as anyone's avatar yet. But given the sheer number of observers circling, he must have received dozens of offers already. Right now he's cautious, suspicious of everyone. He still doesn't know who to trust. Then another figure rushes up, Hyunjae. He immediately spots Jonghyun and the group he's with. His focus falls straight on Jisoo, lighting up as he recognizes her, and he rushes to greet her warmly. But Sehun cuts him down cold. This isn't a time for reunions. They need to escape campus now. Unlike Jisoo, Hyunjae doesn't recognize Sehun, and his guarded eyes say it all. He doesn't trust this stranger's urgency. Sehun lays out a crucial fact: the monster leader is already dead. And every single one of them should have seen it too, a system notification confirming the hobgoblin's defeat. That's why the goblins nearby are dazed. Without their commander, they're directionless. This is the golden window to bail, because the mission here is escape, not heroic survival. That's just the bare-bones version though, and our guy keeps the rest locked up tight, too many nosy eyes watching, to drive the point home. He flashes the quest window, pointing out the ticking timer, only 37 hours left on the clock. From the chat so far, it's clear Hyungyun is basically a tutorial-level noob. Translation: the student council prez hasn't become an avatar yet. If Sehun can nudge him into leading a campus exodus, that's a win. With the hobgoblin out of the picture, deaths have slowed, which means the gods upstairs are about to get bored out of their divine minds. And bored gods, that's when the weird curveballs start dropping. Their reactions are literally the top metric in this messed up death game. They already know the hobgoblin's toast, so the entertainment value just tanked. Hyungyun finally says they've gotta move. Outside contact is a dead end anyway. Sure, they can peek at scraps of info online, but calling for backup, total fails so far. Funny thing, someone as sharp as Yang Yun dying early in his first run doesn't add up. No escape plan, no counterattack in the gym last time, everything's flipped. Back then the hobgoblin mowed them down after their desperate defense. End of story. Sehen had pegged the leader as timid, but nope, dude's got steel when it counts. Then another voice cuts in while Sehen's still plotting. The new guy says, hey, best plan is to chill and wait for rescue. Sehen knows that voice all too well. Enter Dongwon Park. Hard to forget someone who, in Sehen's last life, burned him over and over. Dongwon tries to sway the leader, stay put, don't risk it, but the prez isn't buying it now. Dongwon pushes harder, accusing him of gambling with everyone's lives. That makes the leader pause and think it over. Sehen immediately clocks what this means. In the first timeline, Dongwon clearly knew the rules and played them like a pro. Dongwon even gives Sehen a polite intro, vice president of the student council. He drops reasonable points. Half the group's injured, sprinting into danger sounds dumb. He figures Sehen's just cocky after a few lucky monster kills, and because of that, he doubles down, best bet is sit tight and wait for the cops. Honestly, if a regular dude said this, Sehen might nod along. But this is Dongwon, no way he suddenly cares about the group's well-being. Last playthrough he was a straight-up chaos junkie, hopping between teams to watch them implode. Other people's deaths, zero concern as long as he came out shiny. Not this time. Our boy Sehen is dead set on blocking that old scheme. Jisoo, who's been quiet, bristles at the lucky kills jab. Dongwon doesn't even believe they've downed monsters. So she offers to take him outside and prove it firsthand. Dongwon goes silent. Jisoo whips out her phone as extra receipts. Waiting for rescue is stupid when the military's MIA and no help's on the horizon. Dongwon still argues the crowd won't agree to a mass breakout. Sehen shrugs, then we leave the doubters behind, simple. And if Dongwon really knows the truth, he won't stick around either. Sehen's sure the guy's aiming for a high kill count to snag extra rewards, exact opposite of Sehen's save everyone strategy. If Dongwon stayed alone and miraculously survived, he'd look way too suspicious to benefit. After weighing it all, Hyungyun backs Sehen's escape plan. Dongwon tags along, no real choice. That pretty much proves he's been acting the whole time. Odds are strong he's already a god's avatar. Hyungyun rallies the others, using intel from Sehen and the scouts. Monsters still lurk outside, sure, but their chain of command is busted with their leader gone. A few loud dissenters pop off, and a teacher even threatens Yang Yun with a failing grade. Like grades matter when people are dying, how is that guy even a professor? Eventually, everyone arms up with whatever they can and preps to bolt. Jisoo checks with Sehen, do they really have to run like this? He says they'll be fine unless something special happens. She doesn't quite get that. At least the goblins aren't an issue without their boss. The real wildcard, Dongwon the Avatar. Too many eyes on them for Sehen to just off him now. As they move out, goblins start circling. Yang Yun orders everyone to stick tight, no stragglers, no attacks. Thanks to his solid leadership, the group makes good time toward the main gate, but the danger's not over yet. A system ping, quest difficulty jumps from E rank to D sentinels inbound. The ground trembles like an oncoming quake. Then boom, a colossal minotaur materializes in front of the students, standing eerily still. Its sheer presence wipes the smiles off everyone's faces. The GM just dropped a late-game boss into a rookie lobby. Hidden bosses like a hobgoblin are one thing, no regular party can handle it. Sentinels are the classic no-win scenarios. Dropping one now means the gods want a bloodbath. Still, it's only quest 1, there's gotta be a power cap. Even as a C-class beast, its stats can't pass F-rank limits. The students panic, wondering how to fight it. Dongwon gets ready to shout run. But Jisoo clamps a hand over his mouth first. If they bolt, that thing will charge instantly. Sadly, someone else panics first. A student sprints off screaming for everyone to follow. A handful break ranks, but some freeze, legs locked. The monster's roar clearly inflicts a fear debuff. Weirdly helpful, keeps more from running blindly. But the few who fled beyond saving. The Minotaur catches up in seconds and swats them like flies. One unlucky soul is pulverized by a single massive punch. The beast towers over 5 meters and can turn people into mist with bare fists. Outrunning it, not happening. While Hyungyun hesitates, Sehen steps up. Someone has gotta distract the monster so the rest can escape. He volunteers as bait. Hyungyun protests too dangerous. But nobody else is offering, and waiting is just waiting to die. Sehun, calm as ever, lays out the plan with zero nerves. Compared to the Prez's composure, Sehun's on another plane entirely. Jisoo still holds Dongwon tight. Watching Sehun stroll toward the Minotaur, he waves her off. He's got this. She trusts him and finally lets the Vice Prez go, leaving him rubbing his sore jaw. Dongwon wanted all the rewards, but now he's forced to stand down. They warned him about this beast anyway. More quests will come, he can wait. Sehun snags a red cloth to taunt the monster. Hyungyun bows in thanks for the insane sacrifice, unsure how long Sehun can hold out. The sudden gratitude actually rattles our guy a bit. Sehun leaps onto higher ground, ready to draw the Minotaur's focus. Whipping the claws like a matador. Once the beast locks onto him, he shouts for everyone to make a break for the main gate. With Hyungyun barking commands to herd the group. They obey and burst through the exit unharmed. Bonus, Hyungyun even unlocks a new skill, commanding shout, for keeping the escape tight. Our boy Sehun is out here cool as ever, baiting the Minotaur while effortlessly weaving around those earth-shaking swings. He sidesteps like a pro, each dodge making that oversized beast look clumsy. The monster keeps missing and ends up smashing itself into the walls and pounding the floor in frustration. Eventually, the rest of the crew slips out of the campus, clocking in a clean quest completion right on time. They huddle up for a quick head count. Some folks look rough, but every single one of them is breathing and safe, which is all that matters. Hyungyun spins back, ready to rush in for a rescue, but nope, an invisible barrier blocks him from the previous stage. With no way through, he shouts for Sehun to bail while he still has the chance. Hearing his name, Sehun glances over, ready to toss a reply. Big mistake, the Minotaur seizes the opening and lands a crushing blow. The hit sends our guy rocketing into a wall like a ragdoll. The beast doesn't pause for a breath. It lunges again, slamming into Sehun with brutal force that rattles the whole place. Everyone watching freezes, their faces locked in pure shock. From where they stand, it looks like game over for our main character. As if on cue, the barrier starts sealing off their view of the brutal fight. Hyungyun turns to Jisoo with an apology, guilt written all over his face. But Jisoo just stares at the chaos with a flat, unreadable expression. Under the rubble though, Sehun is very much alive, calmly waiting for the spectators to clear out. In his last life, he wasn't exactly a saint, more like a masterclass in selfish survival. So when Hyungyun thanked him with such sincerity earlier, it hit Sehun differently, almost uncomfortably. Back then he was weak, surrounded by players way more skilled and gifted than him. His only goal was to stay alive, which meant playing cold and ruthless. But getting a do-over has changed his headspace. He wants to walk a different road now. Maybe, just maybe, this time our boy can play the hero. Once he's sure every observer has dipped, he steps back into the fray. He calls out to the Minotaur, practically daring it to come at him again. The creature actually looks shocked he's still breathing after that last hit. Little do they know, Sehun pumped his health stats to the absolute cap right before impact, just enough to tank that monster punch. Taking the blow head-on only proves his hunch was spot on. In his old timeline, he avoided these beasts like the plague, and if forced to fight, he'd only think about staying alive at any cost. He never cared who else got hurt as long as he walked away. Not this time. As the Minotaur charges with insane speed, shredding the ground beneath its hooves, Sehun steels himself. Just as it's about to connect, he dumps more points into strength, maxing that stat out too. And thanks to a special item he snagged earlier, he can push past even that limit. This man literally grabs the bull by the horns, no metaphor here. He slips on the hobgoblin's girdle, which bumps his strength a full 10 points beyond the quest's cap. With that kind of boost, our hero now outmuscles the Minotaur itself. The effect shows instantly. When he snaps one of the beast's massive horns clean off, the monster bellows and staggers back in agony. Sehun wastes zero time, vaults high and kicks the Minotaur square in the face, launching it like a broken catapult. In his past life, he was just a lone, average player. This kind of feat would have been pure fantasy. But right now, he's rewriting that script and stepping into hero status. With the Minotaur down, he officially clears the main quest and lands a platinum tier finish. Honestly, kind of underwhelming. He led the escape, acted as bait, soloed a hidden boss in the Sentinel, yet platinum is all he gets. Still, he shrugs it off and waits for the prize drop, hoping for something game-changing. A powerful weapon or a rare ability. Anything but boring consumables or plain XP would be ideal. As the barrier fades, he finally heads out. And there's Jisoo waiting right there for him. He figured she'd follow the crowd, but nope, she stayed put. Maybe she was actually worried about him. Turns out she already knew he was alive while everyone else mourned, since they're in the same party. She could track his status in her window and saw his health bar holding steady even after that brutal hit. She guessed he was just putting on a show, and knowing he likes flying under the radar, decided not to spoil it. She casually asks what rank he pulled. He answers platinum, of course, while she flashes a gold, second highest tier, with silver below that and bronze at the bottom. Gold is nothing to sneeze at, but platinum is in a league of its own. With the quest wrapped, rewards start dropping for all the survivors. Sehin collects the self-sacrifice achievement along with bonus points for being the first to take down a sentinel and a hidden boss. The haul includes adaptive orichalcum and 2 upgradable abilities. First up is Final Hour, followed by Regeneration. Those are likely perks for monster hunting and snagging that world-first sentinel kill. Upgradable skills are a big deal, they only get stronger as the game goes on. Still, he can't help wishing for an S-tier ability like Jisu's crazy good Celestial Slayer. But no time to mope, a new quest notification pops. Next mission, trek to the Loam World Tower and take down the boss there. Difficulty level C with a 2-week timer. He remembers this one from his first playthrough, which gives him an edge. For now, players from the same stage share the same quest chain, so Jisoo and Dongwon's crew are on the same path. Most folks already headed to the tower, but Jisoo stayed back for him. She's also not keen on hanging with Dongwon. Guy gives off major creep vibes. She probably suspects he's hiding something. Hard not to when her instincts are razor sharp, and her Celestial Slayer power is that strong. If she hadn't died early last time around, she could have been a headline hero, or maybe a top-tier villain. Either way, she would have been a standout player. Yet strangely, no divine observers seem to be tracking her now. Sehin asks if she's become a chosen avatar yet, and she says no. Weird, considering the gods usually pitch the perks of being an avatar in their invitations. Jisoo flatly says she's not about to serve some unseen deity, way too sketchy for her tastes. Gotta admit, she keeps a seriously cool head. And there's no hint that the Celestial Slayer's usual madness has touched her. Even the blood demon from Sehin's past timeline struggled with that curse. Still, she's turned down a whopping 12 avatar offers, which proves how valuable she is. Even so, she's teamed up with Sehin now, and their party bond locks them together. That means it's on him to help train her so she never ends up as a god's avatar. Enter the Crimson Asura, an advanced martial art Sehin could never master before since he wasn't a Celestial Slayer. He only learned about this legendary technique after crossing paths with the Blood Demon. Martial arts like this don't level up naturally and are notoriously tough to obtain or train, which is why he skipped it in his first life. But Jisoo blows past all expectations, mastering it instantly with Sehin's guidance. Her learning curve is straight up broken in a good way for him long term. A few hours earlier, the two had wandered through the wrecked city streets. Sehin wanted to put his fresh abilities from the first quest through their paces. First on the list, Final Hour. This skill cranks up attack power and survival instincts to insane levels. And since it can keep evolving, it'll only get deadlier as time goes on. Next is Regeneration, a passive ability unlike Final Hour, paired with his VIP status and Jisu's Celestial Slayer. It pretty much means any wound closes almost instantly. Both of them rocked matching brooches as they cleared out huge chunks of the city, racking up ridiculous point totals. Eventually, Sehin suggested slipping into a private spot to share abilities. They ducked into an abandoned cafe and synced their status windows to trade powers. Sehin handed over Regeneration while Jisoo shared the Celestial Slayer. He figured Final Hour wouldn't be a bad swap either, but Regeneration fit her better. Of course, shared skills only work at about 30% efficiency, dropping as low as 20 if the friendship level is low. But shared abilities also skip their usual penalties. So while Sehin won't get the full Celestial Slayer buff, he dodges its nasty madness drawback, which is a win. Jisoo isn't exactly thrilled with a plain healing skill, she wanted something flashier. Sehin counters that Regeneration is an offensive powerhouse too. If you barely take damage, you can stay on the attack without worry. Dodging becomes optional when your body heals faster than you can get hit, meaning all that energy can go straight into offense instead of playing defense. Hearing that, Jisoo starts warming up to Regeneration, realizing it might be way more clutch than she first thought. The next puzzle for our crew is figuring out where to head now. The second quest gives them a roomy deadline, so our guy Sehin decides to use that extra time to pick up fresh skills and pass them along to Jisoo too. Jisoo appreciates the offer but can't help being a bit puzzled by Sehin's sudden kindness. After all, the Sehin she remembers has always been all about himself and his own gains. Still, even with her doubts, she knows learning new abilities is never a bad move. That's how he ends up teaching her the Crimson Asura, and she masters it at a scary fast pace. While she's grinding away on that, Sehin hops back into the gods' forums for another peek. This time the place is way busier than before. One particular name jumps at him the second the chatroom loads, a god who goes by an honest life. And yeah, Sehen knows this deity well from his first run through the game. Fittingly, that god happens to be the patron of Dongwon Park, both of them equally unbearable to our MC. From what Sehen can tell, Yang Yun's been keeping tabs on Dongguan, which means the guy won't rake in as many rewards as he did last time. The rest of the chat, just pointless small talk. Then someone called Young Jester gripes that her avatar is a total flop, wasting potential on something dumb like robbing a bank. Sehen plays it cool and convinces her to let him peek through her observer. She invites him in and boom, he's instantly teleported over. Good thing his profile's locked down tight so no one can see who he really is. Inside this odd virtual room, he meets Young Jester, who waves him over to watch through her observer. On the big screen, a young guy dressed like a cop crouches to talk to a girl hiding in a risky spot. He tries to speak gently, but the girl panics, screams, and bolts. This is exactly the scene Sehen came for, because one of those people is the key player he needs for Loam Tower and the monster waiting there. Sehen pops back to the real world to meet Jisoo, and together they start heading toward the location he just scoped through Young Jester's observer. It's the opposite direction of Loam Tower, and luckily no observers are nearby, which also means hardly any survivors around. As they travel, Jisoo notices the streets are way more wrecked than she expected. She figures the damage must be monster-made. But Sehen knows from his first life that humans caused most of it. Monsters don't even bother wrecking buildings without a reason. With the law useless and cops or soldiers nowhere to be found, people are looting and smashing anything they can. Even so, the world hasn't fully fallen apart, at least not yet. The news is still broadcasting, reporting all the bizarre chaos happening everywhere. But Sehen knows the gods and their system won't let human authorities run free for long. As they talk, a goblin sneaks up behind Jisoo. She reacts fast, stopping it before it strikes, but her dull blade leaves her splattered with blood. That's all the reason she needs to want a stronger weapon that can deal heavier damage. Sure, she one-shotted the goblin, but still, better gear never hurts. Her Celestial Slayer trait boosts her damage by a whopping 100% compared to Sehen's 30%. She's insanely strong for someone barely past stage 1. Sehen offers to help her hunt for a new weapon once they catch the person he's tracking. Eventually they reach their destination, a bank. They're not here for cash, money's worthless now with nothing left to buy. Instead, someone inside is crucial for their second stage. Chaos reigns inside as people fight to break into the vaults. The same officer Sehen saw through Young Jester's observer is battling to protect civilians while taking on the robbers head-on. He lunges at one thief who swings a knife. The cop casually slaps the blade away, then smashes the robber back with a brutal knee strike. Another crook tries a sneak attack from behind, but gets launched by a straight punch to the gut. Just like that, every robber is down. And the guy barely broke a sweat, even though some of those robbers are players. Outside, Sehen and Jisoo watch it all, and our boy confirms this officer is exactly who they need. He crushed the robbers so easily it almost looks like he's packing a special item. But Sehen figures the man's raw strength is the real deal, another chosen avatar. The officer finally notices them watching and calls them over. He warns they should clear out if they don't have bank business, it's dangerous here. Sehen cuts to the chase, saying he's not here for the bank. But for him, Mina Lee, the officer stiffens, startled that Sehen knows that name. He tries to bluff, claiming he's actually Jeonchul Nam. But Sehen isn't buying it. And neither is Jisoo. She grabs his arm, sensing his racing pulse and catching how flustered he is. That's all the proof she needs that Sehen hit the mark, and she's sharp enough to notice what most would miss. The officer drops the act and demands to know who they really are, but Sehen only says they're people who know his real identity. His nerves spike so hard his voice pattern changes on the spot. At this point the disguise is done for. An observer drifts closer, it's Young Jester's, but it looks oddly different from any Sehen's seen. Definitely not your usual observer vibe. With the secret blown, the officer finally reveals the truth. Mina Lee isn't a middle-aged cop at all, she's actually a teenage girl. She went to ridiculous lengths pretending to be a helpless kid, then knocked out the real officer, and stole his uniform for the perfect cover. Sehen, of course, ruined the plan. Mina quickly demands to know why they're even looking for her, claiming she's busy. Busy, sure, but only with robbing a bank. Her real skill, transforming into anyone or anything. Sehen can't explain how he knows, and thankfully Jisoo doesn't press him. The bigger question is how he figured out she was behind the bank heist. From the outside, she looked like a cop saving people, even wearing the uniform to win trust. But in reality, she lured the robbers there herself. With monsters driving civilians to the bank, she couldn't loot it directly. So she manipulated robbers into raiding it. After a few hits, no civilians would dare come back, making the place easy pickings. Once it was empty and the troublemakers were gone, She planned to scoop up all the cash for herself. Sehen knows this routine. Mina and Dongwon were the best manipulators in his past life, and he's seen their tricks too many times. With her plan exposed, Mina asks if they'll report her, but law enforcement is basically gone and she could break out of any jail anyway. For now, Sehen wants her to tag along until they wrap up their second quest. Mina's surprised, they're still on quest 2 while she's already done with hers. Her attitude flips instantly, sizing them up as weaker. And yeah, this seems to be her real personality showing. Sehen isn't about to let her look down on him. He goes for a little intimidation to keep her in check. First move, a sharp flick to her forehead. Strong enough to send her tumbling back. That's more than enough to spark some fear. With his stats already above F rank, our man is basically the strongest being alive. Mina doesn't take it quietly and swings back at Sehen. But Jisoo instantly steps in and blocks the punch without effort. Like Sehen, she's packing monster-level strength and pins the younger girl easily. Mina tries to shapeshift to escape, but Jisoo clamps her wrist, breaking her focus and halting the transformation. With Jisoo holding firm, Mina realizes running isn't happening. Intimidation works. She agrees to join their crew. The three of them leave the bank, young Jester's observer still trailing behind. Now that she's seen their power, Mina's tone turns overly formal and polite. Sehen tells her to drop the act and just talk normal. Then she learns they're not even avatars and wonders how they're so strong, forgetting that being an avatar doesn't automatically mean more power. Gear matters most. Good stats aren't everything. It's the quality equipment that really makes someone unstoppable. Even though the city's a wreck and real shops are impossible to find, our guy Sehen already has a workaround ready. He guides the two girls straight to a hidden safe zone. Mina eyes him suspiciously, wondering how he could possibly know this spot is protected. The clue, signs of looting everywhere, but not a single hint of monsters. Monsters don't care about human food, so if supplies are stolen but untouched by beasts, it's basically a guaranteed monster-free area. Once they're settled inside, Sehen drops a little-known game mechanic on them, something even a god's avatar wouldn't have discovered yet. It's what's called a chosen store. Mina's wide-eyed reaction makes it clear she had no idea such a shop existed. You'd think young Jester, her own god, might have given her a heads-up since good gear is everything. But that sadist loves watching her avatars struggle, so of course she kept it secret. Sehen just shrugs and fibs that he stumbled on it by pure accident, so Mina has no reason to be mad. Now that they've found it, the trio starts browsing for the most useful loot in the place. Most of the stock is basic weapons and gear, nothing insanely overpowered. No potions either, which makes survival rough. Clearly the game masters want to keep this world brutal. Later on, players will figure out how to craft their own weapons, so scarcity won't last forever. But right now, high-grade equipment is impossible to get. Sehen decides to be grateful for even this low-tier stash. He grabs a solid set of armor and some extra equipment for himself, then picks up additional armor for Jisoo, including a chest strap designed to protect her heart when wrapped tight. Since Jisoo doesn't have points to spend, Sehen buys her a few stat-boosting items too. Next up is her weapon choice. There are 4 categories available: swords, spears, bows, and blunt weapons. After scanning the options, she goes with a mace, a trusty blunt weapon. The Crimson Usura skill pairs with any weapon, so her pick doesn't limit her. Plus, a mace is easier for a beginner to handle than a sword or spear. Off to the side, Mina watches them quietly, hoping our MC will snag her some gear too. But Sehen's not about to do her any favors. She turned down his offer of points earlier while looking down on him. Now she can't buy anything for herself even if she wants to. Each item costs 200 points, way more than she can afford, once everyone's geared up. The three set off toward the second quest location, slicing through monsters along the road. One of Sehen's weapons is a sword enhanced with Auric Halchem, a premium reward from his first quest. This rare ore is versatile, usable as a solid or melted down to coat equipment. Remove the coating and it snaps right back to its original form. It can shift states and is fully reusable, making his weapons far stronger than standard issue. Auric Halchem is the toughest metal around, and while it boosts the sword's power, it doesn't add any weight. They keep moving forward, until they finally reach Loam Tower, the site of the second quest. The building looks weirdly normal. If it weren't for the system's prompt, you'd never guess a quest was here. Their mission: defeat the Stage 2 boss, which is nothing like Mina's previous task. Her challenge was a brutal battle royale, forcing players to fight to the death until only one survived. Compared to that, Sehen and Jisoo's simple escape quest was almost peaceful, though it would have ended in total slaughter without Sehen's help. Outside the tower, 2 figures stand guard at the entrance. The trio ducks behind a wall watching the patrol. The guards clearly aren't hunting monsters, they're blocking other people from getting inside. If their quest is competitive like Mina's, that level of vigilance makes perfect sense. Time for Mina to earn her keep. They need her to use her transformation ability to gather intel on the guards' plans. Mina tries to argue, but she can tell no isn't an acceptable answer. Slipping away, she heads for an unguarded section of the wall, waits for the right moment, then ambushes one guard and knocks him out before he can react. With the guy down, she shapeshifts into his exact likeness. Right as the other guard realizes his partner is missing, Mina steps out with her hands up, playing it cool, but her stiff movements give her away. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a group of players climbs the endless stairs toward the boss's room. They've been ascending for ages, finally pushing open the door, only to come face to face with a colossal monster way beyond their current level. Panic sets in as they realize there's no way to win. They bolt for the exit. But the beast starts picking them off one by one, making sure none escape. Player after player falls, swallowed by the monster's massive jaws. The last 5 barely make it to the exit. But before they can open the door, the creature coils its body around them, sealing off their only escape. Seconds later, the final survivors are slaughtered, an instant, crushing defeat. Elsewhere, Mina finishes collecting all the intel she needs from the guard. The boss stage is at the top of the building, but the bigger problem is the quest rules. Only players who started in the same area can enter the boss room together. That means 2 separate teams are vying for the kill, and only one can claim victory, with a deadly penalty for failure. So neither team is about to back down. Unfortunately, one group arrived earlier, forcing the latecomers to hole up in the subway. One of the subway sentries is Jonghyun Lee, who's stunned to see Sehun still alive. He leads them through the tunnels to meet the rest of his squad. Jonghyun seems almost humble now, which makes sense after witnessing Sehun's fight with that sentinel. For now, Sehun wants an audience with the student council president to strategize. They enter the underground base, and the crowd immediately starts whispering about Sehun, recognizing him as the one who soloed the Minotaur. Observers are everywhere, drawn by the buzz, even curious about Sehun themselves. Mina can hardly believe he really took down a sentinel alone, and at first she flat out doubts it. But his calm reaction convinces her he's dead serious. As they talk, Jonghyun rushes up and greets Sehun with a brotherly hug. After a quick catch-up, they discuss the Loam Tower situation. Their group is stuck in the subway because they arrived late after the first quest. That lines up perfectly with Mina's report, and means they have to beat the boss before the upper team does. They'll also have to fight other players on the way, but right now they're outmatched. Even the top team couldn't take the boss down, so chances look grim. But Sehun has a scheme to drag the rival team down from the top. With 2 teams chasing the same kill, the losers face a brutal penalty. And in this game, failing a quest equals death. To confirm their target, Sehun asks if the other team is sure the boss is at the tower's peak. Hyungyun confirms it. Those players found the monster first and reported its location. With that intel, Sehun suggests letting the rival team handle it. If they really want to fight that beast, fine, but he's not about to walk his own crew into certain death. He even suspects that rooftop monster might not be the true boss at all. Whatever it is, it's way too powerful to be just a regular mob. The rival team already showed Jonghyun a video of it, a nightmare beast through and through. And the moment they all stepped inside Loam Tower, a system notification confirmed the boss stage was officially live. They scour every single floor of the tower and still come up empty, no sign of any monster, let alone a hidden boss. Not even a stray creature shows up to give them a clue. But here's the kicker, despite checking the whole place top to bottom, nobody thought to search the underground levels. Here's a key difference between a normal mob and a real boss. A true boss always builds a pack around itself, never rolling solo. Meanwhile, a runner from the rival team rushes off to report something big to their leader. Word is that Hyungyun's squad has arrived and wants to talk. And this time they're not alone, they've brought Sehun and his crew along for the meeting. Earlier the plan was set, Hyungyun, Sehun, and a few trusted allies would meet the other team face to face. Strangely, Dongwon tags along even though he's been side-eyeing Sehun's calls from the start. Sehun clocks how quick Dongwon flips sides when it benefits him. The guy might be a pain, but he's sharp enough to be useful later. Before anything's locked in, Hyungyun voices his doubts. Are they seriously walking into talks with a gang of ex-cons when their own team includes women and kids? Back in Sehun's first lifetime, plenty of guilds popped up across Korea. One stood out for sheer brute force, a guild built by hardened criminals who busted out of prison the moment the world went sideways. The shot caller behind that infamous crew, none other than Ju-won Kim, the big boss himself, now glaring down at Sehun's group as they approach. Hyungyun kicks things off, saying they've got a proposal. Cooperation between the 2 squads was already ruled out earlier. But Yang Yun isn't here to beg for a team-up. He's here to suggest that Juwon's crew go ahead and clear the rooftop boss with their blessing. Juwon laughs that off. He doesn't need permission, he planned to fight the boss anyway. For Hyungyun to simply bow out, might as well wave the white flag and await death. Hyungyun insists they can't beat either the criminals or the boss, so their best shot is to wait for Juwon's team to finish the job. Then hopefully, a second boss will spawn for their group to tackle. Total bluff, and the fact the student council prez can say it with a straight face is wild. Juwon isn't fooled. He warns that if they're lying, everyone here is dead meat. Yet Yangyun holds the lie, unfazed by the suffocating menace Juwon radiates. Sehun recognizes that vibe instantly, it's the aura of an avatar. And Juwon's gotta be carrying the power of one of the highest gods, Hades himself. Juwon turns to his own gang, asking their take on Hyungyun's pitch. They're all for it. If these college kids step out of line, they'll just get slaughtered. Juwon finally agrees, but he wants collateral, someone stays behind. Yangyun offers himself first, but Dongwon steps forward instead. Makes sense, as class leader, Yangyun needs to stay with his people. Juwon isn't satisfied though, he wants the whole team locked down. His eyes narrow on Jisoo, he specifically wants her to remain. Then, without a shred of warning, he lunges to strike her. But Sehun intercepts, parrying the blade with ease. The two lock eyes, tension sparking, as Juwon tries to process someone daring to stand against him. He must sense something in Jisoo's presence. Though he doesn't know she's a celestial slayer, he clearly feels the danger. Jonghyun demands an explanation, but Juwon ignores him completely. Instead, Juwon strides straight to Sehun, the standoff crackling with raw threat. His crew starts shouting, trying to rattle Sehun's group, but our boy doesn't flinch. Calm as ever, Sehun tells Juwon to take the deal if they know what's good for them. Juwon can tell this guy is anything but ordinary. He signals his gang to quiet down, sizing Sehun up, but Sehun is what's chilling him. It's the icy aura pouring off the woman beside him. Jisoo's glare freezes the criminal boss in place. Her deadly presence feels like a predator about to devour him whole. The rest of the gang eggs their leader on. But Juwon can't even breathe right, pure fear has him locked. Sehun lays a steadying hand on Jisoo's shoulder, easing her killer intent. She finally reins it in, her anger at Juwon's arrogance still simmering but under control. That was just a fraction of a celestial slayer's power, enough to petrify the fearless boss. No matter how unhinged Juwon might be, he's nothing next to a true celestial slayer. When her aura fades, he finally exhales and grudgingly agrees to keep only one hostage. As planned, Dongwon stays behind as their collateral. The rest of the group turns to leave. Juwon seethes, humiliated that they dared to put him in his place. He vows to finish the quest and see every one of them dead. Back at the subway, the team regroups. Hyungyun admits he was sweating bullets, but they all made it out fine. Dongwon volunteered to stay, so they're not worried about him. Now their focus shifts to prepping for the real boss fight. Sehun guides them back to that hidden safe zone from before. There he shows the entire crew the secret item shop he'd revealed only to Jisoo and Mina earlier. Just like the girls, the rest of the squad is floored. None of them knew a place like this even existed. They quickly dive in, grabbing weapons and gear from the overflowing stock. While everyone arms up, Jonghyun quietly asks Sehun if the other team will really leave them alone once the boss is dead. Sehun knows better, those criminals won't let things slide after the kill. For now, he simply tells them not to stress, keeping the rest of his plan to himself. In truth, he's not planning to give that rival team any after to worry about. Later, Sehun steps aside to make a call, wrapping things up just as Jisoo appears beside him like a ghost. She moves so silently it still throws him off. He doesn't say who he was talking to. Instead, he shows her the new gear he picked up, a razor-sharp spear among the highlights. Plus, he's got training bracelets with adjustable weights, perfect for the scheme he's plotting. But he still keeps the details locked tight. On the walk back, Jisoo asks when he learned to handle a spear. He can't exactly tell her about the skills from his previous life, so he just claims he practiced a bit before the game began. Truth is, in that past life he never excelled with any weapon. Everything he tried felt average. But survival was never about raw talent. He's living proof. The guy who outlasted everyone and witnessed the end of humanity is standing right here. This time around, he's gunning to become the strongest in existence, whatever it takes. They regroup with Hyungyun, who's now sporting solid new gear from the first quest rewards, and might even be an avatar himself. Knowing Hyungyun if he is, it's probably not under an evil god. Only time will tell, and Sehun's content to wait and watch. With everyone fully geared, it's time to head out for the boss fight. Before they move, Sehun tells the group that he and Jisoo will operate separately. He hands Hyungyun the freshly bought spear coated in auric alchem. Instructions are clear. Once they reach the boss room, drive the spear into the center floor with the tip facing up. The auric alchem will make it pierce the ground like butter. Then Sehen explains that when the moment comes, he'll text them the signal to lure the boss right onto that spear. Seems random, but it's another piece of his secret strategy. Now everything's in motion. Hyungyun fires a message into their group chat. Even Dongwon, still captive, catches the update. The criminals have already thrown themselves at the boss 3 times and gotten nowhere. Odds are Sehen's hunch is spot on, though no one knows how he keeps nailing this intel. Even Dongwon's god whispers caution Sehen's hiding something big. Instead of waiting around, Dongwon decides to act. He calls over the guard, saying he's got crucial quest intel their leader needs to hear. Sehen might be dangerous, but Juwon's raw power is on another level. If Dongwon has to choose, he's betting on Juwon every time. The guard agrees to take him, but warns there'll be hell to pay if it's a false alarm. Meanwhile, Hyungyun's team makes their way into Lomi Tower's underground. The only creatures lurking there are a handful of mutant rats, which they dispatch without breaking a sweat. The dim tunnels actually weaken the rats since they're vulnerable to light, making it even easier for the group to clear them out and press deeper. Sehen slices through the pests with surgical efficiency, outpacing everyone else. They push forward for a while, soon reaching halfway through the basement levels. The complex goes down 6 floors and they're currently on the 3rd. As they plan their descent, Sehen gets a text from Mina. Her team is heading into the sewers. Back up on the surface, our guy Juwon finally faces the brutal truth. This monster was never meant for his crew to bring down. We're talking about a basilisk with a death stare that's already turned most of his men into stone statues, chopping their numbers to almost nothing. He racks his brain for a plan, but every idea crashes and burns before it even starts. Meanwhile, the same guard from earlier escorts Dongwon into Juwon's private room so he can spill whatever tea he's been brewing. Dongwon lays it all out. Their real mission was to hunt the true boss hiding underground, and that rooftop beast was just a decoy. Yep, one giant reverse psychology trap to lure them into wasting time. Juwon clenches his teeth and swears he'll make those schemers regret every second of it. Dongwon couldn't care less who wins this turf war. He figures he'll just roll with whoever comes out on top, and even if his own team somehow pulls it off, his god can cancel any penalty anyway. As everyone starts heading toward the underground levels, the guard from earlier suddenly laughs at Dongwon's so-called help. Dongwon just shrugs it off, deciding it's not worth the mental energy. He tags along as they track down Hyungyun's squad, eventually reaching the basement entrance. Shockingly, the place is completely deserted. Juwon orders a full sweep, every corner, every crack, but there's not a single trace of their targets. The guard suggests maybe the others already slipped into the basement to finish the stage and escape. Juwon agrees, so the whole crew starts their descent to confront Hyun-Yoon and company. Down below, it's pure darkness and creepy vibes. Nothing like Hyun-Yoon's crew, who were smart enough to pack flashlights thanks to Si-Hyun's planning. Juwon's group can barely see a thing, but they do spot 2 figures calmly watching them stumble. It's Sehen and Jisoo, waiting right at the entrance because they knew these criminals would come sniffing around. Sehen zeroes in on Dongwon, calling him out for the backstab everyone saw coming a mile away. Dongwon, still cocky, warns Sehen he's toast against this pack of psychos. Sehen just smirks and asks the guard next to Dongwon if she agrees. Surprised, that guard is actually Mina. She's been working with Sehen from the jump, luring this crew straight into his trap. Sehen wanted every single one of them gathered here so he could wipe them all out, criminals included. Yep, even Dongwon and that rooftop monster. With everyone in place, Sehen gears up to throw down, though he knows the clock's ticking because that basilisk upstairs isn't waiting forever. Jisoo steps forward, reading his mind, and tells him to go handle the boss. With her insane strength, she's confident she can deal with this crowd solo. So Jisoo officially takes the job of holding these guys off. Sehen grabs Mina, he needs her for the final boss fight, but before leaving, he tells Jisoo to spare Dongwon for later. Jisoo's a little bummed she can't finish him herself, but an order's an order. With that, our hero turns to leave. That's when a blade flashes toward him. In a blink, still clutching Mina, Sehen dodges and blitzes straight at Juwon. One punch, half the crew goes flying. With the path cleared, he heads out again, leaving the beatdown to Jisoo. He notices something different about her vibe but can't pin it down. Either way, he trusts her to handle the rest. Juwon hauls himself up off the floor, barking orders for his men to stop gawking and attack. After all, it's just one woman against a small army of crooks. First guy to rush her is first to learn you never judge by appearances. She slices him clean in half with a single swing. He's dead before he even knows what hit him, and Jisoo warns the rest that nobody lives without her say-so. She steadies herself for the next rush. Juwon catches that icy, bug-crushing look in her eyes. She sees them as nothing but pests. He yells for a full charge and the mob surges forward. Jisoo's main concern, not the attackers, just how much blood might splash on the floor. The first guy to get close. has his skull smashed before his weapon even moves. The man behind him doesn't even process it. Before Jisoo uppercuts him into oblivion, another crook tries to stab her from behind, but she shrugs it off and caves in his forehead with one brutal punch. The wound seals itself instantly, a perk of her celestial slayer powers. Seeing her own blood only amps her strength higher, and 3 more men rush in together. She dances past every swing, then drops all 3 before they can blink. Jisoo's rampage doesn't slow. Strike after precise strike, she wipes out anyone dumb enough to step forward. 30+ fighters against her, and she's still cruising like it's a warm-up. Juwon watches in stunned disbelief, but convinces himself he can take her. He's bigger, stronger, surely he can turn this around. Jisoo finally locks on him and launches the extendable end of her mace. Juwon counters by yanking a teammate into the path as a human shield. The cowardice is real, but it works for a second. Now he decides it's time to flaunt why he's Hades' chosen avatar. He triggers his god-given skill, Death Sentence. A 1-minute power where any strike can kill outright. His weapon crackles with lethal energy, and he's sure this is the finishing move. He charges, ready to end her. Jisoo glances at him just for a heartbeat. Next thing he knows, his head's no longer attached to his body. That split-second look was all it took. She killed him without even a flicker of hesitation. All his bravado meant nothing. Elsewhere, Sehun and Mina race up the tower, Mina worried about leaving Jisoo alone. Sehun stays cool, trusting Jisoo's skills completely. He might look unstoppable, but truth is he's got just one heavy-hitting ability and it takes forever to charge. Right now the Basilisk plan matters more. Mina doubts he seriously wants to fight something dozens of men already failed to kill. Sehun admits even he's not sure of victory, but that's why Mina's his secret weapon. Her transformation skill is exactly what he needs. After several more exhausting flights of stairs, they finally reach the top floor. The final showdown awaits, but first he needs her to morph into a specific animal. Tough ask. He sweetens the deal with a promise of 2,000 points worth of gear if she does it. Bribery works, Mina agrees to transform. She shifts into a weasel, still clueless about how this helps. With prep complete, Sehun pushes open the boss room door to kick off the ultimate battle. Inside is chaos, statues everywhere, people frozen mid-scream by that petrifying gaze. At least they made it in without instantly turning to stone. Time for Mina to locate the boss, not that it's hard, the thing's massive. The creature fills the room, terrifying and colossal, clearly the stage's untouchable sentinel. As Sehun steps closer, the monster stirs and introduces itself as Orga, politely offering him a chance to leave quietly and live. But backing down isn't in Sehun's vocabulary, even with the odds stacked sky-high. Unlike the first stage's Minotaur, this sentinel is a named boss built to be unbeatable. The real nightmare, its petrifying gaze. Once those eyes open, anything caught in sight is stone, game over. But Sehun's got a plan, and Mina's the ace. He signals to the weasel-form girl to do exactly what he told her earlier. When she hesitates, he scoops her up and hurls her straight at the beast. Orga's eyes snap open, locked on her. Sehun seizes the moment, charging in to land a hit while it's distracted. The monster's petrifying power is on cooldown now, thanks to Mina taking the first blast. With the basilisk on cooldown, our guy Sehun uses the opening to go for its eyes. He whips his blade straight at the monster's head, aiming for maximum damage. The blade flies true and nails it right in the eye before. He dives behind a wall for cover. But yeah, a regular sword barely scratches a sentinel, no luck there. While Orga's busy glaring at Sehun, Mina sees her chance and bolts in for her own strike. The creature's petrifying gaze slams her full force, but here's the twist. Basilisk lore says weasels are its natural kryptonite. Mina's weasel form makes her immune to that deadly stare. Sure, it buys them breathing room, but a tiny weasel versus a giant monster, still crazy odds. Somehow she dodges every swipe and survives. With slick moves, Mina scrambles up its massive body before it can crush her. Orga tries the petrifying gaze again. But once more it just bounces off as Mina keeps it occupied. While the two face off, Sehun darts underneath the beast, looking for a clean shot. Orga catches on and shifts its massive bulk to squash him. But that gives Mina the perfect window to claw straight into its eye. The basilisk screeches in agony, one eye now blinded and useless. With its gaze neutralized, the fight just got a whole lot more manageable, though far from over. A single swipe from this thing is still lethal. Luckily, its size makes its moves easy to read and dodge. The monster thrashes on, when Sehun's phone pings with a notification. He grins, time for the final phase of his plan. He signals Mina to split off, both of them circling the room as the basilisk keeps chasing him down. After a few tense exchanges, the beast finally lands a hit Sehun can't fully evade. It looms, ready for the killing blow. Just as it's about to strike, Sehen snaps his fingers, the cue for Mina to rejoin the fray. She instantly morphs into a chicken and belts out a deafening screech, making the basilisk recoil in pain. Turns out, like with weasels, chicken cries are another bizarre weakness for this beast. Sehen presses the advantage, darting in with his dagger for a flurry of attacks. The blade can't pierce those armor-like scales, but every strike saps more of the monster's strength. Even so, danger's rising fast. Sehen knows he's got to end this soon. His bag of tricks is running thin and the gap in raw power is still massive. The creature lumbers closer, confident it's about to finish him. It figures Sehen's all out of surprises, but our boy lures it exactly where he wants, stalling with casual chatter. He admits the power gap is absurd, and he knew from the start brute force wouldn't cut it. That's why he had to think outside the box to bring this beast down. In his past life, he's faced hopeless fights over and over, proving he doesn't need god-tier stats or flashy divine powers to win. What he has is experience and patience, the very skills that once made him the last survivor of the gods' game. Orga is done listening and moves in for the final strike. Too late, Sehen's trap is already sprung. He smirks as explosions echo through the tower. Walls and pillars start collapsing all around. Sehen reveals he had explosives planted throughout the building over the past week, all set to remote detonate. They're useless against players or monsters, of course, but killing the basilisk directly was never his real play. All that running around had a purpose. He's been stealthily strapping weight bracelets onto the creature the whole time. Now he cranks every bracelet to maximum load, and the monster buckles, crashing hard under the sudden weight. With a brutal kick, Sehen sends it plummeting through the shattered floors below. Even so, the fall isn't enough to kill it, and it rallies to strike back. It starts to rise, ready to rip Sehen apart, only to land exactly where he planned, right over a golden spear coated in orichalcum. Normally, nothing at this stage could pierce a sentinel, but orichalcum is a different story. Meanwhile, just before the ceiling gave way, Yun and his crew were locked in a losing fight with the actual quest boss. They barely managed a scratch on it, and were seconds from defeat until they lured it near the spear just like Sehen instructed. Right when all hope was fading, the explosions rocked the place, and moments later, a colossal basilisk they'd never seen before crashed through the ceiling. It plummeted from the top of the tower, smashing through floor after floor until it slammed into the boss monster, killing them both instantly. A system message flashes, second main quest cleared. Hyungyun stares, stunned. He somehow earned a silver rank despite barely lifting a finger. Another message pops up. The next main quest will unlock after a set time once certain conditions are met, giving them a breather. As the group tries to process the chaos, Sehen strolls into the basement untouched, wearing a proud grin that says it all. This was his handiwork. Yongyun stays silent, knowing they'd have been wiped without Sehen's plan. The Sins are another story, powerful enough to take on the boss themselves. Both they and Sehen are in a league far beyond the others, leaving Hyungyun frustrated and vowing to grow stronger. Sehen casually retrieves his spear, already thinking about where the road will take him next. He tells Yongyun he'll wander wherever fate leads, but he adds that Yongyun should call if anything big comes up. With that, they part ways and Sehen heads off on his next adventure, quietly hoping Hyungyun survives until the 7th quest. After all, the guy's a chosen avatar, though no one, not even Sehen, knows which god picked him. Later, Sehen and Mina regroup with Jisoo in an empty shop. She's calmly cleaning her weapon, fresh armor, hinting that her fight was at least a little intense. Clearly, she handled her end of the battle just fine. As promised, Jisoo spared Dongwon and locked him in a closet to wait for Sehen. Our MC heads over to check on the captive. The ex-vice president leaps up and tries to attack before Sehen can even speak. Jisoo, ever thorough, slapped a weight bracelet on his neck, and Sehen flips it on. Dongwon slams to the ground, crushed by the sudden heaviness. Once Sehen figures the lessons sinking in, he dials the weight back down, letting Dongwon move again, but the bracelet stuck tight, putting him fully under Sehen's control. This punishment fits the crimes, multiple murder attempts dating back to that first quest in the gym. He was so set on betrayal this time he didn't even notice Mina standing beside him. The plan only worked because Sehen stayed sharp. Without him, the whole school would have been doomed. This is just the physical payback. For psychological payback, Sehen pulls out an absolute contract and tells him to sign, an unbreakable deal that locks the signer in for good. The contract lays it out plain. Whoever signs has to stay selfless, kind, and straight-up genuine, or that choker will implode and end them on the spot. At first, Dongwon tries to push back, his voice full of shaky excuses. But Jisoo steps in close, weapon resting menacingly on her shoulder, and that cold stare makes it crystal clear. Refusing isn't an option. Dongwon snatches the pen and scribbles his name in a rush. The ink barely dries before the deal locks in with a faint glow. He spins around and bolts for the exit, desperate to get out of Jisu's shadow. Not that running matters. Thanks to the weight bracelet's tracker, Sehen can follow him anywhere he goes. From now on, one stray act of defiance means instant death, no questions asked. Sehen strolls over to Jisoo, who's casually checking her quest log. She's landed gold rank again and clearly raked in a ton of points from their shared rewards. With the heavy lifting done, it's time to decide their next move. Jisoo's got a personal errand, so they'll need to split up for a bit. Party links make it easy to find each other later, so they agree to separate while she handles her own quest. The only teammate left to thank is Mina, the MVP of the entire run. Sehen decides she deserves a serious reward for everything she's pulled off, and Mina's eyes sparkle, hoping for something big. He digs into his inventory, pulls out a stealth ring, an ultra-rare B-rank gem that lets the wearer vanish completely. The item's so good Mina hesitates, almost too stunned to accept it. Jisoo gives her a quick side-eye of jealousy, but Sehen promises he'll hook her up next time. With all the thank yous handled, they're ready to branch off to their own adventures. Each of them sets off on their personal quests, the air buzzing with quiet anticipation. Sehen hits the road solo, deserted streets stretching out ahead. He notices more observers than usual, which makes sense after the chaos he stirred during the second quest. What bugs him more is that Mina's tailing along, even though he doesn't need backup. And her observer, easily the most annoying of the bunch. Not that it matters, the gods already know what he looks like. Still, why is Mina sticking so close? Simple, she knows power when she sees it. She admits she wants to ride his wave for a bit and maybe pick up a few perks, which honestly beats Dongwon's sneaky nonsense. She promises to pull her weight too, so it's not like she's freeloading. As they walk, the next challenge comes into view. Up ahead, a squad of hostile guards blocks the entrance to some hidden dungeon. Sehen throws up his hands in mock surrender. Then he casually turns to leave, confusing Mina. Didn't he want to farm this place? He's got his own method to break in, and though Mina's ready to cause trouble, he waves her off. With the main gate locked down, Sehen's cooking up a different kind of entrance. If they won't let him in, he'll just make his own door. Meanwhile, the gods are busy gossiping on their forum. One irritated deity complains that his avatar's been totally shackled by some random human and can't move. Young Jester, ever the troll, laughs it up and keeps poking at him while the rest of them argue. Someone brings up a few high-level dungeons nearby that might be worth a raid. Sehen watches the chat unfold, smirking as he zeroes in on the exact dungeon those guards were protecting. He leads Mina through the city to a quiet street where his instincts tell him the dungeon sits beneath their feet. Dropping to one knee, he presses a palm to the pavement, eyes narrowing. Power hums through him as a new skill activates, scanning the ground below. This platinum tier ability sweeps a 50-meter radius for hidden treasures, a sweet bonus from the basilisk takedown. Sure enough, it pinpoints the boss room the guards were guarding earlier, buried a solid 20 meters underground. Normally, dungeon walls are wrapped in protective magic, impossible to break without a legit entrance. But Sehen, he's pure pay to win. He's already bought the perfect cheat tool, the Dungeon Destroyer's excavation drill made to cut through enchanted terrain. With a straight face, he tells Mina it's just a quest reward, then fires up the drill and gets digging. 5 relentless hours later, the earth finally gives way. They drop into the boss chamber like it's their own private elevator. The heart of the dungeon stretches out before them, silent and eerie. A hulking mantis boss and a swarm of smaller mantises snap to attention the second they appear. The horde charges, mandibles clicking, and Sehen and Mina brace for the onslaught. Sehen calls out for Mina to clear the lesser bugs and watch his back while he takes down the big one. Spear in hand, the same orichalcum-coated weapon that skewered the basilisk, he carves a path through the chittering swarm. With their weak spots wide open, the smaller mantises fall like paper dolls. Step by step, Sehen forces his way toward the towering boss. The giant mantis should be slower, which only makes it an easier target. Every move it makes drags, giving Sehen all the openings he needs. He calculates his strike and lunges with deadly precision. The spear slices clean through its midsection, a perfect hit. The monster collapses instantly, and just like that they've cleared the dungeon, first in the world to do it. The system rewards them with a sweet 1,000 extra points. They also snag the first Experience Hunter title, weird flex of a name, but he'll take it. More achievements mean bigger rewards down the line, and Sehen's already plotting the next haul. Time to check the boss drops. He scoops up an F-grade magic stone and an E-rank skill called Precise Strike. Not exactly legendary, but hey, free power is free power. And that's just the boss loot. The rest of the dungeon's treasure pile waits in the corner. They pack up heaps of gold and gear, everything worth a tidy stack of points back at the store. 4 days later, the original party that was grinding this dungeon finally staggers into the boss room. They're hyped, thinking they're about to be the first to claim victory. After nearly a week of hacking through endless insects, they're ready to celebrate. But when the heavy door creaks open, they're greeted by nothing but rotting bug corpses and a gaping hole in the ceiling. To top it off, mocking graffiti sprawls across the wall, roasting them for being late. Later, Sehen logs into the gods' forum, catching a heated argument midstream. Young Jester is gleefully stirring the pot, teasing a god who's clearly tied to the unlucky adventurers. The chat's a riot, everyone laughing it up. Sehen drops a fresh piece of bait into the chaos, claiming he's discovered a promising new dungeon. Instantly, every god in the room perks up. He shares a map marked with a spot near Seoul National University of Education Station, hinting at a rare C-rank item hidden there. Young Jester backs him up. He's delivered solid intel before, after all. Some of the others stay skeptical, grumbling in the thread. One even demands he reveal his real identity, but forum rules protect anonymous players, so Sehen stays a mystery. With the map in hand, the gods scramble to rally their avatars toward the marked dungeon. Soon enough, every major player in the area will be drawn to that single point. Even young Jester nudges Mina to check it out, but Sehen shakes his head. He knows the place holds high-tier items, sure, but nothing worth his time, it's pure bait. His real focus is the third main quest. There's no official timer on it, but he wants it cleared before the fourth quest pops to scoop up every possible reward. Before that, though, he needs one special thing. He doesn't clue Mina in, just mutters under his breath about finding a constellation. That quiet vow sets their next target. They head toward another dungeon, but this one's way too deep for his usual drill trick. This time, they'll have to clear it the old-fashioned way. Before stepping in, he hands Mina a scarf enchanted to block ranged attacks. The moment they enter, she notices how unnervingly silent it is, too calm for a dungeon. Darkness presses in, making every step harder to see. They keep moving, senses sharp. After a while, it feels like they're just looping the same tunnels over and over. Sehen already knows why, and the reason is about to reveal itself. A sudden gust slices through the subway, and something rockets straight at Mina. The scarf flashes, shielding her from the unseen strike just in time. This cloth of protection can block exactly 5 ranged hits before disintegrating. 1 down, 4 to go, no room for carelessness. That single arrow confirms Sehen's hunch. He checks the forums and sees other avatars complaining about an invisible killer in the dark. Mina suggests turning into something tiny, but size won't matter if the enemy's aim is that sharp. Sehen tells her the one creature that can slip past these attacks and whispers a plan for when he gives the signal. Another arrow whistles toward him, but the scarf blocks it, leaving him with 4 charges. He quickly ties a tracking thread around the arrow's shaft. The thread glows as he flicks it into the air. Instantly it streaks off, racing back toward its original shooter hidden in the shadows. And just like that, our guy lands right next to a shadowy figure, a dark archer lurking silently in the gloom. This thing isn't your average monster. It's a ranger of the night, a creature that moves like lightning whenever darkness is around. Without wasting a second, Sehen charges in before it can vanish again, but the archer whips out its bow and looses an arrow. Another layer of his scarf barrier shatters, only 3 protections left. That means our boy needs to wrap this fight up quick, because if he runs out of safeguards, he's toast. The ranger knows it too and immediately slips deeper into the shadows. It fires off shot after shot while backpedaling, trying to stall him with a rain of arrows. 2 hit dead on, burning through more of Sehen's defenses, until only 1 fragile shield remains between him and disaster. Then with a wicked gleam, the ranger knocks 1 more arrow and lets it fly. That last shot burns away his final layer of protection, his scarf dissolving into nothingness. But here's the twist, it's already too late. Sehen has closed the gap, and the collision between hunter and hunted is inevitable. The ranger, however, smirks like it's still holding the upper hand, clearly hiding a nasty trick. With Sehen now right in its face, he's the perfect open target. The bowstring pulls back again, this time with a shot designed to land no matter what. But our boy, he's already decided this fight belongs to him. With precision, he sways aside and dodges the arrow at the last second. Right then, a bat swoops down from the ceiling, clutching a glowing orb. You know how in dungeon crawler games, there are those little critters wandering around the stage that nobody pays attention to. They don't interact with players or mobs, so they're basically invisible even if they flap around right in front of you. That was exactly the loophole Sehen exploited when he told Mina to transform into a bat and blend in with the swarm hanging up above. The plan: wait for the perfect moment to dive down with an orb of light, an item designed to burst with a blinding flash. Anyone caught in range gets their vision completely fried for 10 whole seconds. And sure enough, everyone in the radius, monster included, is suddenly stumbling around blind. That's Sehen's cue. He drives his weapon straight into the ranger's chest before it can melt back into the shadows. The tactic works flawlessly, a clean execution of teamwork and timing. The ranger collapses in defeat at their feet after a brutal showdown. No flashy loot like back in the Mantis dungeon this time. Raid dungeons rarely hand out extra spoils since they're all about the boss fight, but the boss chest itself still comes loaded with serious rewards. From this clear, Sehen walks away with a B-rank coat of the knight and a solid pair of C-rank knight's gloves. He also inherits a slick new skill, Shadow Rush, the very trick the ranger kept using to melt into the dark and bolt away. On top of that, he picks up Guaranteed Shot, an ability that lets him aim a throw or a shot with absolute accuracy. Add it all up, and Sehin's stats are now stacked higher than ever. His arsenal of abilities is flat-out monstrous, by all rights. He's probably the strongest player walking the planet right now. But here's the kicker, even that isn't enough to topple the enemy waiting in his next major quest. Sure, clearing the main quest won't be an issue, but his mission isn't just survival, it's 100% completion. And he's still holding onto that first playthrough transfer package. Once he clears the main quest and unlocks it, regaining all his old powers, he'll finally be ready to crush the monster from the third quest. The very same Nightmare Crow that wrecked his previous life is next on his list. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, another story unfolds. Jisoo makes her way to what used to be her home. She's fought through a horde of monsters on the way here, but none were strong enough to slow her down. After ringing the bell and waiting in vain, she smashes the door open with raw superhuman strength. More monsters skitter inside the house, but to her they're pests, barely even warm-ups. In mere seconds, she wipes them out completely. Some she literally crushes bare-handed like they were nothing but fragile insects. Deeper inside, she finally stumbles upon the one person she was desperate to find. Her father lies on the floor, blood pooling beneath him, long since gone. Jisoo breaks down, tears spilling as she mourns her dad. But before grief can consume her, a phone on the table starts to ring. With trembling hands, she picks it up, and it's her mother's voice on the other end. Back with Sehen and Mina, the duo arrive at their new quest destination. Except it's nothing like they expected. The place, Lone World Amusement Park, staff members actually greet them with smiles, acting like nothing outside is collapsing. For a moment, it's as if the monster apocalypse simply skipped this tiny patch of land. But the shattered walls and wreckage nearby tell the real story. Monsters have been here. The vibe is all wrong, eerie and off-putting, and Mina doesn't hesitate to ask the staff what's going on. The woman just says they're welcome to explore Lone World. No answers, just polite smiles. It reeks of something sinister, but Sehen heads inside anyway. Their quest is in there, after all, no way around it. The park looks sparkling clean, the employees unmistakably human. Not monsters, not players, something else entirely. All these unsettling details scream of the Crow's twisted sense of amusement. The truth becomes clear, the staff aren't here by choice. Their smiles are masks hiding the sheer terror in their eyes. Every one of them is just working to survive. As Sehen and Mina press deeper into the park, the next quest finally triggers. Mina's version looks simple enough, but Sehen's is way off from what he remembers. In his past life, this was only a D-rank mission. Now the system slapped him with C-rank difficulty. Mina's running the stamp-collecting quest he himself got last time. But his path much harsher. Only two forces can mess with his questline, the game master or the system itself. If it had been the GM, that guy would have shown up to rub it in, which means this change came straight from the system. Fair enough, though he's already killed 2 sentinels, becoming a hot topic in the game world. Mina catches the sour look on his face and asks, but he brushes it off, keeping the worry to himself. Instead, he takes a moment to breathe, shifting focus back to the bright side. After all, this proves his actions are altering the future, exactly as he intended. As they wander through the park, Sehen tosses out a comparison. Imagine Roller Coaster Typhoon, that classic amusement park sim game. Mina knows of it, so she listens. He paints the picture, just like in the game, whoever runs this park controls everything, right down to sabotaging rides midair for their own twisted fun. They don't care about profits or management, all they want is human suffering. That's how this place is run, and the one behind it is the Crow constellation Kira's. Of course, he can't flat out tell Mina that yet, not his role to reveal. But it's obvious enough in how the park operates. Civilians enslaved as workers, treated like disposable props, no concern for their lives at all. And since players still don't know constellations exist, Sehen has to keep it vague. In this world, monsters come in all tiers, regular mobs, boss monsters. Then sentinels, who are apex predators not even designed to be beaten. But constellations, they're on another plane altogether, not just stronger, fundamentally different. And here, ruling this park is one such constellation, Charis. Low ranking, sure, but still carrying divine power that makes it terrifying. Normally, it would be far too early for a constellation to appear. This one, though, found a loophole. By suppressing its own divinity, it snuck into the game early. Now it's here, enjoying the chaos while no one is strong enough to challenge it. Even with low divinity, the damage it's caused rivals top-tier constellations. The only option for Sehen and Mina right now is caution. Stay sharp, survive, and finish the quest. The whole park has been reshaped from what Loam World once was, twisted to fit the ruler's tastes. As they walk, an employee nervously calls out, inviting them onto his ride. His fear is obvious, and around his neck is a suspicious collar. The ride, a haunted house. Mina groans, clearly not happy about the idea of stepping inside. Before the argument can even escalate, the collar starts blinking red, beeping louder and louder. In the next instant, it detonates with a sickening bang. His head is blown clean off as his scream cuts short. And that horror ties directly into Sehen's quest. His mission, save every civilian trapped in this amusement park and help them escape alive. The numbers don't lie, 138 players, 725 civilians. But with the employee's body collapsing in front of them, that count drops instantly. Other workers avert their eyes, while Mina stares in horror trying to process what just happened. Turns out employees have a hidden timer, just like players have quest deadlines. Mina breaks down in tears, blaming herself, wondering if that man died because she hesitated to step into the haunted house. But Sehen gently reassures her, telling Mina this wasn't her fault, it's just the twisted way this amusement park was designed. In his past life, countless people perished here, and he only ever heard fragments of their stories from the few who escaped. Still, something doesn't add up. The park feels far emptier than it should be. He pushes the thought aside for now. His immediate task is clear: track down the person he came here for and start gathering stamps. He flags down another staff member and asks them to guide the two of them through the rides so they can begin. The employee hesitates, warning that no one ever leaves the haunted house the same as they entered. But time is short, and if they don't complete the quest, they'll die. Most players who stepped inside never came back out, no matter how brave they acted. Still, since Sehen insisted, the staff member has no choice but to lead them to the attraction. The rules are simple: survive and reach the other side. Straightforward, sure, but terrifying nonetheless. Every step could be their last. Mina grips tightly onto Sehen's arm, trembling, already spooked before they've even crossed the entrance. They come to a narrow bridge, and Sehen pauses to test its stability. Suddenly, a massive spiked wrecking ball crashes down from above, swinging so fast it nearly obliterates them. There's no time to process the near miss, because more wrecking balls slam down in quick succession, forcing them to sprint across the bridge, dodging for their lives. Out of nowhere, a monster leaps straight at Mina. Sehen reacts instantly, driving his spear forward to intercept the creature before its jaws close around her. He follows up with a brutal kick, sending the beast flying back into the darkness. With that handled, he turns to check on Mina, who's collapsed onto her knees, crying uncontrollably from fear. She's too shaken to continue, so Sehen hoists her onto his back, carrying her as she sobs into his shoulder. Through hallway after hallway, traps and monsters come at them non-stop. But Sehen cuts them all down, charging through the entire ride with Mina clinging to him like her life depends on it, because it does. Normally, Mina could have fought alongside him, but fear has frozen her, leaving Sehen to protect them both. And so our guy powers through the haunted house, one arm carrying a terrified girl, the other slaying monsters with ruthless precision. The whole setup looks like a normal haunted house on the surface. Except these aren't rubber props, the traps are lethal and the monsters are real. Every scare is a genuine attempt to kill them. For Sehen, fighting isn't the problem. The challenge is fighting while shielding someone else. But instead of seeing it as a burden, he takes it as training for the day when he'll need to protect people beyond just himself. In his previous life, he never would have done this, never would have carried someone through hell while putting himself at risk, but this time is different. After more battles, they burst out the other side. And not only survive, they finish faster than anyone else ever has. Sehen breathes a sigh of relief, tension finally easing from his shoulders. Mina, on the other hand, is completely drained. She tries to act tough, but her tear-streaked face and trembling body tell the truth. This haunted house broke her. Still one ride down. Sehen uses the break to bring up something else. The strange collars strapped around the employees' necks. He asks to borrow one for study, and though confused, the staff doesn't resist. Handing it over, the man explains. The collars can be set with remote triggers that detonate under specific conditions. To test it, Sehen wraps the collar in orichalcum. He hurls it away to a safe distance, then activates it. Boom, just as advertised, it explodes exactly when commanded. But strangely, the outer shell remains intact. That's because the explosion's power is contained inside, too weak to break through the metal coating. Once he removes the orichalcum, the truth is clear. The inner mechanism is completely destroyed. With this experiment, Sehin realizes he may have found a way to save the trapped employees. Mina, surprised, asks why he's suddenly showing this kind of compassion. Her words stir old memories of a man from his past life who fought to protect everyone, never abandoning anyone in need. Back then, Sehin couldn't live up to that example, even though that same man once saved him. But this time he wants to try. Still, he knows releasing the staff right now would only put them in more danger. Better to finish the quest first, then figure out how to help. For now, the smartest move is to keep collecting information while progressing through the rides. Mina perks up, excited at the thought of trying more attractions. Aside from the haunted house, she feels confident she can handle them. But as the day goes on and they conquer more rides, her confidence shatters. This park is nothing like she imagined. Every attraction is a death trap in disguise, and survival comes by the skin of their teeth. The roller coasters, no safety bars, just drops to doom with monsters swooping in mid-ride. The water slide, it ends with giant beasts waiting at the bottom. The gyro drop, no brakes, sending them plummeting close to death. By comparison, the haunted house feels like a kiddie ride. Cute even. But despite the madness, they manage to collect 4 stamps, just one more to finish the quest. Unfortunately, time isn't on their side. The park begins closing before they can secure the last stamp. Darkness falls and night fully claims the park. Music echoes eerily through the grounds, signaling that some kind of evening event is beginning. Sehin and Mina duck into the bushes to stay hidden. From there, they watch as monsters march through the streets, shrieking and laughing in grotesque joy. Sehin covers Mina's eyes. This isn't something she should have to witness. The creatures drag tortured humans in chains, mocking them, while a slain player's corpse is paraded around like a trophy. This event is pure sadism for the monsters' entertainment. Sehin decides that's enough, they've seen too much, time to find shelter. But roaming monsters crowd the streets, and employees occupy all the buildings. Safe hiding spots are rare. Then Sehin remembers something from his past life. The survivors once told him about a big safari zone inside the park. According to them, it served as a refuge during quests 1 through 3, which should have been impossible. The only explanation, Kira's the Crow constellation meddled with the system. Maybe it struck a deal with the game master, maybe it found a loophole. Either way, Sehin vows to uncover the truth. They finally reach the SAF zone, guarded by players standing watch. Mina asks if they can be let in. The guards notice her 4 stamps immediately. Proof of strength and survival. They grant the 2 of them entry without hesitation. Even the camp's leader only has 3 stamps, meaning Sehin and Mina have already surpassed the rest. A guard shows them to an empty space to rest, then leaves to alert the leader. He mentions that around 200 people, players and civilians alike, are currently taking shelter here. Sehin scans the crowd, and his eyes lock on the very person he came looking for. The one connection he absolutely needs to secure. A man chosen by Hephaestus himself, one of Olympus's great gods. The legendary blacksmith's avatar, Sehyun Song. In Sehin's past life, Sehyun became one of humanity's most famous players. His forged weapons sold for astronomical prices at auction. Every top player wielded gear crafted by him. It's no exaggeration to say humanity's survival stretched longer thanks to Sehyun's creation. But the man sitting before Sehin now isn't the same person he remembers. The Sehyun he knew never gave up, never broke under despair. The boy here sits slumped, head down, already crushed by hopelessness. Beside him sits his older brother, someone Sehin recalls dying during the 3rd quest in his previous life. Wasting no time, Sehin approaches with Mina and sits down with them. Sehyun's brother welcomes the company, relieved. Apparently everyone else has been avoiding them. Sehin soon notices something strange. The brother's eyes remain closed, he's blind. That detail never came up in his past life. Regardless, introductions begin. The brother introduces himself as Changwoo Song and the group exchanges names politely. Mina surprises Sehin by being uncharacteristically courteous. Looks like she saves her sass only for him and Jisoo. With pleasantries done, Sehin hopes they can build a good rapport. Still, something nags at him. Changwoo seems like an ordinary player, his sword plain enough, but there's something intriguing about that weapon. Changwoo admits he used to be skilled with it, though now it serves only as a walking stick since he lost his sight. The mention of loss, his brother's injury, his own blindness, sends Sehyun spiraling. He withdraws, moving away from the group, retreating into his gloom. Clearly, the boy has become fragile and sensitive, and Sehin silently resolves not to press him further on personal wounds. Given the heavy atmosphere blanketing the settlement, it isn't surprising at all that CO keeps his guard up whenever strangers show up. Changwoo fills in the blanks. He explains that the 2 of them barely escaped from a monster that had been chasing them. And no, it wasn't Kara's like Sehin first guessed. Instead, it was a terrifying sentinel ruling this zone, a creature known as Kial Woon. That name alone makes Sehen frown, because logically there shouldn't be another sentinel here. The only one that should exist in this area was Orga the Basilisk, and Sehen already cut that beast down. Which means the system has shifted the board again, changing things up specifically because of all the noise Sehen has been making. Remember, the world inside this nightmare game isn't run directly by the gods. It's split into regions and operated by GMs. But higher than even the GM sits the system itself, the one enforcing the universal rules that shape the game's reality. These sudden changes definitely the system's doing. Sentinels, hidden monsters, the environment, all those are under system authority. And if it's rearranging things like this, it means Sehen's actions have grabbed unwanted attention. But our guy, he doesn't flinch. He's ready to take on whatever curveball the world decides to throw. Still, there's no sense in dwelling on it tonight. Tomorrow's the real battlefield. His first priority will be information gathering and carefully plotting his moves. Meanwhile, he notices Mina is out cold, sleeping like a baby even in this strange camp. Impressive, honestly. Sehen finds himself watching her for a quiet moment. But his piece is cut short. Movement in the shadows catches his eye. Someone sneaking off. It's Changu slipping away under cover of night. He pauses at the gate, questioned by the guards. His excuse, he just needs some air. The guards hesitate, uneasy about letting a blind man wander into monster territory. But Changu insists. He knows the terrain well, he'll manage fine. Sehen keeps watching, and he notices something disturbing, the universal observer tagging along after Changu. Nobody trails you just because you're heading to the bathroom, which means something serious is unfolding. So Sehen dives back into the gods' forum to dig deeper. He runs into young Jester, who perks up the second she sees him. She tells him he's been quite the star lately. His recent info drops have been blowing up the chatroom. Everybody's loving what he shares. But Sehen doesn't waste time. He asks her if she'll let him peek through her observer. Normally, a god should already have their own. So he fabricates a story that the universal observer gets lousy resolution at night and he wants to borrow hers. Perfectly plausible since personal observers usually stay locked unless a god's chosen an avatar. He adds another layer to the lie. He's been trying to recruit a player, but they keep turning him down, so he needs her observer to monitor the candidate. And who's the player? He points to himself. Young Jester immediately admits she already knew. He's been rejecting offers left and right, even though gods are practically lining up to sponsor him. She even admits she's been tempted herself. If she didn't already have Mina as her avatar, she would have jumped at the chance to chase him. Sehen brushes that aside, no time to get into it. He repeats his request to use her observer. Her avatar is asleep, so she doesn't have any reason to deny him. She only sets one condition. From now on, he shares more intel with her directly. He agrees, and she tunes the observer into focus. Sehen tells her the truth of his interest. He wants to track the player who just snuck out. Something about that guy reeks of trouble. The lens follows him, and they spot Changu wandering deep into the empty woods. Eventually, he stops dead in the center of a clearing. And then it happens, a massive glowing white bird descends from the sky, perching on a tree right in front of him. The moment it lands, Changu kneels like a knight reporting to his master. The sight stuns Sehen. Listening closely, he realizes the bird's voice is Kara's. No, this is something else entirely. This is Kial Woon, the sentinel Changu had mentioned earlier. The bird commands him to keep tabs on Sehen and Mina and to report immediately if any players make bold moves. Then it spreads its wings and takes off, leaving Changu alone in the silent woods. Sehen's lived through betrayal after betrayal in his first life. His instincts tell him Changu isn't pretending, he's dead serious. In young Jester, she's floored, even she struggles to process it, an ally secretly acting as a spy for monsters. That's next-level treachery. She asks Sehen how he saw it coming. But our boy keeps his cards close, never revealing too much. Still, deep down, he can't wrap his head around it. Why would Changu sink this low? In his past life, Siu spoke endlessly of his brother as a hero, a man who would throw himself into danger just to save others. Changu was supposed to be that kind of man. Sehen suspects there's more to it, but for now he closes the forum and waits for morning. Tomorrow's priority is clear: gather intel from the settlement. And as he digs, he learns the situation matches his old playthrough almost perfectly. Except for one wild card, this new monster Chialwoon. It's a Bulgasari straight out of Korean legend, a metal-devouring beast, slow on its feet but unstoppable in strength. Its steel-like body only grows tougher with every chunk of metal it consumes. Against something like this, Sehen's blade alone won't cut it. Worse still, the creature is under Kara's command. That makes it doubly dangerous. As he broods over the problem, Mina wanders up and asks what he's up to. He brushes her off, best not to drag her into this mess. But Mina knows him too well, she can already tell what's on his mind. He's planning to fight the Sentinel again. After everything with Orga, now he's eyeing another impossible battle. Sehen doesn't hesitate. With the right timing and conditions, he believes he can topple it. And honestly, proving himself against this monster might be the only way to shake Co out of his despair. With his mind made up, he rises to leave the safari camp. There's someone else he needs to meet out there, but before he goes, he asks Mina for one favor. Keep watch on the Song brothers. He can't explain the full truth yet, but if she spots anything unusual, she needs to reach him immediately. With that, Sehin slips out to confront Chial Woong head-on. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the park, a massive castle looms. Monsters roam freely here, chaos filling every corner as if this fortress belongs solely to them. And lying comfortably in the middle of it all is none other than Kara's, the crow constellation. He built his nest in this amusement park out of pure whimsy. But it turned out to be genius. The fear and awe radiating from the trapped players fuel the perfect stage for his grand performance. He swivels his head toward the giant looming presence before him, Kaal Woon. The Sentinel has come to deliver its report on the third main quest. Up until now, no player had ever pushed beyond 3 stamps. But yesterday, someone broke that ceiling, earning their 4th stamp. Kara's smirk fades. He pulls up the status window himself to confirm. Sure enough, without divine backing, they're on the verge of clearing the quest. He watches recordings of their daring rides. And the conclusion is obvious. These two are on track to snatch the 5th stamp and finish the quest by day's end. Kara seethes, but his hands are tied. Direct interference from a constellation this early in the 3rd quest, that would raise alarms. He's only here now because of a loophole he exploited. Maybe fate will draw them to him eventually, but the odds slim. So he orders Kaal Woon to stand down, let them play. If a pair of players actually clears this nightmare, others will be emboldened to try. And that surge in attempts means more gruesome failures, exactly the kind of spectacle Kara's craves. With the report finished, Kaal Woon bows out and heads back to patrol. The Sentinel is surprisingly diligent. Kara's chuckles back when they first crossed paths. He thought the beast was nothing but dumb muscle. Sentinels are rare additions to the game anyway. Even our caddies didn't fully understand how one got placed here. But for Kaal Woon, patrolling means opportunity, and today he hopes there are more victims to crush than yesterday. Out in the park, Sehin waits at a spot he knows lies on the monster's route. The earth quakes under its steps as the Sentinel approaches, towering over him. And the beast tilts its head confused, a human standing there without fear. It doesn't waste time puzzling it out. Kaal Woon simply lifts a massive hand, ready to squash him instantly. No surprise, Kara's pets are built with a simple mindset: entertain the gods through carnage. But our boy, he's not here to run, he braces for battle. The giant palm slams down, tearing the earth apart and sending rubble flying. Sehin seizes the chance, leaping from one chunk of debris to the next, until he's airborne face to face with the Sentinel itself. He drives his sword in a full swing, but the blade barely scratches. Even coated with orichalcum, it can't pierce that steel-hard hide. Clearly, the beast has been feasting on metal during its rounds, making itself stronger. And contrary to its hulking appearance, the Sentinel isn't reckless. It's wary, shocked even that a mere player dodged its first strike. This wasn't a full-powered blow, but still, the fact Sehin kept pace is enough to raise its guard. Our guy doesn't waste words. He charges again, dragging his sword across its body in silence. The Sentinel notes his lack of chatter, strange for a human. But Sehin finds the opposite true. This monster talks too damn much. He's here to fight, not banter. That insult makes Kaal Woon furious. The beast finally decides to unleash its real power, determined to crush him quickly. Another colossal fist rockets toward him. Sehin slips aside at the last second, springing up the Sentinel's arm like a staircase. And with that momentum, he races toward its face, blade ready for the decisive strike. Thanks to the monster's sheer size, Sehin spots openings everywhere. He pushes forward, climbing up to its massive face and slashing down with his sword. But again, nothing, not even a scratch shows on that steel-like skin. At least his weapon holds steady, not bending or cracking against the blow. Which tells him something big: Chilwoon's body isn't stronger than orichalcum itself. The real problem here, our boy just doesn't have the raw power to push through. Another colossal fist barrels toward him, threatening to crush him flat. Sehin slips away at the very last second, barely dodging the lethal swing. He counters instantly, diving at its leg with another sharp strike. The cut makes the Titan flinch, forcing it to spin around. Its movements grow urgent as it tries to block him off. Every monster has a weakness, but for the life of him, Sehin can't find this one's soft spot. At least his boosted stats give him an edge. His speed outpaces the giant's sluggish movements. He's operating at the absolute peak of what an E-rank body can handle, fully maxed across the board. Yet even with every single number pushed to the cap, his blade still can't pierce that iron wall of flesh. Another brutal swing drops from above, a blow that could flatten an entire squad of players. Sehin dodges again, this time rolling into the cover of thick bushes. The frustration is eating at him. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but this is absurd. This thing is practically unkillable. No wonder its very name alone sends players into panic. If a sentinel like Chilwoon is this unstoppable, then Kara's strength must have skyrocketed too. Sehin's original plan was to kill Kara's right here in the park, but without his first playthrough perks, that dream's out the window. Meanwhile, Chilwoon is still seething, its rage demanding another round. But our guy hasn't revealed himself since the last clash, vanishing into the brush. That silence only infuriates the sentinel more, especially when Sehin taunts from the shadows, calling it way too slow. Roaring, the beast tears apart entire trees just to flush him out, ripping the forest to pieces. But our MC already gone. He's checked what he needed to confirm and slipped away. There's no way he can kill Chilwoon with his current gear. He needs another option, another attack with true killing power. And right now, Siu Song might be his only shot at making that happen. Back at the safari camp, Mina lounges with the Song brothers, passing the time by reading a pamphlet. Out of nowhere, Changu asks if she's Sehin's sister. Mina shoots that down immediately. Their surnames don't even match. Besides, siblings who get along this well, impossible. She even flips the question back, doubting if Changu and Seo are really brothers since they seem so close. Changu confirms the blood tie, but explains he asked because the two just seemed unusual. He then brings up how Sehin somehow pulled off 4 stamps, despite the brutal difficulty. Mina brags proudly, flashing that she got 4 too. But Sehin himself suddenly walks in, casually dismantling her brag before she can puff up further. Mina practically jumps out of her seat. He has this uncanny habit of appearing without a sound. The guy never leaks a single ounce of presence until he's already right there beside you. Joining the chat, he settles in. Changu admits they were just talking about him, especially about how he first met Mina. Turns out he caught her mid-bank robbery. It makes her sound like a criminal, but technically it's the truth. Their lighthearted banter actually cracks Changu up. Shifting gears, Sehin asks Changu for a private talk, something they can't discuss in front of the others. The two slip away, moving deeper into the forest's quiet shade. Once secluded, Sehin confronts him directly about his ties with Ki-young. Instantly, Changu pulls a blade and presses it against Sehin's neck. His stance screams one thing: he's ready to swing without hesitation. He demands to know how Sehin uncovered this truth. RMC just smirks, saying he has his ways. He's got more questions in mind, but clearly those will have to wait. For now, he tells Changu straight up, if you're going to fight me, then fight with everything you've got. Changu obliges, whipping his sword across Sehin's neck in a deadly arc. Sehin tilts just enough to slip away, dodging the slash cleanly. But Changu instantly shifts stance, refusing to give him breathing room. Another strike flies, this time aimed straight at Sehin's face. For a blind man, his skill is terrifying. His form is sharp, controlled, and relentless. That's when Sehin realizes Changu has the mind's eye, a power that lets him fight like a veteran even without sight. Changu can tell right away, Sehin isn't just some lucky guy with a blade, he's got real moves. But since words aren't on the table, his only option is clear: kill RMC right here, right now. He lunges forward, body angled perfectly, sword ready for a decisive strike. From the stance alone, Sehin recognizes the form. This blind fighter truly knows his craft. But let's not forget, our boy Sehin is a beast in his own right. He catches the oncoming blade with his bare hands, stopping it inches before it slices into his face. In that instant, Sehin analyzes his opponent. Agility somewhere between 60 and 70, strength at 50. Those numbers are insane for someone without an avatar. He must have dumped every point he had into speed and raw muscle. Changu rips back and immediately launches another flurry of relentless attacks. Yet Sehin dodges every single swing with almost casual ease. Changu closes in again, refusing to let up, pressing hard with another round. But Sehin somehow parries them all, blocking strike after strike with just his hands. That's thanks to the night gloves he got from the ranger, gear tough enough to keep his hands intact. The difference is obvious now. Sehin's strength simply towers above. With the clash slowed, he goes straight to the real question: why would someone as strong as Changu spy for Chilwoon? Even before Changu answers, Sehin already knows the reason: Siu. Changu made a deal, one that would guarantee his brother's safety. The first time he faced Chilwoon, he went alone. But he never stood a chance. The sentinel treated him like a toy, swatting him around with cruel amusement. That day, Changu lost his eyesight, and Siu lost his will to fight after witnessing it. From then on, Changu had no choice but to obey the monster's commands, carrying despair like a shackle. Even so, his one wish was clear: keep Siu alive no matter the cost. That's why he's been a spy from the moment he stepped into this safari. Most of his reports, just movement updates, simple details about where the group went. Now that his secret's exposed, Changu braces for the worst. Sehin will probably tell everyone. But Sehin, he's got a different idea. Since Changu's double life hasn't hurt anyone yet, why not turn it into an advantage? They can use this situation to study Chilwoon's habits. After all, the Sentinel isn't even acting on the intel, he just enjoys watching them squirm. Changu's orders were basically watch them so they don't escape. From Sehin's tone, Changu realizes something chilling. Our MC plans to fight that beast when it strikes a week from now. But even he doesn't believe anyone could stand against a Sentinel. In his mind, no scheme, no attack could break that kind of overwhelming power. But Sehin already knows, he fought it firsthand. Its body was unlike any monsters he'd ever seen, harder than steel. Still, just because it's invincible right now doesn't mean it's unkillable forever. Without another word, Sehin turns and tells Changu to pass along any intel he can gather. There's no time left to waste explaining the rest. But Changu does have one thing left to do, confess everything to Siu. Because Siu isn't just along for the ride. He's going to be the key, the vital piece that lifts this plan out of despair. Returning to the safari, Changu spills the truth to his brother at last. As expected, Siu is crushed, betrayed, and upset that he's been left in the dark. Changu explains it was to keep him from worrying, sparing him from the weight of it all. But Siu won't accept that excuse. If something worse had happened to Changu, being left ignorant would have been even worse. Watching from the side, Mina finally understands why Sehin asked her to keep an eye on the brothers. Now that everything's out, the next step is obvious. The monster Chilwoon must die. Mina can't believe Sehin wants to take on something this dangerous all over again. She chooses to step aside, focusing on her own quest instead. But that's a mistake, because Chilwoon should already be searching for Sehin by now. And Sehin's mess, it's starting to spill over onto her simply because she's connected to him. Begrudgingly, she comes back to the group, right as Siu joins them to plan their next move. There's no time left thanks to Changu's spy role. Monsters could strike anytime, and the Sentinel's attack is about a week away. Fighting is their only chance. Running isn't even an option anymore. Normally, taking down a metal beast like that would be impossible, but with Siu's help, Sehin thinks they might just tip the scales. The plan is simple. Siu needs to forge a weapon that can actually kill Chilwoon. And now that Siu knows the whole story, he's determined to help, no hesitation. With their resolve aligned, it's time to get serious. Sehin buys a basic smithing package straight from his VIP store, setting up a workshop perfectly tailored for Siu. With this setup, the kid should be able to craft whatever weapon they need, no limits holding him back. Mina glances at Siu and asks if he doesn't think it's a little odd that all this gear just appeared out of nowhere, but the kid, he's not sweating the details one bit. Right now, he's just thrilled to finally be useful in the middle of all this chaos. Last time, Mina was the key player, this time it's Siu. And if you think about it, it's crystal clear Sehin had this mapped out from the very beginning. Mina, however, can't wrap her head around why he'd pin his hopes on a kid. But Sehin sets her straight, reminding her that Siu is actually only 3 years younger than she is. To her eyes, though, the boy still looks like he just came fresh out of grade school. Moving on, Sehin tells her it's time to set up a barrier, something that will isolate the entire area and keep prying eyes far away. Mina freezes for a second. How does he even know about that skill? She literally just unlocked it. But our guy Sehin remembers clearly. Back in his previous life, by the third quest she was already wielding that ability. With a bit of concentration and effort, it should work here too. Sure enough, she manages to raise a barrier so strong that nobody outside would even realize a thing is happening inside. That's the blessing you get when your god is top tier, young jester in her case. And with that, it's no mystery how Mina managed to slip out of impossible situations in her past life. This is exactly why, if you're going to become an avatar, you better choose a god who's among the best of the best. Sehin then lays out some materials, handing them over so that Siu can craft something extraordinary. All of it scavenged from his dungeon runs. The million-dollar question now, what should Siu forge out of this pile of resources? Sehin, of course, already has a very specific answer in mind. Without hesitation, he passes Siu a blueprint of a weapon unlike anything the kid has ever seen. Siu's eyes widen. He's never laid eyes on a design like this before. But Sehin doesn't flinch. He's certain that this is exactly the kind of weapon capable of putting down Kiolwang. Meanwhile, the massive beast prowls around the park, sniffing for Sehin's trail. It figured that someone as formidable as our guy would be busy collecting the rest of the stamps. But since there have been no reports of progress, that must mean he's not at the safari either. The monster pauses, trying to calculate its next move. Then another creature slithers up to report. The crow is calling for him. A twisted grin forms. It looks like today might not be so boring after all. A bear-shaped monster tries to warn him that the others still aren't ready for a full-scale assault. But Chilwoon doesn't care in the slightest. In its mind, it doesn't need backup. It alone is more than enough to crush the job. Back at the settlement, Mina and a guard from earlier stand on higher ground, scanning for incoming monsters. They're following Sehin's direct orders. Meanwhile, the rest of the survivors and the safari folk huddle up, trying to organize an escape plan. At first, everyone scoffed at the idea of evacuation, but the moment Mina and Sehin flashed their stamps, opinions flipped fast. And sure enough, just as Sehin predicted, a low rumble in the distance rattles the air. A monster is approaching. Mina wastes no time, shifting into her eagle form to scout ahead. From above, she spots the source of the disturbance. It's Kai Yuong storming in, looking absolutely furious. She swoops back down to the group and quickly informs the guard that the sentinel is closing in. The guard bolts off to alert everyone so they can speed up the evacuation. No one expected the threat to close in this fast, and the safer option would be for Mina to take flight and escape while she still can. But after everything Sehin has done for her and the bond that's been forming, she can't just abandon him. Instead, she steels herself to at least try distracting the monster, even though deep down she doubts she has the power for it. Right then, Changu steps up behind her, telling her not to risk such a reckless move. He says he'll take on the job of drawing the Sentinel's attention. Running from this fight after his past choices would be shameful, and though his skills can't match the monster's raw might, he can at least stall for time. With that resolve, he charges forward to confront the approaching terror. All the while, Sehin is still nowhere to be found. The survivors scramble to evacuate as news spreads that Qiaolwang is bearing down on them. Changu, the swordsman, finally accepts full responsibility for being the monster's spy. He decides he'll buy them as much time as possible. Eventually, he reaches the beast. Dropping to one knee before it, he still plays the part of a loyal follower. He offers to guide it through a shortcut so it can capture the fleeing survivors more quickly. But Qiaolwang isn't buying it. The monster instantly sees through Changu's ploy to delay things. It has no interest in wasting time on empty tricks. After all, why would Changu rush here unless he was plotting something? With no other option, Changu braces himself, ready to fight until he can't stand anymore. It's been ages since these two last clashed blades and claws, and the sentinel is almost eager to test if its spy has gained any strength since that day. Changu makes the first move, sprinting forward with everything he has. He tries to land a surprise strike before the monster fully notices him, but Qiaolwang barely registers the blow. With a casual swipe, it bats him aside like he's nothing more than a buzzing insect. Changu's speed and agility mean nothing if his attacks can't leave a mark. Cornered, he plants his feet, bracing for the inevitable counter. The monster reels its fist back, preparing a devastating punch that could shatter the earth itself. And when that fist slams into the ground, the very earth buckles, crumbles, and collapses under the force. To everyone's shock, standing in front of the beast is Sehin, calm and unshaken, holding a brand new weapon forged specifically for this very enemy. The sentinel almost regrets not feasting on better metal beforehand. It's going to need it. Furious, Qiaolwang roars at Sehin, but beneath that fury is disbelief. The man actually managed to break its arm. The weapon is called the pile bunker, and Sehin declares he'll use it to smash the sentinel into the dirt. Meanwhile, Mina is still soaring in eagle form, carrying out an errand Sehin assigned her. She finds Seo and hurries over. The kid is still tucked safely inside her barrier. Seo waves her over, inviting her to stay inside the barrier with him since it's the safest place they've got. Maybe he's right, but Mina can't shake her doubt. How does he really expect Sehin to topple a monster like this sentinel? Suddenly, a thunderous boom shakes the air, rattling both of them to the core. The fight is already raging at full force. Sehin is weaving around Qiaolwang's massive swings. The beast is desperate, doing everything in its power to annihilate our hero. Just one clean hit, and Sehin would be obliterated. But Sehin is simply too quick, refusing to be caught. And after losing an arm, the sentinel's balance is off. Its strikes have grown noticeably slower. Blow after blow crashes into empty air as Sehin continues to dodge with perfect precision. All the while, he's biding his time, waiting for the pile bunker to recharge. That's the trump card. Just one more minute and the weapon will be ready again, which also means Qiaolwang only has 1 minute left to live. The towering monster can't comprehend that a mere human would dare challenge a sentinel this early in the game, on just the third quest. Still, its arrogance doesn't fade. It keeps swinging, convinced it cannot be defeated. But anyone watching can see it. Sehin is gaining the upper hand step by step. Finally, the pile bunker's charge is complete. Sehin vaults onto the monster's shoulder in one smooth motion. He presses the weapon against its head. Realizing things have turned dire, Qiaolwang suddenly panics, trying to bargain, promising it won't kill humans anymore. But Sehin doesn't buy that for a heartbeat. Talks are over. With unwavering resolve, our boy delivers on his word, driving the pile bunker straight into the sentinel's skull. And just like that, the towering nightmare falls, defeated for good. A system message flashes, achievement unlocked, Sentinel Hunter. Not only are the rewards hefty, but damage against sentinels is now boosted by 30%. Still, even if Sehen tries to act cool, the reality is clear. Going toe-to-toe with a sentinel is no joke. He barely scraped through alive. With the danger gone, Changu finally emerges from hiding in the forest. The battlefield is wrecked beyond recognition, and honestly, not even a metal-eating beast could have walked away from that mess. Credit goes straight to the weapon Seo built. Changu obviously has a million questions, but with so many eyes watching, Sehen isn't keen on answering. And it's not just the hidden observers. The survivors who had been crouching in the bushes were watching the showdown too. Now that the sentinel's corpse lies still, they seize the chance to run from the park. But Mina remembers something chilling. Chilwoon wasn't the final boss. He was only the mid-boss, which means there's still a bigger nightmare waiting. Everyone freezes, terror washing over their faces. Mina quickly tries to play it off, backpedaling on her words. But Sehen silences her immediately, covering her mouth before she can drop more panic into the crowd. It looks like the moment has finally come, time to clue in the rest of the people about what's really happening. And once that's done, the countdown begins, because Carissa's time on this earth is about to end. Meanwhile, a clip of Sehen taking down Woon starts bouncing all over the gods' forums. The chatter spreads like wildfire, and even an old name pops up, Greek boss, logging in for the first time in ages, curious about this mysterious player who's shaking up the board. After all, Sehen just killed a sentinel for the second time, without even being an avatar. That alone is enough to make the divine audience lose their minds. Naturally, all eyes turn to young Jester, the mischievous god whose avatar always seems to be tagging along with Sehen. But she isn't spilling secrets, even if she had any. The questions keep flying her way, yet she tunes them out, keeping her focus glued to the human that just keeps breaking the rules. Every time she sees him, he gets more fascinating, but now she's wondering what's his plan when it comes to facing the crow. On the ground, Mina reunites with Sehen and immediately asks if he scored any loot from the sentinel fight. This time his prize is a grimoire. On the surface, it looks like nothing but a dull rock. But appearances deceive. It's actually an A-rank ability, one that grants the legendary power of the Bulgasari. The wielder can convert any metal they eat into a part of their body. With something like that, Sehen could literally reshape himself with orichalcum. And if you know your lore, you know orichalcum is nearly impossible to come by. That's jackpot level rare. Mina's jaw practically drops with envy, even though she's the one who asked about the loot in the first place. But then, surprise twist, Sehen doesn't keep it. He hands the grimoire to her, saying it'll be way more useful in her hands. And he's right. With her transformation powers, being able to turn her hands into weapons forged from living metal, that's game-changing. Of course, there's a catch. The grimoire is single-use. Once she absorbs it, it's gone forever. She hesitates, too shy to accept it. But Sehen encourages her firmly. He knows she's timid at moments like this, and he reminds her this is her reward for standing by him all this time. Finally, after enough reassurance, Mina nods and accepts. She consumes the grimoire, and just like that, the Bulgasari ability becomes hers. It's a shame Mina isn't in his party, otherwise they could have shared skills, but since she's an avatar, that's off the table. Still, it's worth the trade-off. Around them, civilians keep racing toward the exit, while players stay behind to fend off the monsters pushing in. Meanwhile, Sehen uses orichalcum to dismantle the exploding collars and set trapped people free. One by one, the locks break and people are released. But with so many victims, it's going to take time. Mina circles back to remind Sehen that they still need to complete their quest by collecting the last stamp. They'll never pull it off if everyone just flees. So Sehen flags down one of the staff members still wearing a collar. Logic says that guy should be carrying a stamp. Mina doubts it'll actually work, but the moment the staff member presses the stamp onto her arm, a system notification flares up, quest complete. And there's no reward, none, which proves how easy this quest was originally meant to be. Meaning all those rides, all that danger, they could have skipped it. Now that they know the trick, they can breeze through the rest of the players' quests while they're on the move. All except Sehen, as of course. His mission is on a completely different level. Elsewhere inside the castle, the crow grows impatient, calling for Kiwung. A full day has passed without seeing the monster, and unease starts creeping in. A mouse monster scurries in to answer, but it's not bringing good news. It announces that Kiwung is likely dead. The crow blinks, confused, at first thinking the mouse is reporting human casualties. But the mouse clarifies Chialwung the sentinel has fallen. The players launched an attack and the monsters couldn't stop it. Caress reels in disbelief, but quickly snaps into rage, ordering the mouse to command every monster in the park to wipe out the remaining humans in the safari. That's when the second blow lands. Because the monsters are already at the safari, and they're reporting back, the place is completely empty. That's the last straw. Karis loses it. In blind fury, he transforms. From the ground, Sehen feels the aura bleeding down from the sky. He instantly knows time's up, Karas is finally moving. The crowd continues pushing toward the exit, but progress is painfully slow. Injured survivors lag behind. Their pace is far too sluggish for Changu's liking. Sehen meets up with the blind swordsman, and though they've managed well so far, the mission won't be complete until every last person is out. The real question, can they even get everyone out alive? Because at this pace, the crow will catch them. And right on cue, two massive black wings crash down in the center of the park, right in front of Sehen and Changu. The sheer weight of the presence announces it, this opponent is no ordinary monster. The crow unfurls its wings wide. The gust alone sends people staggering backward. Others shield their faces, overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure. Karas the crow has arrived, and his expression is pure wrath. Sehen knows immediately this fight will not be easy. His chest tightens with nerves he hasn't felt in a long while. He'd been tense facing Orga, sure, but he always had a plan, always knew how to flip things in his favor. Against Kielwang, he was caught off guard by sudden changes, but never truly afraid. This time feels different. It isn't fear clawing at him. It's the heavy weight of responsibility, knowing lives are hanging on his actions. In his past life, he wouldn't have hesitated to abandon them, but this Sehen, he's not the same man anymore. He orders the people to keep moving, while he holds off the constellation to buy them time. Mina immediately joins in, yelling at the crowd to stop gawking and start running. But Karas isn't about to let his prey escape so easily. Feathers burst from his wings, sharp as blades, raining toward the civilians. Sehen activates his final hour ability, sprinting forward at impossible speed to intercept every last feather. But this can't last. If the crow shifts to wide area attacks, Sehen won't be able to shield everyone. So instead of charging, he starts talking, stalling for time. He mocks the crow, insults him, needles him. To Sehen, if Karas had to come all the way out here just to wrangle some humans, then he deserves to be ridiculed. The crow twitches with irritation, wings stretching wide. He's done playing around. And Sehen knows he's hooked him. All he needs to do now is stall for 30 more minutes, enough time for the civilians to escape. This is the moment he's been preparing for. With a thunderous leap, the crow launches at him with terrifying speed. Talons aiming straight for the kill. But Sehen melts into the ground with his shadow rush, vanishing just before impact. He steadies his breathing, forcing himself to stay calm as the crow circles, searching. There's no denying it, Karas is stronger, faster. But Sehen has one edge, survival abilities and guaranteed hits that turn the tide. He bursts from the ground right as the crow rises again, preparing to strike, and fires off his guaranteed shot, hurling a sharp projectile. Normally, Karas would laugh at something so slow, but this ability doesn't miss. The projectile closes the gap and nearly connects. Forced to act, Karas halts midair and snatches it before it lands. Then he plummets to the ground. The pavement splits beneath him, chunks of rock flying skyward. Sehen dodges through the debris, narrowly avoiding the worst of it. But the crow uses the cover, lunging with his claws low, aiming at Sehen's legs. RMC barely escapes, but a talon grazes his cheek, leaving a burning cut. The battle rages on. Karas's patience runs dry, it's clear he's done toying around. He lifts a hand high, and Sehen recognizes instantly the ability he's calling forth, something utterly terrifying. The constellation's true power begins to unfurl, and it's beyond anything Sehen expected. And now things are about to spiral even further out of control. The crow takes to the sky, flaring his wings wide, and sends a fresh volley of deadly feathers raining down toward Sehen. There are simply too many to dodge, and our guy has no choice but to eat most of them head-on. But that bird isn't letting up. He keeps hurling feather after feather at our hero, determined to break him down. With his back against the wall, Sehen is left with only one card to play. He activates the Celestial Slayer ability. And the instant he does, his speed kicks into overdrive. That sudden burst of power even makes Kira's eyes widen in shock. Now Sehen's movements are sharp enough to slip past every feather shot his way. On top of that, the combined effects of Celestial Slayer and his regeneration ability allow him to shake off the wounds from earlier, patching up damage that would have left most players bleeding out. With those two skills working in tandem, stalling for more time is no longer impossible. Most of the civilians have already made it out of the park, so Sehen just needs to hold out a little longer. That's when Kira's finally decides to stop holding back and unleash his true power. And honestly, Sehen can barely process how absurd this battle has become. Still, his plan hinges on every last person in the park making it out safely. But Kira's is convinced he can wipe everyone out before his forced retreat from this realm. And worse, once he's in this new form, he'll no longer be chained to the park's boundaries. The fact that he's still powering up, even while handicapped, feels like straight-up cheating. By activating a succession ability, he's multiplied his strength far beyond what should even be allowed at this stage of the game. Then Kira's bolts forward, moving so fast that Sehen can't possibly dodge without relying on another ability. He pops Shadow Rush, barely slipping away from a blow that would have been fatal. And he immediately uses that opening to retreat, buying himself another sliver of time. Kira's, though, can't help but be impressed. Sehen has lasted this long, and it's clear he's nothing like the average fodder player. The crow spreads his wings again and takes off into the sky. With a single beat of those wings, he releases waves of slicing wind. The gusts tear through everything in their path, ripping the battlefield apart. And yet Sehen still manages to weave through them, staying alive by the skin of his teeth. All around him, the area has been shredded beyond recognition, but Sehen has run out of room to escape. With nowhere left to go, Kira strolls over, calm as ever, and clamps his talons around our MC's neck, ready to end it right there. But before the killing blow can land, Sehen forces out a few last words for the crow. He tells Kira's this: "Next time you think you've won, don't waste so much time finishing the job." And just like that, every single civilian in the amusement park escapes. Sehen has officially cleared the third main quest. That means he now qualifies to buy his first playthrough transfer package, and the instant he gets his hands on it, he activates an ability known as Proof of Transcendence. Kira's doesn't even get the chance to react before blood spills from his beak. While stalling, Sehen had already slipped his spear deep into the crow's stomach. Even so, Kira's barely avoided a lethal hit to his vitals at the last possible moment. Proof of Transcendence is no ordinary skill. It's an S-rank ability that doubles the user's stats across the board and guarantees critical hits against celestial beings for a full 30 minutes. The catch: once used, it goes on a 30-day cooldown. Kira's snarls, drops Sehen, and rockets into the sky before another strike can land. He's shaken, stunned that a mere human player could harness such absurd power without being an avatar. With no room left to underestimate, Kira's finally commits to going all out against Sehen. He unleashes yet another rain of razor-sharp feathers. But this time with his boosted stats, Sehen evades the barrage with ease. He lines up his target and hurls another spear straight at Kira's. The crow scoffs, certain that such an attack could never land. But Sehen's guaranteed shot ability isn't just for show. Even the wall of cutting winds that Kira's summons for defense isn't enough. The spear breaks through. It nails Kira's, striking him before he can dodge, and sends him crashing to the ground. Yet even with Proof of Transcendence stacked on top of guaranteed shot, the weapon still can't pierce his heart. Somehow, Kira's claws back into the air, refusing to stay down. He fires another merciless storm of feathers, each one sharp enough to slice steel, with no chance to sidestep. Sehen throws up a shield to absorb the storm. He pushes forward step by step, even as the sheer weight of the assault bears down on him. Then with one final effort, he launches another spear. This one strikes true. It drives straight into Kira's thigh, grounding the crow once more. At this point, he's running out of options. Sehen stares him down and asks if he finally understands what fear feels like. But Kira's refuses to accept it, screaming in rage that Sehen is nothing more than a bug in the system. Reality doesn't care. The gulf in their power is now impossible to ignore, especially since Kira's is already battered from Sehen's relentless counterattacks. Every move the crow throws gets deflected with ease. It's clear as day the battle is already decided. Desperate, Kira's tries one last overwhelming attack, but Sehen activates Shadow Rush, dodging it clean. He dashes in, aiming to finish this once and for all. Kira's counters by erecting a shield of feathers. The barrier is so strong it even snaps Sehen's weapon, leaving him empty-handed. With nothing else to use, Sehen throws himself forward anyway, charging straight at Kira's. On paper, he has no business winning a bare-handed clash. Kira's proves it by slamming Sehen into the dirt, seizing the upper hand again. Instead of ending it right there, though, he mocks Sehen for letting his brief advantage make him cocky. And that arrogance is exactly what Sehen was baiting out. He warns the crow again, taking your time is a mistake. Then he twists the spear that's still buried in Kira's stomach, stabbing him again from within. This strike finally breaks him. The crow collapses against Sehen, lifeless, defeated for good. Meanwhile, up in the highest realm where the gods dwell, Arcadis, the game master of the Korean server, stares grimly at a status screen displaying Sehen's face. Because Kira's dared to descend to the human world and died there. Arcadis now finds himself in a nightmare of a situation. The truth is, Kira's death came about thanks to the shoddy balancing of RMC. And that forbidden succession ability he pulled off, it shouldn't have even been possible under the current patch where constellations are capped. For now, Arcadis chooses not to file a bug report since Kira's was a relatively obscure constellation, meaning his disappearance won't raise alarms, at least not right away. But moving forward, Arcadis knows he'll have to keep his eyes glued to Sehen. Another incident like this can't be allowed to happen once the third quest officially ends. A massive update rolls out across the game. From now on, the main quest shifts into open-world format. Players can travel across regions by train or subway, take on multiple quests at once, dive into sub-quests, and even form guilds with enough points. In the next big event, a region-wide raid, each area will spawn a raid boss, and players will battle them for participation points, loot, and rare crafting materials. Sehen and Mina skim through the patch notes together, lounging in an abandoned restaurant. The raid boss event is given a generous time window to be completed, likely because so many players haven't even cleared their third quests yet. Changu and Siu are with them too, so for now the four are moving as a unit. Siu has already repaired Sehin's broken gear, and with Sehin recovered from his brutal showdown with Kira's, it's time to plot their next move. His wounds had been no joke, but the healing process gave him a bonus. His regeneration skill climbed from F rank to E rank. His next destination, the Dijian region, it's far from the raid boss zones, but Sehin has his reasons. Word is the bread there is top tier, and he's got personal business to handle. Mina can only sigh. She's used to him being cryptic, but this time she's not tagging along. Outside the restaurant, young Jester's observer bangs furiously against the glass. It's clear she doesn't want Mina leaving Sehin's side. At this point, the spying is beyond obvious. Good thing Kira's Veil of Darkness ability cloaked their battlefield earlier. Thanks to that, none of the observers caught the moment Kira's heart got skewered. Young Jester keeps throwing her tantrum through the observer, but Mina stands firm. This time she won't follow Sehin. With her decision made, Sehin takes the chance to propose something to her and the Song brothers. He wants them all to join the guild he plans to create soon. Mina brushes it off, not her style. Changu worries he won't be much help in his current condition. Siu, however, is fired up about being in Sehin's guild and pressures his brother to join too. Sehin calms them down, reminding them there's no need to feel pressured. Still, being part of his guild would open plenty of doors. After all, Siu Song is destined to become the greatest craftsman alive, and Changu Song has the raw strength to rival an avatar. Not to mention, he's got incredible potential thanks to his rare mind's ability. Looking at it rationally, Mina and the brothers eventually agree to join Sehin's guild. With that settled, Sehin readies himself to head out for Dijian. He makes his way to the station, boards the train bound for Dijian Station, right across from another section of the train filled with players. That's when some thugs from the Waning Crescent Guild start causing trouble, trying to hijack the train. Panic spreads as civilians scatter from the weapon-wielding men. In the chaos, Jisoo steps aboard and instantly spots the rogue players. Up at the front, Sehin notices the disturbance at the far end of the train. Maybe it's a monster attack. Either way, most of the passengers are players, so it shouldn't be too serious. Instead of worrying about that, he turns his attention to the rewards he picked up from clearing the third quest. And honestly, they're underwhelming. After all that effort, the loot feels bland. First on the list is an ability called Hunter's Instinct, lets him track a monster's location through its traces. On top of that, he also got the spoils of victory from defeating Kira's. One of the biggest rewards our guy walked away with was the title of new master of the Crow constellation. On top of that, he inherited Carissa's signature powers, Eye of the Crow and Veil of Darkness. But here's the catch: to actually draw out the full force of this constellation, he's gotta boost his divinity. The more divinity he stacks up, the more doors open, unlocking ability after ability. Eye of the Crow lets him summon flocks of crows that scout the skies for him. There's no cap on how many birds he can call, but the more he spawns, the tougher it gets to keep them all under control. Then there's Veil of Darkness, which cloaks the user in shadows, letting them vanish into the black. And unlike the trick Kara's used earlier, this version works differently, completely unique to him. Chances are the effect itself bends and shifts depending on who's holding the power. Even if what he got was only the most basic level of divinity, it's still a massive win. And hey, there's even a chance he might cross paths with the observer of a particular god in Dijon. That god, a witch who genuinely cared for humankind, but still believed every life should begin and end in devotion to Sehin. With nothing pressing left on his plate, Sehin leans back and grabs some quick shut-eye as the train barrels toward Dijon. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of that same train, a lone player bolts through the corridors, running for dear life while his comrades drop around him like flies. From the look of it, this has to be the girl whispered about in rumors, the one draped in black, dark hair flowing. And when that hair flares red, forget it, nobody makes it out alive. The man keeps running, panic gripping his chest. But then whack, a heavy blow slams into the back of his skull. He crashes face first to the ground before even getting a chance at escape. Standing above him is Jisoo, radiating menace, making it clear there's no way out. The man sobs, begging for his life, swearing he'll never cross the line again if only she spares him. Jisoo doesn't buy a word. To her, his desperate groveling is nothing more than entertainment. So with a chilling smile, she raises her hand, ready to finish the job. Just then, the train screeches into Dijon station. The doors slide open. And chaos erupts. People pour out screaming in terror. Sehin steps off his end, baffled about why the opposite side has turned into bedlam. The answer comes strolling down calmly, all smiles, it's Jisoo. Turns out Sehin had no clue she was even on the same train. Now reunited, he asks if she managed to handle her mission. She confirms, saying she wrapped it up and hopped on board once she noticed Sehin was riding this way. She admits she'd been tracking his position the whole time, constantly checking the map just to make sure their paths would cross again. That's pretty obsessive, but Sehin keeps his mouth shut about it. Still, if she always knew where he was, then she must have been aware when he was trapped in Loam World. Having her there would have made that crow fight a whole lot easier. At first, Jisoo had planned to head straight there, but the third main quest triggered midway, pulling her off course. It wasn't a brutal quest, just one with endless tasks to tick off, and because of all that, she ended up showing up a little late. Sehin openly admits he came to Dijon with the intent to tackle the regional boss. Jisoo, not even remotely surprised. She doesn't bother asking why he traveled this far. She's already used to him doing things that defy logic. Honestly, she'd shrug it off even if he claimed he made the trip just to buy bread. That kind of remark throws him off balance. He's not sure whether she's praising him or just mocking him in her own way. Either way, the two of them start heading toward their destination. Dunsain, as they travel, Sehin fills her in on the full situation. Back in Seoul's Sillim district, Mina wanders the streets, searching for the people Sehin told her about. She doesn't know their exact location, but after walking endlessly, she still hasn't found a trace. Before he left, Sehin scribbled down some key traits she should use to identify them. The pair is a blonde-haired father and daughter. His drawing skills pretty rough. The dad's a bulky American with a strange, booming laugh. The daughter's a mixed-race girl, just 13 years old. Judging by the ruins around her, this place recently suffered a vicious monster raid that left a mountain of bodies behind. Mina carefully steps through the devastation. Suddenly, a wolf monster bursts from the shadows, lunging for her. She whirls around, prepared to drop it in a single strike. But someone else beats her to the punch, hurling a massive slab of concrete that crushes the beast midair. Mina whips her gaze toward the source of the throw. And right there stand two figures matching Sehin's crude sketches perfectly. She approaches, thanking the man for stepping in to save her from the ambush. As they chat, even his laugh is exactly as Sehin described. But before the man can get carried away, his daughter stops him from embarrassing them both. She sizes Mina up instantly. Judging from the crowd of gods watching her, Mina's clearly stronger than her father. All that remains is to confirm names. The man is Luke Taylor and the girl is Lin. These are the ones Sehin wanted her to find. Mina wastes no time and asks if she can travel with them. The fact that Luke tossed concrete like it was a baseball proves he's definitely a player. But Lin, Mina's not so sure yet. Luke is thrilled to have her along for the journey. Lin, however, is far less trusting, wary of bringing someone stronger than them into their small team. As usual, the two start bickering. Mina turns away from the squabble just long enough to send Sehin a message, confirming she's found the people he wanted. Traveling with them could be worthwhile, especially since Sehin himself called them the key to humanity's future. Back in Dijon, squads of soldiers sweep through the streets with heavy artillery, hunting for any trace of monsters. It almost feels like society is trying to pull itself together again, struggling to stand tall despite the chaos consuming the world. As Sehin and Jisoo scan the surroundings, a soldier steps forward, asking directly if the two of them are players. Word is, the government has ordered a full inspection of every player out there, a desperate attempt to clamp down on these wild cards while the world sits on the brink. Sehin doesn't bother answering. Instead, he quietly signals Jisoo to dash toward a tall building in the distance. Without hesitation, the two split off. And before the soldier can react, they leap out of reach, gone in a flash. Their landing point, the rooftop of a towering skyscraper. Jisoo strolls over, puzzled why Sehin dragged them all the way up here. His plan, test out the brand new Eye of the Crow ability, scanning the city for the lurking raid boss. He activates it, and dark crows begin spilling from his shadow. They surge upward into the sky. The skill is still raw, nowhere near polished, but it's enough to give him a wide, bird's-eye sweep of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sehin asks to take a peek at Jisoo's stats, and of course she agrees without a second thought. Honestly, it feels like she never refuses him, no matter what he asks. When he opens her menu, her numbers hit like a sledgehammer, insanely strong for someone supposed to be playing by the rules. On top of that, she's mastered two fresh skills, Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike. Somehow, she's even pushed her regeneration all the way up to C rank, and her Celestial Slayer, upgraded into a 3-star ability which raises red flags. Normally, that level of celestial power should have driven her halfway to madness by now. As he scrolls through her stats, a signal pings back from his crows. They've spotted something. The two immediately head toward the location. From the wreckage, it's obvious, whatever stormed through here wasn't just any monster. This destruction screams raid boss aftermath. Jisoo eyes him, asking how he even knows all this. As usual, Sehen keeps his mouth shut. Still, the timing is strange, the raid boss showing up this early. The quest timer said hours remained, but those timers are mostly lies designed to throw people off. Around them, the ground is torn by massive claw marks and wing imprints. At first glance, it looks like two beasts clashed, but no, every single mark was carved by one creature. And that beast slams down right behind them, swiping with colossal claws. It's a gungi, a black tiger with enormous white wings, one of the 4 legendary mythical monsters from Chinese lore. Sehen thought they'd have to spend time tracking it down. Instead, the monster found them first. That can only mean the dungeon lies close. The beast has been guarding its borders. Right then, the 4th main quest triggers: defeat the creature before it wipes Dijon off the map. Since only Sehen and Jisoo stumbled into it, the quest prompt belongs exclusively to them. Jisoo also notices something odd: the overpowering stench of blood drifting through the air. At the same time, Sehen spots a broken horn embedded deep in the gungi's chest. Proof that it already fought another beast not long ago. The gungi lunges again, trying to finish Sehen with one last strike, but then abruptly flees, retreating into the distance. Sehen freezes. In his past life, this horn incident wasn't supposed to happen for a long time. Clearly, the timeline is shifting. Without wasting another second, he rushes straight into the dungeon, Jisoo close at his heels. Just as he suspected, the lair doesn't belong to the gungi. Instead, it's the den of a Kirin, a one-horned divine beast. And the horn, brimming with divine energy, is what's lodged inside the gungi's chest, fueling its terrifying strength. The Kirin's horn isn't just a relic, it's raw potential, a core of power that amplifies any creature that wields it. Sehen originally planned to secure the horn during the hunt for the gungi, but that entire strategy has collapsed. If the gungi fully absorbs the horn's power, it'll become a catastrophic threat. Jisoo suggests combing the dungeon for hidden rewards, though with its low tier, Sehen doubts anything could rival the Kirin's horn. But then an unexpected discovery. Jisoo digs something out from the wreckage. Sehen wonders aloud if it's mithril, the second strongest metal right after orichalcum. Even that, though, couldn't match the horn's value. What she holds isn't metal at all, it's an egg, and not just any egg. It's a Kirin's egg. Normally, one of these would hatch only if a Kirin guarded it for ages, but now that it's in their hands, they have the chance to raise their own divine beast. Sehen immediately taps into his premium store, buying specialized gear and preparing everything necessary to incubate the Kirin egg and awaken a new sacred creature. Once everything's set, all that's missing is a catalyst, the blood of a player. The egg must be infused within 48 hours, and the donor's blood will shape the newborn's traits, stats, and abilities. Sehen knows his blood isn't the best option. At first, he considers Jisoo's, but her Celestial Slayer abilities could twist the outcome in dangerous ways. Then his thoughts turn to Mina. With the clock ticking and so few candidates nearby, she might be their only real shot. Mina's stats and abilities are already above the curve, so Sehen figures her blood should do the job just fine as he mulls over his options. And right then, perfect timing, he gets a message from Mina. She's standing in the rubble of the ruined streets with that father-daughter pair waiting. Sehen never wrote back before, and she's left wondering if he even plans to show up. Finally, his reply pings in, just a blunt question asking her location. No thanks, no good work, nothing. Grinding her teeth, she still tells him where they are. Then silence again, stretching for another long moment. Suddenly, Jisoo and Sehen appear right behind her. From their sweat and heavy breathing, it looks like they sprinted all the way back from Dijon. Luke steps forward, introducing himself warmly, while his daughter hides shyly behind his broad frame. Sehen introduces both himself and Jisoo. Luke assumes Mina must have mentioned their names already, since these two strangers act like they know him, with greetings out of the way. Sehen turns toward Mina, who's still visibly salty that he didn't acknowledge her efforts at all. To smooth things over, he pulls out a gift, a chunk of mithril ore, thanking her for everything she's done so far. For someone like Mina, who can absorb minerals into her body, this is priceless. Her anger melts in an instant, replaced by shock and delight at receiving something so rare. Next, Sehen approaches Lin and reveals the Kirin's egg, explaining he'll need her help to awaken it. Her part is simple: place her hand on it. Lin hesitates, fear tugging at her nerves, worried something might go wrong. But Luke reassures her, telling her Sehen doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. So she places her palm gently on the egg, only for a sharp spike to jut out, pricking her skin and drawing blood. Sehen quickly covers it up, lying that the egg's outer shell must have scraped her hand. But the deed is done. The tools recognize Lin's blood as the catalyst for the Kirin's fruit. Now all that remains is nourishment and time, waiting for the hatching to begin. Curious, Mina asks why she was supposed to track down these two in the first place. Sehen doesn't give her a clear answer. Some truths she'll just have to discover on her own. For now, he just wants Mina to stick close to them. That shouldn't be too hard. The tailors already seem comfortable with her, and Mina herself is expecting a reward for staying involved. Sehen once thought he could handle everything solo on this second playthrough. But watching how Kara's and even the Minotaur shifted from what he remembered, he's realized something. The system itself might be interfering. He has to account for that from now on. And that's exactly why he needs Lynn Taylor. The player whose natural ability shocked even the gods, the one hailed as humanity's pinnacle. With the catalyst infused, the egg begins to swell and shift, showing signs it's ready to hatch. Sehen casually tells Lin she doesn't need to call him Mr. since he's not that old. But Mina chimes in, reminding him he's 10 years older than her. She even jokes about calling him Mr. herself since he's 4 years older than her too. That immediately sparks Jisu's anger. Mina backpedals, insisting it was just a joke, trying to dodge Jisu's intense glare. With introductions wrapped up, the focus shifts back to business. Mina asks if Sehen plans to head back to Dijian, though she doubts he could take down the raid boss right now anyway. She still thinks it hasn't even spawned until Jisu corrects her, explaining they already faced it once. The three step aside, filling Mina in on everything that's happened so far. The raid boss is massive, it's might comparable to a sentinel. Sentinels might pack more punch in combat, but the raid boss has absurd amounts of health, making it far tougher to kill. Worse, its range of influence dwarfs that of a sentinel, meaning the destruction it could unleash would be catastrophic. All of this means Sehen should hurry to kill it, but right now it's too soon. Other players aren't remotely ready, and there's a dangerous new twist. The boss is in the middle of absorbing a Kirin horn. Sehen racks his brain, trying to remember. Did this monster get stabbed with a Kirin horn in his last life? Or did things shift the moment he decided to come to Dijian this time? In his first life, he never even set foot here. The raid boss ambushed them like it had been lying in wait. And this time, it left blatant tracks as though it wanted to draw them in. On top of that, the Gungi already clashed with the Kirin way too early. It hasn't even been 3 days since the raid boss announcement. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it gets. Is the system meddling with him again, or is there something else at play? One possibility comes to mind: Arcadis, the GM of Korea. Sitting high on his throne, the god watches a replay of Sehen and Jisu fighting the Gungi. He hadn't expected a mere player to escape so easily. Worse yet, Sehen even managed to walk away with a prize from the dungeon, most likely the Kirin fruit. Still, Arcadis scoffs. Even if it is a Kirin fruit, there's no way Sehen knows how to hatch it. But a bigger puzzle bothers him. Why is the Gungi so weak? It's been crippled by nothing more than a single horn lodged in its ribs. Arcadis had even granted it the chance to absorb that horn's power, and yet the beast still faltered. Annoyed, he tweaks things quietly, slipping in buffs to its regeneration and adaptive abilities, making sure not to draw too much attention. With this little upgrade, the monster could evolve into something truly nightmarish. 2 weeks later, just before the raid boss's official release date, Sehen and Jisu return to Dijian. This time, they find the city swarming with soldiers, far more than before. Looks like the military is desperate to prove their last defeat happened only because they weren't fully prepared. It's a little laughable. Really, guns against monsters are mostly a bad joke. Sure, they hurt, but in the grand scheme, completely meaningless against a raid boss. The smarter move would be to let players handle it. But doing that would just boost their authority, and after the open world announcement, the government isn't ready to surrender the little power they've clawed back. Jisu isn't thrilled about it, but there's nothing she can do to change the system's stubborn ways. Sehen tells her to move toward the other players for now. Dijian is crawling with more players than in his previous playthrough, some hunting party members to tackle the raid boss, others preparing for the quest's onset. One player sidles up, asking if he wants to join their party. Sehen declines. He has no intention of joining anyone. The player persists, assuming Sehen is just trying to look cool in front of a girl. Classic rookie mistake. Players who act like that usually bite the dust. Ignored, Sehen and Jisu continue walking, leaving the guy huffing in frustration. He's convinced the two will eventually learn their lesson. It's painfully obvious he's just trying to impress Jisu, hoping she'll join his party, without realizing exactly what she's capable of. Jisu overhears his snide tone and braces to teach him a lesson, but Sehen calms her down, reminding her to keep moving. After all, when the raid boss drops, they'll be the first to go. They weave through the crowd, the chaos pressing around them. Sehen spots Dongwuan Park lurking nearby, trying to stay under the radar. Dongwuan immediately covers his face, hoping to vanish from sight. Futile, Sehen closes in before he can escape. Dongwuan admits that Yongyun went to Chengju to check on family, and he's been summoned to Dijian. Judging by his new gear, Sehen can tell Dongwuan made serious progress during his third quest, likely gaining some fresh abilities. Though probably not a succession ability yet, those can only be granted directly by a god, which is why they're so unorthodox and powerful. Either Yangyun or Honest Life must have ordered Dongwuan to Dijian. Sehin quickly checks the god forums, everyone's still buzzing about him defeating Karas. Rumors swirl that he's in Dijon. Young Jester is sulking that Mina didn't follow him, though she admits he left something interesting behind with her. Despite the curiosity of others, Mina refuses to spill, clearly referencing the Kirin fruit. True to form, she keeps it to herself, sharing isn't her style. Luke Taylor's goddess also seems trustworthy, she's not the type to gossip. Sehin redirects his attention to Dongwuan. Did he manage to learn the crowd manipulation ability? Dongwuan tries to lie, but Sehin shows him the crystal controlling his collar. Immediately, Dongwuan's attitude shifts and he admits he learned it. Sehin is about to instruct him to use it, when one of his crows in the sky signals danger. He changes his tone instantly, ordering Dongwuan to deploy the ability immediately. Because if he does, everyone in the area is as good as dead. The raid boss is closing in fast, aiming to ambush unsuspecting players. There's still time on the spawn timer though. Its goal a pre-battle feast since Dongwuan is too slow to catch on. Sehin tries shouting warnings, telling everyone to run, but no one takes him seriously. 10 minutes remain before the boss is supposed to appear. Players dismiss him as a liar. Words won't convince them. So Sehin rushes back to Dongwuan, repeating the command, but he can't just use it on anyone. First, Dongwuan needs to psychologically reach the targets, get inside their heads. Knowing this, Sehin signals Jisoo to get ready, weapon in hand. At his cue, she smashes a nearby fire hydrant, creating chaos and drawing attention. Then Dongwuan will unleash his crowd manipulation ability the instant the raid boss appears, sending everyone into panic. He agrees, but even he doubts the boss will actually show up, or that the crowd would be so easily rattled. Sehin reassures him, things are about to get wild and he readies himself for battle. The ground trembles, people glance around, fear creeping in. Some check the raid boss timer, but it's already too late. The earth erupts as a massive paw comes crashing down towards Sehin. He braces with the pile bunker to counter it. Jisoo leaps in to support him. Together, they slam the paw back into the ground. The monster bellows in pain, roaring in fury. Players nearby finally realize the raid boss is really here, and the military reacts immediately. They open fire on the spot where the creature emerged, emptying every weapon in their arsenal in its direction. As the smoke clears, it becomes painfully obvious. The monster is still alive, standing tall like nothing happened, and the soldiers, terrified out of their minds, start retreating as the beast slowly stalks toward them. It roars again, a bone-shaking sound that completely clears away the last traces of smoke. And what emerges now is a nightmare, its fur no longer black but pure white, with huge crimson spikes jutting from every part of its body. This thing isn't just surviving, it's evolving, and if it reaches its final form, the players are doomed. Once fully transformed, this Gungi will hit the power level of a sentinel, and worse, its influence will expand even farther, making it a raid boss from hell to deal with. For it to take in the power of the horn so easily, there's no doubt, the GM himself meddled with this. The monster lets out another furious roar and slams into the people nearby, attacking without hesitation. The soldiers panic but keep firing every last bullet, every explosive they've got. Nothing works, the bullets don't even tickle it. One single breath from the raid boss sends the entire line of troops sliding back like dolls knocked over by a storm. Kim Si-han yells at Dongwon, reminding him of the plan they discussed earlier. Dongwon doesn't hesitate. Using his crowd control skill, he orders the civilians to retreat right away and leave the raid boss to the players. Some argue back, but he points at the obvious. Their modern weapons are useless here. But before his words sink in, Dongwon's skill duration ends and the crowd starts to break loose again. Si-han realizes instantly this is the trigger for the fourth main quest, which explains why the civilians suddenly charge straight toward the raid boss like lunatics. One of them gets dangerously close, and the raid boss nearly stomps him flat. But Si-han dives in and saves the man at the last second. The man, shaken, thanks him quickly, admitting he slipped up, but Si-han tells him bluntly to stay sharp. This raid boss isn't just about raw size. Si-han steadies himself, already thinking about the best weapon and strategy to bring this beast down. Meanwhile, the civilians finally realize long-range attacks are completely useless against this monster. But Si-han still worries. If the Gungi reaches its final form now, things could spiral out of control instantly. And just as that thought crosses his mind, the monster's wings expand, growing even larger. It flaps once, growls, and suddenly lifts into the sky. The result, buildings shattered, debris flying everywhere, and absolute shock among the people. Nobody expected this thing to actually fly. The crowd panics, wondering if they should run now, since if it dive bombs the ground, the whole city could be wiped out. Si-han makes his choice. He's dragging this monster back down before it can do that. He links his spears together with chains and launches them high into the sky, straight into the raid boss. The civilians gasp at his raw strength. Si-Han calls out for help, asking the crowd to pull the chains with him. Then they see Han Jisoo already stepping forward to join Si-Han without hesitation. And just like that, the crowd thinks, if that girl can help, then so can they. Together they grab hold of the chains, on Si-Han's command. They all pull at once, yanking with everything they've got. With a massive crash, the raid boss is slammed down to the ground. But then, blue current starts sparking across its body. Si-Han realizes in horror it's beginning its final metamorphosis. Determined to stop it, he leaps high into the air and drives his weapon straight into the monster's face. A loud grunt shakes the ground. But unbelievably, the raid boss rises up again, completely unfazed. Si-Han grits his teeth. This thing is tougher than he imagined. He knows he struck its skull, so why wasn't it effective? That's when Han Jisoo steps in, telling him to leave it to her. She's got what it takes to handle this. Without hesitation, she stabs her own heart, activating the full power of her celestial slayer. The ability regenerates her instantly, letting her unleash devastating attacks at full strength. She launches herself high, landing right on the raid boss's head. The entire battlefield freezes as she balances atop the giant monster. Si-Han quickly reads her movements and realizes what she's planning. He shouts for everyone else to fall back immediately. Jisoo slams her weapon down with her full might, right into the raid boss's skull. The impact is so intense, the beast's head slams into the ground as the people scatter. With one final strike, she lands another crushing blow, making the raid boss roar in agony. The monster thrashes violently, trying to snap at Jisoo as she raises her weapon for another hit. But Si-Han yells her name, warning her to stop. It's too dangerous to push further right now. After several powerful hits from her, the raid boss lunges and actually bites down on her. But thanks to her magical properties, it can't swallow her. Frustrated, the raid boss thrashes its head wildly, grunting and roaring like a beast gone mad. The crowd stares in shock, wondering what's happening, until suddenly the skies open with heavy rain. The great beast finally collapses, losing consciousness and crashing to the ground. The people inch closer, trying to confirm, did they really kill the raid boss? Everyone gathers around, staring at its motionless body. And then, to their shock, Han Jisoo crawls right out of its mouth. She walks over, steady but exhausted, straight to Si-Han. Meanwhile, the rage on region chat in the South Korean server explodes as news spreads. Kim Si-Han and Han Jisoo actually took down the raid boss. After showering them and even Dongwon with praise, the players start discussing something strange. Why were the raid boss's stats so insanely high? Suspicion rises fast. Maybe the GM himself boosted the raid boss. When asked why, one player explains that everyone is saying the same thing. After all, the GM was the one who killed Kira's. Someone suggests they submit feedback right away. They warn that if they don't, the GM might eventually target players' avatars directly. So the group agrees they'll send the feedback immediately. Thanks to that move and the backing of Si-Han and anonymous player 48, GM Arcades is forced to stay away from the Korean server for a while. As a reward for the victory, Si-Han receives the Code of Gungi. Reading through its description, he realizes Gungi had actually reached its final form right before Jisoo struck the last blow. Just as he's wrapping his head around that, Jisoo reveals her reward, the dark gem of sacred dissonance in her inventory. Seeing it, Si-Han's shock doubles. That gem could be forged into something insanely powerful. They're missing some materials, but even so, Si-Han feels grateful to Arcades. Jisoo then offers her reward to him, insisting he did most of the work. But he refuses, telling her to keep it since it'll be useful when she gathers better materials later. He adds that reaching gold rank is already more than enough reward for him since so many players joined this raid. When Jisoo admits she also got gold, Dongwon arrives proudly, announcing he got silver. They stare in disbelief. How could the guy who ran away the whole time get silver? But he reminds them, he did evacuate everyone and secured the battlefield. Jisoo then asks Si-Han if her participation lowered his rank, but he shakes his head. He says if she hadn't been there, the fight would have dragged on way longer. Turning to Dongwon, he asks if the guy has anything left to do, and Dongwon nods. Si-Han thinks it might have been better if Dongwon had stuck with Yonghyun, but lets him go anyway with a warning. Before leaving for Seoul, Jisoo admits she's worried about her mother's whereabouts. That makes Si-Han wonder, why hasn't her mother revealed her location to her? Looking at Jisoo, Si-Han can't help but think, what would have happened to her if he hadn't killed her in his past life? To him, she's become a milestone, proof that fate can actually change. Meanwhile, in a darker alley, some men drag children with them, tied up like cattle, crying for help. The men mutter that their higher-ups, being demons, must have demanded the children's souls and blood. Suddenly, John Shin arrives on the scene, hunting for someone who dared intrude on his turf. When asked who he is, Shin just smirks. He doesn't know and he doesn't care. His solution, kill everyone. Elsewhere, Mina and Linda walk down the street with grocery bags in hand. Taylor thanks Mina for helping them afford more with their points, and Mina proudly shows off her gold rating. But privately, she admits the only reason she reached gold was because of the grimoire Si-Han gave her. Suddenly, danger strikes, someone sneaks up behind her, thanks to Taylor's quick warning. Mina dodges the ambush just in time. Her arm transforms into a blade, slicing the man's weapon clean in half. With her other fist now metallic, she smashes him straight in the face. The man hits the ground, while his partner realizes the girls aren't normal at all. He whistles sharply, and from the alleys their whole gang pours out, surrounding the girls. Then the first man's eyes shift unnaturally. Mina narrows her gaze, wondering could he be a humanoid monster. But Mina doesn't flinch, she stays calm and confident, turning both of her arms into deadly mantis blades. With just one clean swing, she slices through their weapons like they were made of paper. One of the thugs quickly yells at his buddy, ordering him to chase after Taylor. Both men charge straight toward Taylor without hesitation. She manages to slip out of the way, narrowly dodging their strike. Minsu feels a wave of relief after watching her avoid that attack. Fueled by that relief, he rushes toward the men, ready to finish them himself. But the thugs don't stick around, they make a run for it and vanish from the scene. After a brief sigh of relief from the close call, Mina suddenly notices something strange. The blood dripping from the injured or dead gangsters is pitch black. Suspicion creeps in, and she decides it's best to talk about this with Kim Si-Han once he returns. Later, when Kim Si-Han finally comes back, Lemia wastes no time telling him how she and Lynn Taylor were ambushed by shady thugs. He listens, thinks it over, and then connects the dots. The black blood marks them as servants of a demon, which means they were from the Dark Sky clan. That realization makes him wonder, why are they hanging around wasting time instead of just building up their power? And then another question hits him, could this be happening because Kim Ju-won is gone now? Se-hin remembers that in his previous life, the Dark Sky clan never had authority over Seoul thanks to Kim Ju-won's guild, the Sins. But since that guild doesn't exist here, the Dark Sky clan gained influence, and without meaning to, Se-hin himself sped up the demon's advance in Seoul. When Lynn Taylor nervously asks if he knows who those people were, he nods. Before answering, he glances at Mr. Taylor and is caught off guard by the father's worried expression toward his daughter. Then he tells the girls the truth, those thugs were most likely tied to a demon. Still, he admits he doesn't know their exact hideout since he never faced them in his first playthrough. That's when Jisoo steps forward, saying she actually knows where they might be. She reminds Se-hin about her third main quest, the one she really struggled with. Se-hin instantly remembers because back then he had to fight Kira's at the same time. Jisoo explains further, saying she met someone with dark blood during that quest. That's all Se-hin needs to hear. He realizes this is serious and tells her to lead the way. Their search brings Se-hin to Hyeogak in Seoul's Gangseo district. Right away, it feels off. Shops are already reopening like nothing ever happened. He approaches one shop owner and asks if there have been any child abductions in the area. The man, who was calm and collected just a moment ago, suddenly turns pale. He stammers, denies everything, and walks away without giving an answer. After trying with several others, one man finally agrees to talk inside his shop, only after Se-hin shows him Jisoo's picture and asks if he knows anything. The man explains that the guild running this area wasn't originally from here. In fact, the woman in the picture completely wiped out the old organization, which made it easy for outsiders to take control. He goes on, saying the new people threatened all the locals to stay quiet or risk losing their businesses. Hearing this, Se-hin pieces everything together. He realizes those people must be kidnapping kids for something tied to the Mask of Anguish. At first, this world was just a playground for the gods. But now, demons have leveled up to the point where they treat it like their own twisted game too. The gods, however, only ever select at most 2 avatars. They micromanage those avatars constantly, even interfering often to keep control. Demons, on the other hand, are the complete opposite. They spread their power across multiple contractors, filling entire groups or even entire guilds with their servants. Unlike the gods, demons don't care about talent, skills, or whether their power actually fits the contractor. All they care about is raw hunger for power and how easy someone is to tempt. As long as their servants obey, that's enough. For demons, this game isn't entertainment, it's war against humanity itself. And every single one of their interests is against humans. That's why they're after the Mask of Anguish. It's literally forged from a demon's flesh and infused with misery. Its current owner, the 27th ranked demon Nevaroth. Nevaroth fuels himself on sorrow and human life essence, converting it all into points he can use to grow the mask's power. With all that in mind, Se-hin leaves the shop determined. He's going to take down the Dark Sky clan. He transforms into a crow and starts scanning for the white building the shopkeeper mentioned. That's where the demon's servants should be. But there's a problem: every single building in sight is painted white. To make matters worse, everyone around has dark hair and dark eyes, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the thugs. So Sehen switches tactics and decides to track down their boss directly. He storms in and cuts down several Dark Sky Guild members with ease. When backup arrives, they demand to know if he's from the Dark Moon Guild. Sehen just twirls his daggers in his hands and tells them straight up, they're about to die here. Then, using the Eye of the Crows, he summons a massive flock that descends upon the area. The crows swarm everywhere, throwing the enemies into confusion. In the chaos, Sehen cuts them down one after another. When the remaining men finally gather the courage to fight back, Sehen uses Shadow Rush to dodge their counterattack. Even while fighting, he's wondering where the kidnapped kids are, but he decides he'll deal with the kids after wiping out every last one of Neveroth's servants here. With that resolve, he slaughters them all and then shifts focus to finding the children. His search pays off when he opens a door and finds the kidnapped kids inside. One of the children looks up and nervously asks if he's taking them to that place too. Not understanding what the kid means, Sehen gently asks what place he's talking about. The child explains they were told they'd be turned into players. That makes Sehen's blood boil. These gangsters had been manipulating the kids. He tells them flatly, no human can turn you into a player. That kind of power doesn't exist. When one boy argues back, saying he saw other kids turned into players, Sehen shakes his head. Those children were already players before. Hearing that crushes the boy's hope. He snaps, telling Sehen to let them go if he can't keep the promise. Sehen answers firmly, he's here to free them, and that's exactly what he's doing. After rescuing the children, he decides to dig deeper into the building. His first stop, the 7th floor, hoping to find a manager. There, Shen Huan sits in a room with a cage in front of him. Annoyed by the loud commotion outside, suddenly someone rushes in and reports, the Hugok branch has been completely wiped out. Shen Huan demands to know who did it. The man explains the cameras were jammed by crows, but it was definitely a lone man in black. Huan wonders if it could have been a servant of another demon, but he can't figure out who. He leaves and heads down to the 5th floor where his boss is. His boss, Gang Cheanyu orders him to handle the situation, but also warns him not to underestimate the enemy. Confident, Huan sets out, reminding himself that Neveroth himself calls him the strangest contractor of them all. Even while acknowledging the strength of the man who just killed his people, he pushes forward, determined to take him down. Meanwhile, Sehen is digging through documents and discovers that the Dark Sky Guild's base is located in Wan Inchin. But as he's reading, he suddenly feels the presence of observing eyes. The gods are watching again. The weight of their gaze makes him uneasy. Among them, one golden eye keeps trailing him. He wonders if it belongs to the witch. But then he remembers, if it really were hers, she would have already sent him an avatar invitation, just like she did in his past playthrough. With that in mind, he brushes it off and focuses back on the bigger problem. There will be way more enemies in Inchin than there were in Huagok. After one of the observing eyes even tries to provoke him, he steels himself. First, he has to rescue the kidnapped children from the Inchin branch's basement, because he knows the demons are using them to awaken the Mask of Anguish. When Sehen finally arrives, he peeks from behind a wall and sees men dragging out dead children from the basement. They're muttering about why the kids are dying faster than expected and confused about what to do with the bodies. Normally, Shin Huan handles that. Hearing that name, Sehen pauses. Was there someone called Shin Huan in his previous playthrough? Since he can't learn much from eavesdropping, he steps out and reveals himself. The men mistake him for a newcomer because of his black clothes and tell him to help with the corpses. Instead, Sehen wastes no time. He slits their throats instantly. As he examines one of the bodies, he finds something unsettling. One dead girl has a peaceful look on her face. He recalls how the Mask of Anguish feeds on misery, leaving victims in despair. That peaceful expression doesn't fit. On top of that, the power stored in the mask feels way lower than it should be. Then he spots it, a stasis-inducing gas orb lying nearby. That means someone else had used an item here, probably trying to save the kids. But who? Sehen pushes the thought aside for now. Rescuing the surviving children comes first. Meanwhile, Gang Cheanyu erupts in anger when he learns Huan hasn't tracked down the intruder yet. Even so, he decides to stall and ask Neveroth for more time, to gather another batch of children. Because for them, the cycle of misery must continue. And Sehen, now fully locked in, knows he's the only one who can break it. At first, he assumes this guy must be some servant of a demon, judging by his creepy outfit and the way crows surround him, but then it hits him. No one weaker than Huan would dare to face him like this. That's when Cheanyu's informer, Du Tuan, comes into the picture, and he brings it up with Cheanyu. But Cheanyu quickly shakes his head, refusing to accept any of those claims. Out of nowhere, Chanyu notices a massive swarm of crows gathering outside his window. The flock crashes right through the glass, storming into the room like a black wave. Kao's informer panics and blurts out that each crow's foot has a bomb strapped to it. But by the time they even notice, the entire building detonates in one massive explosion. Meanwhile, Juan is riding his bike when he hears the devastating news that their base has been attacked. Neveroth reports to him that the whole building was blown apart, and the mask is now buried under the rubble. Even though everyone assumed that the player would have taken the mask away along with the children. Suddenly, Neveroth mentions that the Crow constellation was recently replaced because someone killed the previous Crow constellation and inherited that power. But the seat remains empty since the killer hasn't officially claimed it yet. Juan presses him, asking if he knows who the killer is, and Neveroth affirms that he does. He explains that the killer is actually one of the most well-known players out there. But then the man admits he can't even access the gods' forums, simply because he's a demon. Juan takes in all that info about this mysterious player, realizing the guy will never willingly show himself for a fight. So Juan decides to flip the script. He'll create a situation where this player has no choice but to fight. He asks Neveroth to reveal the location of the player's teammates. But Neveroth advises him to first secure the mask from their base, so he has the edge against such a powerful opponent. Following that, Neveroth assists Juan in retrieving the mask and then leads him straight to the player's hideout, which turns out to be Sehen's teammate's doorstep. Inside, Mina glances at the heavy rain pouring outside, towel drying her hair while commenting on how relentless the storm is. Lin walks in with a cup of hot tea, offering it to her. Mina thanks her and asks if she's seen Jisoo. Lin replies that Jisoo's still outside. Mina mutters that Jisoo must be keeping watch even in this downpour. Taylor sighs loudly, saying he just can't wrap his head around these abilities. Mina tells him it's as simple as using his own hands. Taylor sighs again, admitting he still doesn't get it. Mina looks at him with determination, promising she'll help him understand, but suddenly, Lin fumbles and drops a plate, shattering it. She freezes in front of the window. Mina quickly asks if she's hurt or if the thunder scared her. Lin trembles, stammering that something awful is closing in on them. Dark, massive shadows loom across their doorway. The door creaks open and Juan is standing right there. Mina stares, wondering if this stranger might be one of Sehen's allies. But before she can say anything, Juan punches her straight in the face. Mina instantly shifts into a fighting stance, demanding to know who he is. Juan strikes her again, mercilessly. Mina reels from the blow, realizing it hurts badly even though she had reinforced herself with mithril. Juan advances toward her, coldly telling her to stay still so he can finish her off quickly. Mina responds by transforming into her combat form. She launches attacks at him, but Juan effortlessly dodges them. He's about to land a heavy strike, when Taylor suddenly steps in, blocking his punch. Taylor mocks him, saying it's clear he knows how to fight and it's a shame, because he must have been pretty strong before this twisted game ever started. Juan tightens his stance, snapping that he doesn't have time to waste since all of them need to die. Taylor grins and fires back, saying that's not happening because he still has a daughter to take care of. And just like that, the two men launch into a brutal fight. Elsewhere at the Dark Sky Clan's base, the Crow admires the bombs he created, grumbling that summoning crows always leaves him with a nasty headache. He thinks about how others could retrieve the mask themselves, while the Eye keeps nagging him. Annoyed, he moves closer, asking what's wrong. The Eye warns him that her avatar is currently in danger. Back at the scene, Juan stands silently. He looks down at Mina and Taylor, both lying unconscious. He admits to himself that this could have gone differently if their stats were just a little higher. Then he notices Lin crying over Taylor, begging her dad to wake up, and he's suddenly reminded of his own younger self. Juan asks aloud if he can do whatever he wants with the survivors. And once he gets the green light, he orders Lin to follow him. Lin hesitates, but Juan coldly tells her it's the only way to keep her dad and Mina alive. She glances one last time at her father, then forces herself to step toward Juan. Without warning, he knocks her out by striking her head. He grabs her limp body, and just as he's about to leave with her, Jisoo suddenly ambushes him with a hatchet. He pauses and asks if she lives here too. Jisoo answers with another vicious strike, shocking Juan with her speed. He thinks to himself that she might actually be faster than him. Juan tries to attack her wrist, but she dodges skillfully. He frowns, realizing that attack should have snapped her wrist. He thinks to himself that she's not normal, she's downright inhuman. Jisoo then asks why he keeps moving so strangely while dodging her blows. He replies that her movements are just as bizarre to him, adding that it's a boxing move called sway. Jisoo cracks her neck and immediately takes up a boxer's stance. Juan clicks his tongue in annoyance and resets his stance as well. Jisoo throws a sharp punch and Juan dodges with equal speed. He tries to mimic her attack, but she narrowly evades it. Hwan chuckles to himself, calculating that Jisoo only aims for the head, but her natural instincts could make her extremely dangerous. He decides to finish it with one final strike and hurls a direct punch at her. Jisoo blocks the blow, countering with the exact same move. Hwan stumbles back, stunned at how fast she pulled that off. He mutters that it's smarter to leave now before things escalate further. Jisoo staggers slightly, and Hwan lets out a disappointed groan. He hops on his bike, taking Lin with him. But he can't believe what he's seeing. Jisoo is actually keeping up with his speeding bike, and with each passing second she's closing in faster. Just as she's about to reach him, Hwan shifts gears and tears off at full speed. The demon's voice rings in his head, taunting him, saying this will be the last time he helps. Because Jisoo cannot be allowed to disrupt the main event. Hwan finally makes it to Incheon Port, as the voice warns that the crows are already on their way there. Hwan thinks about Taylor, Mina, and Lin, realizing how tightly connected they all are. Then his thoughts shift to Jisoo. The demon mocks him again, telling him to wear the mask. The voice says he's only helping Hwan because he doesn't want to waste time finding another pawn, and he'll end their contract the moment Hwan fails. Hwan coolly replies that he'll make his choice once he meets the guy face to face. Just then the crow appears. Hwan squints, realizing he recognizes him. He's seen this man in an MMA fighting ring, so he must be a fighter. The crow demands to know why Hwan kidnapped the child. Hwan answers that it was the only way to lure him out. The crow asks if this is because of what he did to the Dark Sky clan. Hwan nods, saying he has unfinished business with him, while feeling the powerful aura radiating from his opponent. The crow explains that his friends were ambushed by demon servants before, so he decided to wipe out anything tied to demons before they become a bigger threat. Hwan takes his stance, ready to fight. The crow notices Hwan's hands shifting form and wonders if he can freely modify his body like that. And just like that, their one-on-one showdown begins. Both men unleash furious punches at each other. Neither one reaching for weapons, this is raw combat. But then the crow suddenly launches an unexpected attack aimed at Hwan. The strike lands hard, breaking Hwan's hand. The demon snaps at him for not wearing the mask, cursing himself for ever trusting a mortal. Hwan wonders if he's even worthy of wearing the mask of anguish. The demon roars back, saying if he won't accept it, then he'll force him to. Then the demon sneers, asking if Hwan even understands the difference between making a contract with a demon versus making one with a god. Right then, Hyun starts shaking all over as the demon casually tells him that demons can force their will onto others. And before he can resist, our guy Hwan is already forced into wearing that mask of anguish, the demon mocking him that it's getting boring watching him fight like some weakling. Hwan lets out a raw scream as the mask clamps down on him, while the crow on the sidelines immediately realizes this could turn into a real problem. He thinks about how Hyun's stats could actually be close to his own right now, and with that cursed mask, yeah, that's the one that always irritates him, this fight just got dangerous. The crow rushes to Lin's side, pulling her in protectively, glaring at Hyun, who now laughs maniacally as the mask seizes full control. Hyun's voice twists, boasting how amazing it feels to be the one in control. The mask itself speaks up, introducing its true self as the 27th ranking demon Neveroth. And then Neveroth bursts out laughing, saying how much fun it is to personally take charge of a body like this. That's when the crow finally draws his sword, warning straight up that if Neveroth wants to play, bring it on. He doesn't want to keep Lin standing out in the rain waiting. Neveroth scoffs, calling him an arrogant mortal, demanding if it's really true he managed to defeat Karas, because to him that sounds impossible. He mocks further, saying with that level of power there's no way a human like him could ever take down a constellation. But Hwan suddenly charges forward at full speed. The crow notices the mask hasn't fully activated yet, but even so, the raw strength radiating from it is nothing to laugh at. He closes the distance, and the two launch into a back and forth, swinging, dodging, clashing non-stop, though the crow notes these patterns are movements he can still handle. At one point, the crow nearly presses his blade right to Hyun's neck, only for it to shatter instantly on contact. Neveroth laughs hard, praising him for being pretty strong for a mere human. Then he leans close, taunting that even with all that skill, he still can't measure up to a demon. But the crow notices something subtle. Neveroth's movements have slowed down from before. Catching that flaw, he strikes again, sending Hwan staggering backward, and realizes this means Hyun's body is basically just being used as a punching bag now. He thinks to himself how Neveroth can block his blade from cutting flesh with sheer power. But at the same time, Hyun still feels all the pain. The crow pauses when he sees Neveroth laughing again, and he wonders what rank like his on the demon ladder truly represents. Neveroth admits that his arrogance wasn't baseless. This human can actually fight quite well. But right as he's talking, he suddenly collapses to the ground. The demon's voice rises in confusion, demanding what's happening, why the body won't move. That's when Huan's own voice slips out, saying maybe it's because his body's been beaten so badly. Neveroth demands how he can still speak like this, and Huan replies that the beatdown actually cleared his head. Neveroth snarls that as long as the mask is on, he still has control. Huan exhales deeply, then slams his own head straight into the ground with brutal force. Watching this, the crow realizes if he's hurting himself like that, then he must be resisting the demon's control. He admits it's an unusual sight to witness. The demon rages, screaming at Huan if he really thinks he can destroy the mask, reminding him that a demon's artifact can only be broken by the demon itself, or by one of equal or higher status. Or in some cases by the demon's direct contractor. The demon keeps roaring. He warns Huan that by trying to destroy this artifact, he's basically ripping up their contract entirely. But Huan just grabs the mask and pulls, declaring he knows the demon was planning to abandon him anyway. So he'll be the one to throw him away first. After tearing the mask, Huan turns his eyes toward the crow. The crow asks if he still plans to fight him even now. Huan answers that the demon had nothing to do with their duel. The crow reflects that he still needs to avenge his old boss, whose face he can barely even remember anymore. Huan celebrates, realizing his stats are unchanged even after ripping the mask away. He also notices his vision feels sharper than ever. He can clearly track every move and dodge attacks with ease. But despite that, the crow still throws him off balance, saying luck just wasn't on his side today. Huan goes flying down from the sky, crashing hard into the water below. He floats on the surface, barely hanging on, while the crow chuckles that he must actually be pretty lucky to survive that fall. Huan slowly opens his eyes, wondering how he's still alive after taking that hit. And right then, a figure holding an umbrella hovers over him, a girl welcoming him back. She tells him straight that he's managed to catch her interest. Huan weakly asks who she is. She smiles, introducing herself as none other than Azazel, one of the 7 prime demons of hell. Meanwhile, over in a high-rise building in Gangnam, Saul, the Genesis Guildmaster Park, is in a meeting with Outrising Guildmaster Gang and Crimson Spider Lily Guildmaster Lee. Park suggests an alliance with Gang since Outrising is locked in a power struggle with the waning Crescent. But Gang sees Park's guild as a much bigger threat to his own ambitions. Meanwhile, Lee looks irritated, already sick of Gang and Park bickering non-stop. Gang grows angrier, but Park manages to calm him down. Park explains that aside from the alliance talk, he also gathered them to discuss the main quest. A lot of time has passed since the last update and still no sign of a new main quest, but Park feels there have been hints. He believes the sudden spike in dungeon appearances is pointing directly to their next big objective. After all, guilds have been clashing more and more lately over these new dungeons. Park predicts the next main quest will be a massive competition between guilds for dungeon control. So instead of a full alliance, he proposes a truce, just so they don't waste time fighting each other. He reminds them that after the 4th main quest, players are able to officially form guilds. Then they can even buy guild houses in the city's central district, turning them into safe zones. Originally, Park's plan was to form his guild much later. Back then, with his members already attracting too much attention from the gods, he had planned to just work as a mercenary under another guild. But meeting John Shin changed everything. Park realized he needed his own safe zone to protect against intruders and constant surveillance. Meanwhile, Sehin's crew stares up in awe at the towering building he's secured. Sehin admits this was supposed to be a later purchase. But for now, he explains it's safer for everyone if they stay away from prying eyes. They all head inside to discuss the details. As they step through the entrance, Sehin notices Jisoo looking gloomy. She confesses that she feels down because she failed to protect everyone, the incident reminding her of her shortcomings. She admits she needs to expand her skills and techniques, not just lean on raw stats and abilities. Sehin is genuinely surprised to see Jisoo so determined to grow stronger. But then his own thoughts drift back to the clash with John Shin. That encounter left a deep impression. He didn't chase John Shin further because the ground had been blown away, but more importantly, something intervened and completely nullified his finishing blow. Sehin is convinced only a demon could have interfered directly like that, and if it could cancel his strike, then it must have been one of the 7 deadly demons of the Dark Realm. Nina then asks when the next main quest will actually begin. Sehin replies he'll reveal more once everyone is gathered together. When the whole team is finally assembled, Sehin lays it out. This is going to be a competition. Some of them argue, saying the increased number of dungeons alone isn't enough evidence for his theory. Sehin then explains the concept of dungeon imprinting. Once a dungeon has been imprinted, only that specific group can enter it. At the moment, entry is still open to anyone, but Sehin warns that this rule could change soon. That's why they should seize as many dungeons as possible right now. Not only do dungeons guarantee steady resources, points, and experience for growth, but they also present the perfect chance for one guild to dominate Seoul. The competition is already heating up, with several guilds established across the city. Sehen gathered them today to decide if they'll officially participate in forming their own guild. Everyone nods and agrees to join Sehen's guild. Everyone except Luke and Lin, who say they aren't strong enough yet. But Sehen makes it clear he still wants them on board. He knows Lin is possibly the most talented player out there right now. And Luke, he's got the potential to be a chosen avatar of the gods themselves. He even became the strongest player in the last timeline, even if just for a while. Luke agrees to follow Sehen, saying he already considers him a hero. Luke always wanted to be a hero too, but he feels like he already failed once by losing. Mina jumps in, asking if she can name the guild if he hasn't chosen yet. But Sehen smiles, telling her he already has. It'll be called Deicide, the Destroyer of Gods. Soon after, Su walks into the basement of the new Deicide headquarters. He takes a deep breath, impressed by that fresh new building smell. Meanwhile, Sehen and Jisoo are busy training in the gym. He goes hand in hand with her, matching her movements. And he quickly realizes there's nothing modest about her killing intent. Even though she's holding back, he can still feel it, and her control is honestly impressive. Jisoo keeps pressing with strike after strike, until finally she corners Sehen against the wall and throws a punch with nowhere for him to run. Her fist slams into the wall instead, and she decides to end the training there. She admits she couldn't land a single hit on him, and wonders aloud where he learned to fight like this. Sehen just looks at her and asks why she's bringing that up now. She's watched him fight countless times already. But Jisoo insists, saying watching a fight and actually being the one facing him are two very different things. Jisoo, however, finally gets a feel for how she needs to move. Out of nowhere, Mina comes barreling into the training gym. Sehen tells her he'll let her spar with Jisoo later and asks why she's here in such a hurry. Mina says the egg incubator was making this weird trumpet-like noise. Sehen grins, the Curran's fruit must be hatching at last. He and Mina stand there waiting for the shell to break when, suddenly, the system pings them the egg has hatched. It's the birth of the very first Kirin child. Sehen unlocks the achievement Beast Tamer. Mina sees the tiny baby before anyone else and scoops it up without a second thought. The Akiran child is born with the mix of prodigy blood and mythical Akiran power. Within a month, the child ages into a teenager, then grows normally until their 20s, kind-hearted by nature but prone to corruption depending on how they're raised. Mina's instantly overprotective and decides to name the little girl Bexel because she's as white as snow. Mina heads off to show the baby to everyone else. Sehen figures it's best to leave the child in Mina's care for now. Meanwhile, Sehen reminds everyone they must remember that each dungeon uses a different scoring system in this dungeon race. No one who isn't in a guild can join. The higher your rank, the better the rewards, and the points you earn depend entirely on which dungeon you imprint. Jisoo worries their small guild can't compete, but Sehen doesn't plan to try and claim every single dungeon. He only wants to target the dungeons that actually give high points. Mina asks how he can tell which ones those are, since even when she infiltrated the 3 major guilds, they didn't seem to know. Mina only discovered the Genesis Guild was doing some analysis on dungeon patterns. Sehen agrees there is a pattern to how the dungeons spawn. He unfurls a map of recent dungeon spawns he charted with his crows over the past week. Luke doubts a map alone proves which dungeons are valuable. Sehen calms him, they've got all the data they need, these spawns match constellation patterns. He points to Lyre and the herdsman, saying they're only worth up to 3 points. The hint, he says, is that the next quests will be tied to constellations. So if they want top rewards, Sehen argues they must go after the dungeon at the brightest star in the zodiac. It should be worth 10 points. He thinks Mina will be the key player in this quest, though he doesn't explain why. He picks Changgu as his travel companion, and he tells Jisoo to keep her fights with other players to a minimum. As for the troublemakers, Sehen leaves them to Jisoo, but warns her not to draw too much attention. Right then, Sehen gets a message. He recognizes it. It's from the one who used him as an avatar in his prior run, the Witch of Dreams. The players keep chatting excitedly about the contest when an anonymous user joins the chat to drop dungeon intel. The Norse beauty offers to let the 4 seers avatar into her guild, but the anonymous user declines the invitation. Instead, he starts handing out info on Gangnam region dungeons, claiming they'll net a lot of points. The Norse beauty moves to claim those dungeons, while another player asks about some in Gangseo. The anonymous source says he'll share info about 3 5-point dungeons, and occasionally he'll leak a 10-point dungeon to build trust. But he gets suspicious that Tyr already sees through him, since he's only showing interest in the 12 Zodiac dungeons. After dumping all that info, he realizes the Genesis Guildmaster probably knows everything too. Sehen decides to handle the Witch of Dreams message personally. Each god can send 10 messages to players monthly. It's unlikely a god would waste those on a random player like Sehen. He never got messages like this in his past life. Sehen is surprised the goddess keeps messaging. She disagrees with the other gods' pick for chosen ones. She's impressed that his power is purely human. She offers Sehen the role of her avatar and promises to make him a champion. Sehen breathes easier knowing she has no memory of his previous life, but he refuses. He won't repeat that ending. He turns down the goddess' offer. The goddess respects his decision and says she'll always be there if he needs her help. Meanwhile, Mina waits at the gate like Sehen told her to, hiding in place. She sees the huge crowd gathering around the dungeon and realizes Sehen was right all along. Mina transforms into a fly and clings to the mercenaries who are preparing to enter the dungeon. They line up in formation, leaving a rear row to watch for rival guilds, then they step through the gate. The mercenaries warn each other to be careful as they enter. Mina flies to the dungeon's end and readies herself. Then she turns back into her human shape. She pulls out some bombs and places a metal pipe where she needs it. Mina sticks the bombs to the cave walls and triggers them. There's a massive explosion, the tunnels collapse, and the pipe secures her exit route. Now she only has to follow the path she made and finish the dungeon herself. Elsewhere, a group who just discovered the dungeon gate cheers in excitement. They hesitate to enter because they fear the major guilds might spot them, but their leader insists no one will come here. The leader brags that he might even get promoted for finding the gate first. Suddenly, Jisoo arrives and is stunned to see the dungeon ringed by so many people. One of the men tells his master he let her in. The master grins slyly and tells his men to hold her down. As they grab Jisoo, their hands begin to tremble with fear. They suddenly realize they can't force her to move. Jisoo spots the moon tattoos on their arms and recognizes them as members of the Waning Crescent Guild. She counts 34 of their people. Their faces drain of color as Jisoo's eyes flare red with killing intent. Meanwhile, Park checks the rankings and finds he's sitting in second place, just like he planned. His tactic is to let Outrising lead for a week before making their own push. He notes that Outrising and the Crimson Spider Lily don't yet know about the constellation pattern. But Deicide is tied with them, and even gods aren't aware of Deicide's moves. Seeing Deicide in second place, Park suspects they too must know about the constellation pattern. He decides it's wise to keep a close eye on them. Sehen, meanwhile, keeps watching his plan unfold. The small dungeons are being taken by the 3 major guilds. Mina snagged 2 high-point dungeons for them, and Jisoo secured a 5-point run together that puts Deicide at 25 points. Taylor and Changu are also doing all right. Lin walks up to Sehen and asks if she can hold Baexel, but Sehen says the baby's still too heavy for her. She then asks him to train her like he trained Jisoo. Sehen refuses, telling her that understanding herself is the first lesson, plain training won't suit her. Lin doesn't immediately get what he means, but the truth is she grows stronger simply by watching their fights. She needs to be aware of that before formal training can help. Baexel suddenly blows bubbles, and the sight refreshes Lin in a way she can't explain. Baexel was born only 2 days ago and she's already showing magic. The baby sneezes and releases a tiny laser beam from her horn. Sehen is stunned, he's never seen an Akairn do that before. Sehen and Changu set off, believing the Genesis will probably try to contact them soon. He figures Genesis will reach out first because they think they alone know the constellation pattern, and Deicide sweeping the high point dungeons must have caught their attention. Still, Sehen doesn't plan to meet them just yet. Changu worries he's not the ideal travel partner because Sehen could recruit someone better. But Sehen assures him it's fine, anyone better would likely already be chosen as an avatar. Sehen notices his party window now allows 1 more member and considers adding Jisoo since she's grown stronger. He and Changu press on while Mina nags them for being lazy. Changu's a bit surprised because he expected Sehen to chase only 10-point dungeons, and this one's just 5. Sehen explains all the big high-point dungeons are under Genesis surveillance, and a smaller point reward isn't bad, monster points don't differ much anyway. They reach the dungeon gate, and Sehen tells Changu to stow his weapons because he wants to test the A-rank gear he crafted using the Code of the Night and Gunji hide. Meanwhile, people crowd around to check the guild rankings. They're shocked to see Deicide, a guild no one knows, sitting at the top. Park, Gang, and Lee meet again to plan their next moves. Park tells them Deicide has been sweeping their dungeons. They lack witnesses to prove it, but the feeling that someone's watching them won't go away. Gang mentions he's noticed some guy tailing them lately, but no matter how hard they search, they just can't pin him down. Park brushes it off, assuming it has to be someone from Deicide sneaking around to gather intel. But Gang can't hide his frustration. He's furious that Genesis is suddenly sitting at the top of the leaderboards, especially since Outrising had been leading by a whole 20 points. Park, acting clueless, tells him it's probably just luck that Genesis got dungeons worth more points, but then suggests they really should focus on Deicide. If they don't, it'll be embarrassing for all three major guilds if this no-name guild keeps climbing. Park reminds them that they've got only 2 weeks left before the quest ends, so instead of blindly hunting dungeons, he suggests they investigate who Deicide's allies are and tighten security around their own dungeons. Lee points out she's already been doing that, but somehow Deicide still manages to steal from them. Park explains that Deicide's strategy is different. They're not just going for high-value dungeons, they're scooping up the low-point ones too. That's when Park lays it down. In exchange for halting their own runs, he promises to find the real members of Deicide. Both Gang and Lee agree to hold off their hunts for now. And Park doubles down on his promise, he'll flush Deicide out. Meanwhile, our guy Sehen is busy watching the dungeon zones. He notices the heavy guard presence tightening around every entrance. It's obvious the guild masters aren't just guarding dungeons anymore, they're itching to track him down. And Sehen, being Sehen, decides he might as well grant them their wish. Time to pay a little visit. He positions himself outside Genesis' safe zone, and with all the patrols stretched thin across the dungeons, sneaking in becomes a whole lot easier. Inside, he starts looking for someone who can guide him straight to the guild master. Using his shadow rush, he slips unseen until he's right behind Jin Hong. But Gaeon isn't an easy mark. She notices him before he gets close. She swings her sword at him in an instant, and Sehen has to block the strike. He raises a hand, trying to introduce himself. But Gaeon isn't hearing it. She just keeps attacking, blade flashing again. With her sword coming down fast, Sehen sidesteps with ease. Every swing misses him cleanly, and it's clear he's not just any intruder. Gaeon realizes this too. She's not fighting a random thug. Sehen insists again he only wants to talk. But instead of listening, Gaeon suddenly lowers her sword, only to pull out another weapon, one that makes Sehen blink in surprise. She's wielding a whip sword. Gaeon lashes out with it, the blade snaking dangerously through the air, but Sehen keeps dodging. At one point, he tosses her original sword back at her to break her rhythm. And sure enough, she pulls out yet another weapon, a dagger this time. Sehen can't help but be impressed at just how many weapons she's packing. After trading blows for a while, Gaeon finally drops to her knees, worn out, and admits defeat. That's when Sehen calmly explains he's not here to fight. He's here as a representative of Deicide, looking to speak directly with her guild master. Shocked, Gaeon processes his words, then decides to take him to Park. Sehen is almost amused at how quickly she agrees after all that fighting. But when he faces Park, the man refuses to believe Sehen is really from Deicide. So Sehen drops the knowledge bomb, the constellation pattern. Park's expression hardens, only a select few know about that. He gestures for Sehen to sit, realizing this isn't just bluster. He then tells Gaeon to rest up. She insists on staying by his side. But Park repeats himself and eventually she leaves. After a bit of small talk, Park finally gets serious and asks Sehen why he's really here. Sehen explains he's the one who invited them in the first place. Given what Sehen knows, Park assumes the visit is about pushing Genesis to back off the dungeons. But Sehen shakes his head. He actually wants them to hold control but stresses the meeting must stay secret. Other guilds might overreact. Park narrows his eyes, curious, why would Sehen want that? That's when Sehen unrolls a map and tells him, steer clear of 2 dungeons in Seoul. And not just those, 16 others nearby as well. Park initially takes it as a threat. But then his gaze lands on the pattern, it's Scorpius. Sehen explains that bombs have been planted in those dungeons. He keeps the details vague though. Then he adds, inside those Scorpius dungeons lurks a monster capable of turning Seoul into a bloodbath. Park doesn't buy it and demands proof. Sehen counters by offering credible information. He's dead set on preventing the nightmare from his past life from repeating, and to do that he needs Park's trust. Of all the horrors Sehen lived through before, this was the darkest one, and he'll do anything to stop it. Back then, it began with an unknown guild diving into those cursed dungeons. The monsters broke free, unleashing a nightmare for the gods' entertainment. Once the scorpions drained every ounce of mana from players, they spilled onto the surface. That was the trigger for destruction. 2 scorpions spawned from the star pieces of Antares, and within a week, a third of Seoul was obliterated. The Outrising and Crimson Tiger Lily guilds were devastated. Genesis had to completely reorganize and the chaos spread. The incident crippled the growth of Korean players, and eventually the entire nation was swallowed in disaster. That's why Sehen is determined this time it won't happen. If the two dungeons tied to Scorpius are indeed the triggers, he'll stop it. Park remains skeptical until he receives word from scouts confirming the mithril deposit Sehen mentioned. He's shaken. How could Sehen know such specifics, and what exactly is his standing in Deicide? And if Sehen is willing to hand over mithril like it's nothing, does that mean his guild has something even better? Park struggles to make sense of it all. But the truth, Deicide already has 2 mithril ores and a refined iron deposit, so to Sehen it's hardly a loss. Park concedes that stopping those creatures should be top priority, but Sehen tells him that's why he wants Genesis to keep surveillance tight. Park suggests warning the other guilds. Sehen shakes his head. None of them would believe him, much less follow orders. Park then asks if Sehen already knew they'd be the ones to guard those dungeons. Sehen replies confidently he had backup plans if they hadn't stepped in. His certainty leaves Park wondering. Is this man arrogant or just that capable? In the end, Park decides to trust him because if Sehen can't stop what's coming, no one can. Park pledges his support, promising to help Sehen whenever needed as payment for the mithril information. With that, Sehen takes his leave. Park's eyes widen. Sehen vanishes without a trace. The realization hits him hard. This man could assassinate anyone if he chose to. Meanwhile, Sehen returns to Deicide HQ. The Scorpions are terrifying, sure, but in his eyes the real threat is the Sentinel. With the right prep though, he's confident he can stop them. He tries on a mask crafted by Seo, a special gas mask made from mithril and 8 other rare materials, letting the wearer breathe freely even in toxic gas. Sehen nods in approval. The mask is flawless. For now, Seo has managed to make 5 of them. Sehen offers to buy him something as thanks, but Seo just says he's happy enough with the workshop. Still, since it's Sehen who's reaping the benefits, Seo thinks maybe he'll gift him something down the line. Sehen also admires the brutal weapon Seo forged for him, the Code of the Night. It's fully A-ranked and even comes with the Gunji Wings ability built in. But Seo is puzzled. Why coat everything in mithril when refined iron is technically stronger? Sehen simply says it's because of mithril's special properties. He doesn't elaborate. He knows Seo can piece it together on his own. Seo asks if Sehen plans to tackle this mission alone. Sehen shakes his head. There isn't enough time for that. The system could interfere at any moment, so they need to move fast. For Sehen, the time is now. He gathers Mina and the others, ready to scope out the dungeons. He tells her they won't waste energy running through all of them. He'll direct which ones to hit. He assigns Luke to stand guard against other players. Then hands him a bracelet he scored from clearing a dungeon. Luke tries to check the stats, but since it's bound to Sehen, it's locked tight. Sehen then releases his crows to scout ahead, and they pinpoint the Startide powers inside the 5th and 12th dungeons. But Sehen also notices one more, the gate of another dungeon that hasn't fully formed yet. He suspects this last one will be where the brightest star of Scorpius lands. Since the gate still needs a few days to complete, Sehen says to leave it for now. Instead, they head to the nearest dungeon, only to find it packed with players already inside. Mina considers transforming and sneaking in, but she glances back. What about the rest of them? Sehen smirks and tells her not to worry. He'll clear the way before they go in. Mina freezes when she sees that twisted grin spreading across Sehen's face. It's the kind of look that screams trouble. Jisoo steps up, volunteering to take care of it herself. She used to only go after the bad guys, but right now, she's itching to strike without hesitation. Sehen cuts in, warning her to always think before pulling the trigger, even when killing is unavoidable. He knows exactly how dangerous Jisoo is right now. She's been holding back the Celestial Slayer's powers all this time. But to him, it feels like something's shifted. Jisoo isn't the same anymore. So Sehen decides it's better if he handles things himself. He rushes in and wipes out the soldiers with frightening ease, moving so fast Mina can barely believe her eyes. With the enemies cleared, the group steps deeper into the dungeon. At first glance, everything looks normal. Still, Sehen tells them to put their masks on. Changu catches on quick. If Sehen's taking this precaution, then the monsters here must be something out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, outside the 18th dungeon, Luke is faithfully watching the gate just like Sehen ordered. Out of nowhere, he receives a direct message from the goddess, and it leaves him deeply unsettled. Then right before his eyes, the dungeon's formation suddenly speeds up. Luke instantly realizes this has to be interference from the publisher or the GM, just like Sehen predicted. His first instinct is to warn Sehen, but the dungeon itself steals his attention. Its unique structure makes him think this one's gotta be worth 10 points. Gang notices it too, and his greed starts bubbling up. His guildmates warn him not to break the agreement, but Gang brushes it off. What harm could one dungeon do? Growing restless after spotting Genesis near other dungeons, Gang's patience finally snaps. He commands half his men to hold position while the other half follows him inside. Meanwhile, Sehen's squad comes face to face with dungeon monsters. They lunge at the team, but Changu coolly slices them apart in one move. The others barely even flinch as they watch. Another monster charges in, and again Changu calmly draws his blade, cutting it clean in two. His newfound strength isn't random, this is the result of Sehin's boost. Hearing that, Mina's eyes light up. She instantly begs Sehin to boost her too. But Sehin shakes his head, saying he's got a different plan for her. He wants Mina to train under Jisoo, believing that only a prodigy can properly guide another prodigy. With regular sparring, Mina could grow into a force of her own. Eventually, they arrive at a massive chamber where a giant crystal floats ominously. Sehin instantly knows this is the energy of a star. He grips his spear and warns everyone to double-check their masks for leaks. Then he drives the spear straight into the crystal. The entire cavern floods with blinding light. Cracks spiderweb across the surface. And then with a deafening roar, a colossal scorpion bursts free. Sehin's eyes narrow, he remembers this monster. In his last run, its poisonous mist nearly wiped Seoul's player base off the map. Back then, even the best gas masks failed to protect against its venom. But this time, he reassures his friends. This creature may be deadly, but it's weaker than a sentinel. And besides, there's still another one they'll have to take down after this. The team steels themselves, drawing their weapons and readying for battle. Just then, Sehin receives an urgent message. It's about the 18th dungeon. Inside, gang soldiers cheer after finding moderate-grade mana stones. Finally something better than the lesser ones they'd been stuck with. Gang is thrilled. With stones like these, they could forge equipment strong enough to rival the top guilds. The discovery convinces him he was right to break the deal. If Genesis was farming dungeons, then he's under no obligation to hold back. Soon after, his scouts report a giant hole ahead, and Gang eagerly follows them inside. Luke keeps watching every move, his gut telling him this path leads to disaster. Normally, the goddess would have told him to rush in and save them, and he would have obeyed without question. But now, the goddess is urgently pleading with him to get out before it's too late. Luke knows the truth. If he clashes with Outrising's guildmaster, he won't be able to save anyone. Still, the goddess repeats her command, leave. But Luke can't stomach abandoning people. She argues again, reminding him these aren't helpless civilians. They're players and far stronger than he is. Even so, Luke's heart won't let him see them that way. To him, they're civilians who need protection. His happiest memory since the world turned upside down was the day the goddess chose him as her avatar. She told him he carried the heart of a hero. His courage and selflessness moved her enough to grant him her power, forming their bond. And as Astria's avatar, goddess of justice herself, Luke thinks it'd be shameful to turn his back now. Meanwhile, deeper in the dungeon, Gang marvels at a massive crystal. He mistakes it for the dungeon's imprinting stone. That's when Luke bursts in, shouting for everyone to evacuate immediately. Something terrible is about to break free. The crystal trembles and cracks spread across it. Gang scoffs at Luke's warning, but then he too gets a message to retreat, only it's too late. With a shattering boom, the crystal explodes. A monstrous scorpion emerges from the fragments. Antares, the Scorpius constellation, hadn't expected this rift to form so soon. What caught his interest in the game was the fall of the Crow constellation, and the shocking fact that a human inherited Kira's place. So when Antares was asked to lend some scorpions for the game, he decided to join in personally. But since the Zodiac constellations all possess mid-tier or higher divinity, Antares' raw power had to be toned down to match the game's difficulty. Even so, here and now, he begins his rampage within the dungeon. The restriction on his power, at most, a minor inconvenience. As players scatter in panic, Antares holds back his poisonous mist for now. He locks eyes on Luke, recognizing him as Virgo's avatar, yet dismissing him as insignificant. In Antares' mind, the game may have been running a while, but there's no way a player could already kill a constellation. There must be some hidden method. Only the one who defeated Kira's would know. With that, Antares smashes into the players, tearing through them mercilessly. He swings a massive claw straight at Gang. Luke charges in, intercepting the strike. Antares pauses, realizing this avatar might actually be special. Still, the sheer weight of his blow leaves both Gang and Luke barely hanging on. Gang's arm shatters under the impact. Gasping in pain, Gang admits his greed has doomed him. Luke urges him to retreat, but Gang stubbornly insists on staying. Eventually, though, even he realizes the truth, they don't stand a chance. He orders a retreat. Antares almost admires Luke's selfless bravery, but mercy isn't in his nature. He raises his claw for another devastating strike. But Luke once again blocks it, his body trembling as he clings to survival. Deep down, Luke knows this is the end. In those fleeting moments, his thoughts drift to Lin. He takes comfort knowing the guild will protect her after he's gone. Just as despair overtakes him, the goddess calls out, offering to make him her herald. Antares snarls in disbelief. Astria has never extended such an offer, not even during the Age of Myth. Luke is stunned too. He never imagined the goddess would choose him for something so great. Antares can hardly believe Astria would go this far. His shock only deepens when Luke's bracelet suddenly glows, and a new voice interrupts, telling Astria to hold back. Antares spins, caught off guard by this sudden intrusion. But what truly shocks him is Sehin himself, appearing out of nowhere and holding back his claw with one hand. Sehin tells Astria flat out, Luke might be worthy, but making him her herald is the wrong move. Astria gasps, surprised at how he could possibly know about this. Sehin explains that since her offer was only to save Luke's life, it's no longer necessary. He always knew that recall bracelet would pay off. Luke, still catching his breath, wonders if Sehin thinks he's unworthy of being the goddess's herald. But the truth is the exact opposite. Luke is too perfect a candidate, yet his human body simply can't withstand the divine power. In Sehin's past life, Luke's body broke apart after trying to wield Astria's full might, and Sehin refuses to let history repeat itself. Tears in his eyes, Luke thanks Sehin from the bottom of his heart for saving both his life and his path. Sehin tells his comrade to just rest, assuring him that he'll take care of everything from here. Taras doesn't take it well, clearly offended watching them chit so casually in the middle of a fight. But Sehin knows exactly why Taras came here. He wants to learn how Sehin got rid of Kira's, and our guy decides the best way to explain is to show it directly. And so Taurus and Sehin go at it, trading blow after blow without holding back. Thing is, a low-tier constellation like Charis had already been stripped of most of its power. And as a top-class constellation, Taras should have been nerfed even harder. Sehin pushes forward, lacing his strikes with the proof of transcendence, hammering away with each attack. Scorpius feels insulted at being underestimated, but the truth is something else entirely. Sehin actually put a solid amount of power behind that strike, but Antares' armor is absurdly durable. So Sehin adjusts, aiming straight at the weak spots, the joints. In response, Taras spreads out a thick poisonous mist. Sehin immediately shouts to Jisoo, telling her to go for the head. Jisoo dives down from above and lands a clean blow right on Taras' skull. Sehin seizes the moment and drives his attack straight into the Scorpius' eyes. That's when Luke steps in, joining the fight. Antares realizes this isn't some light skirmish anymore, this fight is serious. And what shocks him even more is how insanely strong Sehin really is. But he still can't wrap his head around it. What kind of abilities does Sehin have since he doesn't use any flashy gear? Humiliated, Taras wishes he could unleash his full succession abilities. He lashes out, spreading poisonous mist everywhere. But Sehin knows, and Taras should know too, the poison is completely useless against them. Suddenly, Antares gets an idea and slips away, vanishing into a hole in the floor. Sehin warns everyone to stay sharp, because Antares is going to attack from below. Right on cue, a massive tail shoots up from the hole, but they manage to dodge. Sehin figures it out. Antares must be tracking their movements through the vibrations in the ground. So he asks Jisoo to keep it occupied. Then he turns to Luke, telling him to contact the goddess. His plan to borrow the power of the seventh sign. Luke summons the goddess, and Sehin boldly asks her to bring out the seventh sign of the goddess, Libra. Astria knows Sehin won't reveal how he even learned about Libra. But she lays down a condition. She won't allow it if Sehin plans to make Luke use Libra's power. Sehin reassures her Luke won't be the one wielding it. With that, the goddess agrees and begins summoning Libra. Meanwhile, Jisoo keeps Antares busy. Sehin tells her to just hold on a little longer. He then coats Antares' claws with a layer of orichalcum. Luke sees his chance, locks onto the target. He tries to channel his ability, but even pronouncing the skill makes him feel like he's suffocating. Still, he grits through it, gathers his strength, and summons the scale of the goddess, Libra. At the same time, Park and Jaehyun look up at the glowing sky, recognizing it as the sign from the uprising area. Seeing that glow, Park is confused, wondering if this was why Sehin told him to stay out of the dungeon. A radiant light descends straight into the dungeon. Taras is stunned. They actually summon Libra. No one here even has a shred of divinity, so why would they bring down the scale? Luke is barely conscious, clinging on as the scale finally manifests. From his hiding spot, Sehin watches the scale shimmering. But it begins to fade, no one is using it. Sehin realizes Luke must have fainted, but even so, Luke fulfilled his role. Now it's Sehin's turn. He unleashes a storm of fire straight onto Antares. He leaps forward, pressing the attack, cornering Taras completely. Taras can't believe it. A mere human only on his fifth quest has managed to corner someone of his level. He's in absolute disbelief. And then an explosion erupts. Antares disappears right in front of Sehin's eyes. Sehin knows this much. The death of a Zodiac would shake the world even more than Charis' fall, which is why the publisher had to step in. Still, he's pissed. Taking down Antares would have given him insane rewards. But since the publisher interfered, Sehun figures the system probably set up some counter-reward for nearly killing Antares. He checks the system and sure enough, he's right. He just unlocked the Scorpion Hunter achievement. Along with it, he gets an A-rank ability ticket. The achievement itself is pretty useless, but that ticket makes the whole mess worth it. Even so, Sehun can't help feeling disappointed. Killing Antares outright could have given him a divine ability or something far better. Then Sehun senses a surge of mana flowing nearby. He glances down. To his surprise, it's Esther, a celestial stone said to rival Mithril, known for its incredible resistance to magic. Esther is also the best conductor of mana ever discovered. It combines the strengths of other rare metals with its own unique properties, making it one of the rarest minerals in existence. Now Sehun is finally satisfied with his rewards. But one problem remains. How is he supposed to carry both Luke and Jisoo, who are unconscious, out of here? Looking up at the opening above, he considers just flying out. Meanwhile, other players are buzzing, realizing that this unknown guild must have taken first place. They gossip about the descending star and about Sehun flying away. Right then, the guild rankings pop up. And as everyone expected, D-Side sits at rank 1. Sangwon scoffs, saying Sehun will never beat him with cheap tricks like that. Azazel, on the other hand, is bored out of her mind lying in bed all day. So Hyun-Jin suggests she spar with him for a bit, but when she refuses, he tells her she might as well return to the Dark Realm, since demons are probably already complaining about her lounging around here. Azazel, though, is confident nobody would dare talk bad about her. She claims she's lazy only because she's that powerful. Hearing this, the biker can't help but laugh. Hard to believe she's the third strongest demon when she acts this slothful. Still giggling on her bed, she reminds him her powers let her live like this. She never had to train a single day in her life, she was just born with it all. Then out of nowhere, Silver recalls that blonde girl from before. She even thinks about giving up her position as the demon of sloth if that girl decides to become a demon. But her attention turns back to the biker. She wonders why he even keeps her around, since to her he's just a player who trains non-stop, realizing he's overthinking again. She explains it's because his personality excites her, he's the total opposite of her. She likes how he works twice as hard to make up for not being gifted. Observers bore her, but watching him firsthand is entertaining. Curious, she asks why he's so desperate to get stronger. She even guesses it might be revenge against that crow from earlier. Hyun-Jin doesn't sugarcoat it. He admits he lost that fight and he's not aiming for revenge, he's just making the most of the hand he's been dealt. That's when Silver realizes this guy doesn't even have a clear goal right now. For once, she sees hesitation in him. Without warning, she tells him to go with her to the convenience store. Confused, Hyun-Jin asks if she wants to buy something, but Azazel stays vague, keeping him guessing. A little later, they arrive at an industrial site. Hyun-Jin is baffled. Why would she drag him all the way out here? Sitting atop a pile of broken machinery, Silver declares she'll meditate here. Hyun-Jin just stands there, glancing around, still having no idea what this girl is up to. Then suddenly, his eyes catch sight of a small child. A kid running terrified through the abandoned building. A grin spreads across Azazel's face. She knows the biker won't ignore this. After all, he saved imprisoned children before by using one of his items. Without hesitation, Silver challenges him, go after that kid or she'll end up dying here. Hyun-Jin is thrown off, wondering if saving children is even part of a demon's job. Meanwhile, the little girl Soo-min is running for her life. She remembers her future had once shown her dying, but lately her destiny has been getting harder to predict. She realizes something unnatural is interfering with fate itself. Still, she keeps running. Behind her, 2 or 3 thugs are closing in. But suddenly she smashes headfirst into something solid. Looking up, she sees Hyun-Jin standing there. She falls to the ground, terrified, thinking maybe he's one of the demon's lackeys chasing her. But then she feels the aura of a contractor radiating from him. Soo-min curses her rotten luck. While fleeing from demon minions, she's run straight into a contractor. The poor kid is shaking, praying Hyun-Jin won't hurt her. The demon minions freeze for a moment when they see Hyun-Jin standing there. He recognizes them instantly as demon lackeys, but something's off. Their uniforms are indigo instead of black, which makes no sense since demon minions are always dressed in black. One of them steps forward, trying to intimidate him, demanding to know who he is. Clearly, he doesn't want anyone else interfering with their hunt for this kid. But before the thug can even finish, Hyun-Jin smashes a punch right into his face. The guy drops to the ground in an instant, and Hyun-Jin warns the rest. They better take this as their last chance, because if they come at him again, they'll all be dead. A few minutes later, their bodies are sprawled out cold on the ground, and Hyun-Jin turns his attention to the little girl. He asks why these people were after her, but when she hesitates to answer, he tells her not to worry, he has no intention of interrogating her. she's free to go. In his head, the biker sighs, realizing he's sticking his nose into something that isn't even his problem. If she gets caught again, that's none of his business. But instead of leaving, the girl follows right behind him. When he gets back to Azazel, the kid is still tagging along. Silver crouches down, grabs the girl's chin, and demands her name. Terrified, Suamin introduces herself, but she also blurts out that she has no idea who Azazel even is. Hyun Jin warns Silver to ease up, telling her not to scare the kid. Silver pulls back but makes it clear, if he plans on dragging this kid around, they're going their separate ways. Without saying much, Hyun Jin heads for his bike. He doesn't intend to take the girl with them anyway, which leaves Azazel surprised. To her, this kid is way too valuable to just leave behind. But Suamin suddenly calls out to him, insisting he can't leave her here. After all, he already changed her fate. She was supposed to die today. She begs him to take her along. Hyun Jin can't believe the audacity of this little kid. But then she stuns him, claiming she can foresee the future. And not just that, she says she's the avatar of a goddess. The chosen of Skold, blessed with the ability to see what lies ahead. Hyun Jin's eyes light up with excitement when she admits she can even see how this entire game ends. That revelation rocks him to the core. She clarifies further she isn't just a seer, she's literally the goddess of the future. But the thrill quickly fades from Hyun Jin's eyes. Does this girl really think that's enough reason for him to bring her along? Trembling and stuttering, Suamin finally breaks down, saying if he leaves her behind, her older brother will die. Tears stream down her face as she pleads with him. She explains that her brother is in critical danger. Originally, he was supposed to survive and carry out revenge after her death today, but because she's still alive, destiny has shifted, and now he's marked to die in her place. Hearing this, Hyun Jin lets out a long sigh. Could this really be Azazel's plan all along? He turns to Silver and asks if she'll manage on her own. Azazel just smirks and waves him off, saying she'll take a lazy stroll before heading back. Typical her. With that, Hyun Jin starts his bike and tells the crying kid to hop on. She looks lost, not even understanding what's happening. He reassures her they'll talk about everything once they're back. For now, just hang on. Later, with a cup of tea in hand, Suamin begins explaining. Her brother was kidnapped by a guild, the Shaded Sky. They're bitter rivals of the Waning Crescent. The name rings a bell for Hyun Jin. He remembers they were once a branch under the Dark Sky clan. If they're acting up now, they must have broken free. Curious, he asks if they're also kidnapping other kids. She shakes her head. No, they only wanted her because of her foresight ability. Since she refused to help them cheat their way through guild events, they took her brother hostage to force her hand. Just then, Azazel strolls in, startling the girl. She immediately zeroes in on Suamin, asking how far into the future she can see. Nervously, Suamin explains she can glimpse about 3 seconds ahead at any given time. It's short, but the cooldown is almost instant. She can also look further, days, weeks, even months, but the longer she peers ahead, the longer the cooldown stretches. On paper, her physical stats are nothing special, but her abilities completely break the scale. Clearly, Skold must adore her because her powers sync perfectly with the goddess. Then the little girl adds something shocking. She even knows how this entire game ends. Hyun Jin leans forward, demanding she explain. At the same time, Azazel frowns, wondering if that's even allowed. Maybe it's possible, though. If Suamin is immortal yet stripped of divinity, maybe she slipped past the system's limits. Suamin clarifies she doesn't know every detail, but she can see the type of ending, the general conclusion of this world. Silver immediately presses her, asking if it's a bad ending. After all, every planet turned into a game so far has ended in tragedy. For a moment, they get their hopes up when the girl shakes her head, but she crushes it just as fast. No, it won't be a happy ending either. She explains the ending has already shifted once. She doesn't know why, but she noticed the change even before the game began. Originally, the end was supposed to leave one lone survivor. But right before everything started, it changed again to the ending she sees now. The madness of the Demon Lord. Meanwhile, in another scene, our boy Sehen is yawning after grinding way too long. He expected to land second or third place, but since the other dungeon challengers fumbled hard, he accidentally ended up first. His eyes shift to Bexul, who is staring at him intensely, trying to figure out what to call him. She blurts out "father," leaving him dumbfounded. When he jokingly asks who her mother would be, she answers without hesitation. She'd choose Lin as her mother. Sehen sighs, telling her to just call him by name and quit the nonsense. Still, he can't help but wonder how Manhwa finds this child so cute she drags her everywhere. But watching closely, Sehen notices something. She's definitely inherited Lin's bloodline. With 5 offensive spells and 1 regenerative one already, she's going to grow into someone terrifyingly powerful. As she stares quietly at him, Sehen tells her to just spit out whatever's on her mind. And she does. Chong Chu asked her to deliver a message. He's found the dungeon Sehen was searching for. At first, Sehen blinks in confusion. But then he remembers. Chang Chu had mentioned scouting that area, which was why he kept training daily in dungeons. Using his crow's attributes, Sehen finally pinpoints it, the Dungeon of Dreams. Without hesitation, he stands up and tells Bexul to come with him. This time they'll need her power. Snowhide blinks in surprise. She never thought he'd actually invite her along, but her abilities are critical here. Because to unlock the entrance, they'll need the strength of a divine beast. The Dungeon of Dreams exists in its own separate dimension, because it's a unique instance dungeon. And unlike other instance dungeons, this one demands a divine offering just to enter. The reward, Lapis' Hourglass, an S-rank item that lets someone witness their future for 30 minutes. Everyone else calls it worthless, since it's a one-time 30-minute use. But Sehen doesn't care, he's dead set on claiming it. He grins when he spots Jisoo arriving with Bexul. Looks like they're tagging along too. He doubts they can all enter together, but Jisoo quickly clears it up. She's coming, and not just out of curiosity to see an instance dungeon. She'll also protect Bexul once they're inside. Soon they're standing before a massive door. Sehen turns to Bexul. He asks if she's ready for this. Nervously, she nods, tilting her head before focusing her magic. She launches a magical bubble straight at the door. It slams against the surface. A blinding glow radiates outward, and the massive dungeon gate slowly creaks open. Sehen pats her head in approval. Jisoo asks if they should wait inside, but Sehen shakes his head. Better they head back for now. He places his hand on the gate instead. Channeling energy into it, he feels the dungeon respond. The next thing he knows, he's lying flat on the floor of some building he's never seen before. The Dungeon of Dreams tailors its missions differently for every challenger, usually tying into what they desire most. This is Sehen's first time experiencing it. As he looks around, he wonders if this is a dream or a forgotten memory. He tries to recall when he ever stayed here, but nothing comes back. Before he can think further, a booming voice shakes the walls. And then an explosion rips through the building. Acting on instinct, Sehen throws up a barrier around himself and dives out just in time. And that's when it hits him. This dungeon has thrown him straight into the quest he regrets most. Staring at the ruins around him, he pushes forward. But suddenly, he feels a hostile presence behind him. He reacts instantly, restraining the attacker before they can strike. It's none other than Suho Min. Suho Min breathes a sigh of relief. The magical array Sehen summoned could have killed him if it had been any stronger. He leaps up and lands on a nearby rooftop. Sehen glares, demanding to know why he's here and why now of all times. With a smirk, Suho Min admits he came for one purpose, to kill him. Hearing that, Sehen can only laugh nervously. It's exactly as he remembers it, this dungeon copying the moment perfectly. Suho Min sighs, mocking him for refusing compromise. He knows what Sehen must be thinking, that sparing players is better than sacrificing civilians. But there were just too many civilians this time. Suho Min reminds him he was even planning a sneak attack. Sehen grits his teeth, hating how this dungeon is forcing him to relive the worst tricks and betrayals. And the objective becomes clear. This quest is tied to his greatest regret. He's facing a team of 1,000 skilled players. And then there were another 100,000 civilians caught up in this mess. The rules were brutal. Each team was only allowed to save one side. The GM locked them into a limited area, and the players outside had to pick who to protect. On top of that, whichever side they didn't save had to be wiped out by their own hands. Back then, our guy made the hard call. He chose to save the 1,000 players, because more players were needed to keep this deadly game moving forward, not the civilians. That choice is exactly why he's facing this man right now, Suho Min, who's staring down Sehen like he's frozen in place. Suho Min gives him an out, telling him to turn back and he'll let him live. He insists that unlike our boy, he doesn't think every enemy needs to be slaughtered. But Sehen just throws it back, pointing out to Coolshade how easy it is to say something like that. He admits he'll back off for now, but makes it clear he's not abandoning the quest. Suho Min shrugs it off, completely confident that no matter what Sehen's team does, they're bound to lose in the end. That confidence wasn't random either. Coolshade's guild really was the strongest of all. Still, Argyle suddenly tells them to stand down. And that unexpected move doesn't sit right with Suho at all. Right after that, Sehen dashes forward, covering a massive distance in a blink thanks to his ridiculous speed. His body feels worn out compared to when this quest first began, but he's only 30 years old right now. In his last life, our MC actually killed Suho Min, so the way things are unfolding this time around already feels different. Too many thoughts start racing in his head. He wonders what Suho's guild will think of him just backing off so easily like that. As he keeps moving forward, his eyes land on Lynn Taylor. And just like that, the memory of the biggest mistake from his past life comes rushing back. Because back then, Sehen killed Lynn. Time skips ahead and we see Sehen walking down a road. That's when a familiar voice calls out to him. It's the CEO. He wants to know how things went and if Sehen managed to pull it off. The moment he sees CEO, our protagonist freezes for a second. It feels weird to run into him here. Then he explains that he pulled back because there was just too much interference. The CEO lets out a disappointed sigh but doesn't push the issue further. Behind him, a whole crowd starts to gather. They bombard Sehen with questions. Some are worried the enemy players might be planning to attack, while others beg him to stay and explain things since the quest's deadline is running out fast. Our boy just sighs, visibly stressed, and tells them he doesn't have all the answers either. He urges them to calm down because his own head is already crammed with too much. With that, he keeps walking, looking for somewhere to rest. Eventually, he reaches his room. His mind's a storm of thoughts, and he can't help but curse how twisted this dungeon is, playing with his mind like this. Curious, he opens up his status window, and immediately sees that his progress in this timeline is crawling at a painfully slow pace. Not that it shocks him, he already expected it. But then his eyes go wide. There are new abilities listed. And the quest, it's to clear the Dungeon of Dreams, where his memories have literally come to life. To succeed, he has to finish his past quest all over again under the same time limit. The realization hits him hard. This means he has to kill his old opponent just like before, but the thought gnaws at him. It feels wrong. He starts considering if there's another way forward. His thoughts drift to Yidra, who used to pop up out of nowhere in his past life. Sure enough, even now she's there, encouraging him, saying his choices will save countless lives. But to Sehen, it just sounds fake. Yidra already knew how bad things would get if the world went this route, and by now he's already past the point of no return. Still, he can't really blame her. She genuinely cared about humanity. Gathering himself, Sehen addresses her directly by name and demands answers. The second she hears her name, Yidra freezes. Nobody ever calls her that, they only know her as the witch. The dream witch Yidra, an outer god straight out of the Cthulhu mythos, and the only god who ever bothered to show interest in humanity. She was a deviant deity from another realm who joined this deadly game. And no one ever dared to oppose her because her power was flawless, untouchable. Even the system itself stayed clear of her. Sehen still doesn't know why Yidra picked him as her avatar, but she always had his back because she wanted humanity to survive. Still, when the world finally ended, she left Earth. Right now, she's blushing faintly, noticing how different he's acting today, but Sehen pushes past that, pressing her for answers. He slyly brings up the Dungeon of Dreams. Yidra looks genuinely caught off guard by the question since she didn't expect it, but Sehen just plays it off like casual curiosity. She quickly realizes, though, this entire reality is nothing but a projection of his memories. And that's why he called her by her real name. When he tries to deny it, Yidra cuts him off, reminding him that no one's personality changes overnight. That's true for humans, and just as true for gods who wear human form. She knows Sehen well enough to be sure he wouldn't suddenly say something like that unless he already knew. And since he's never actually set foot in the Dungeon of Dreams, she concludes this has to be a simulation. There's no real connection here. Her calm acceptance shocks Sehen. She doesn't even seem to care if she's just part of a simulation. Yidra simply states that it doesn't matter to her. But then it dawns on her, Sehen never calls her by her name in reality. That little detail excites her, though she keeps her questions to herself. Ignoring that, Sehen urgently pushes for more answers about the Dungeon of Dreams, because something about it feels too perfect, too off. He explains that he doesn't remember every single player from his past, yet those people are all here. So he wants to know, are they here at random, or did they really exist in this timeline? Yidra smiles proudly at the question, explaining that a reality this complete couldn't be built from memory alone. That means the dungeon searched his timeline using the fragments of his memories. In other words, the system itself helped create a full copy of his world. Which means all of this is just a pure manifestation of his past, or maybe even his future. Everyone is acting out the same roles they did before, but at the end of the day, they're just illusions born from the Dungeon of Dreams. Even Yidra herself. After hearing all this, Sehen finally understands what needs to be done. He has to replay this quest all over again, repeat the same events, but this time try different approaches if he wants to earn better rewards. Maybe the dungeon doesn't want the same old ending. Maybe it's pushing him to achieve something he couldn't before. That's when a thought hits him, what if he saves Lin this time? Later, Sehen finds Seo at work, hammering away at weapons. He tells Seo that he needs to meet Mina Lei. The request leaves Seo puzzled. He wonders aloud if Sehen is after her help in the coming fights, though he doubts it since Mina's always been self-centered. But Sehen makes it clear, what he needs is something only Mina can create. An elixir, since Seo is terrible at alchemy, he can't make it himself. Still, Sehen's sure no other player has even heard of Mina Lei. Just as Seo heads out, one thing becomes clear. If even Seo, the best blacksmith who literally knows everyone, doesn't know Mina, then no one does. With no other options and not even able to open his chat room through the status window, Sehin calls on Yudra to track her down. The second she appears, she sneaks up and grabs his face from behind. Teasing him for being so clingy now when he used to be so dismissive, she smirks. Sehin admits with a wry smile that it's pretty pathetic, but what does it matter when everyone around him is just a fake copy anyway? Still, he asks seriously if she really had to manifest physically instead of just sending a message, since it costs her so many points to do that. But if this really is just a simulation, Yudra couldn't care less about the points. She casually tells him Mina Lee is in Chenan right now. Armed with that info, Sehin wastes no time, they head out immediately. Soon he arrives at Chenan High School, the spot tied to Mina's location. The moment he steps inside, he's greeted by a horrifying scene, bodies everywhere, blood spilling across the floors. It looks straight out of a horror flick. As he takes in the carnage, his eyes catch on the uniforms those corpses are wearing. It's the same one Mina wore. In that instant, Sehin senses someone moving behind him, before the attack can even land. He whirls his sword back and blocks it cleanly, without turning his head. The attacker, none other than Mina herself. She didn't expect him to stop her strike so easily, but then again, he hadn't expected her to ambush him either. Closing the distance, Mina tells him bluntly, better to be the hunter than the hunted in times like these. Hearing that, Sehin can't hide how cruel it sounds to him, especially after seeing her again. At first, Mina doesn't get what he means. Then it clicks, she remembers seeing his face maybe 2 years back. Cutting straight to the point, Mina demands to know why he's here. She hopes it's not because of her, and she's also curious how he even managed to track her down. Sehin grins, flicks his finger, and reveals the witch's observer, stunning Mina, since she didn't think avatars could still talk with their gods. That instantly reminds him of the god who used to favor Mina too. But she admits she lost contact with that god a year ago. Sehin recalls that the last time he saw her, she didn't have her observer either. It all feels like just another piece of this game's expansion. Still, Mina can see he's serious. She suggests they head somewhere private to talk properly. Together, as they walk into a room. Inside, Sehin notices pictures displayed as memorials. But Mina admits she wasn't able to collect photos of all her classmates. Watching her, Sehin assumes she must have been really close to them. But she corrects him, saying she didn't actually have many friends. The way things spiraled out of control forced her down this path. Before everything, she had been just a shy kid. Looking at her now, it's hard to believe, but she explains how the first main quest changed her. She became desperate to survive and even learned to act better. She remembers the day it all started like it was yesterday. She was skipping classes in Seoul with some friends, and then everything flipped upside down. Hearing that, Sehin asks if she's originally from Seoul. Mina clarifies she wasn't. She was only visiting because her friend's sister had business there, so they tagged along for fun. But when the chaos broke out, they were separated. She stayed in Seoul for a while trying to find them. She even robbed banks just to get money, but none of it worked. The only thing tying her to her friends was their school uniform, so she never took it off. Eventually, she did find them again. But it was already too late. They'd apparently signed contracts with demons. And those demons squeezed every last bit of life out of them until they were dead. All of this made her realize how meaningless everything had become, and that's why she's holding her own little memorial here. Even her parents died on the very first day, so she never had a real place to go back to. The moment she mentions demons, our guy Sehin starts to wonder if these girls were connected to the Dark Sky clan. But then his eyes go wide in shock, he flinches, because in this timeline he already wiped out every last member of the Dark Sky clan. Unable to hold it in, the hero asks Mina straight up if she or her friends had any ties to the Dark Sky clan. Mina admits she's not sure, since her friends belong to a completely different group. That gives Sehin a bit of relief. He realizes he shouldn't just kill demon contractors recklessly, and he makes a mental note to tell Jisoo about this too. Cutting to the chase, Mina wants to know what exactly our boy wanted to ask her earlier. The hero explains that originally he was going to ask for her help with their current quest, but that's off the table now. Instead, he asks if she can brew him an elixir. The moment she hears quest, this girl casually blurts out that she once chose to save 1,000 players completely by accident. Sehin can't help but grin nervously at that, since his life so far has been nothing but tragic accidents. But here she is accidentally doing something good. Out of boredom, Mina agrees to make the elixir and asks how much he wants. Sehin says just 1 bottle, though he does have one simple extra request. Our boy pulls something out of his pocket and asks Mina if she can make it usable by top-ranking players. Meanwhile, Suho Min is sitting there totally puzzled. He knows something's fishy because there's no way the MC would back down this easily, and now he's suddenly missing. His attention snaps back when Taehin Kim reminds him they're in the middle of a meeting, so he should stop daydreaming. Right now, the guild heir Get Lam is holding a serious meeting. Sangwon Cheong, the guild master, tells everyone to wrap things up quickly since they only have a few days left before the quest ends. Smirking, Yunsik Kang casually tells him to handle it himself, bragging that he could finish everything with just a single ability. But Sangwon Chin warns him not to underestimate the enemy. Sure, their guild is insanely strong, but the other side has some real monsters too, like the so-called Saint Yu Hua Zin. Junsik cuts him off and says don't call her a saint since she abandoned 100,000 civilians. Still, Junsik admits there's someone among those players who stands out, a guy in black who uses all sorts of weapons. Yeah, he's talking about our boy. Sangwon catches on immediately. He knows Junsik is talking about Sehen. And he admits it, that guy is ridiculously strong, easily one of the most dangerous opponents they'll face. Junsik's gaze darkens, and an evil grin spreads across his face when he glances at Lin, the one who desperately wants Sehen dead. But before Sangwon can scold Junsik for throwing out irrelevant comments, a guy bursts into the room with urgent news. He reports that a large number of players have been spotted outside the containment zone. Hearing that, Junsik is fired up finally, a chance to fight after waiting so long. But Taehin Kim steps up, volunteering to handle it himself since Junsik might end up wrecking their own team. Before leaving, Taehin promises to wipe those players out as fast as possible. In just 2 days, Mina finishes brewing the elixir along with every other thing our guy requested. Her speed shocks Sehen. He's impressed, and he realizes this girl's going to be on a whole different level in the future. At the same time, he regrets not asking her for more help since she's so cooperative. But today is the day Sehen's side takes a crushing loss. After coming back from his clash with Suho Min, his team barely manages to hold out against the enemy, and Sehen himself had to kill most of them. Checking the time, the protagonist decides to leave quickly after meeting with Co. He remembers that Taehin Kim was the one leading the attack, which means he's probably heading to the battlefield alone right now. Sehen decides this is the perfect chance to take him down. Sure enough, at the battlefield, Taehin Kim appears. Panic spreads across everyone's faces when this giant hulk of a man threatens them with a final warning. The players instantly regret not retreating the moment their ambush failed. Meanwhile, the small fry who tagged along with this brute laugh at the players' hopeless situation. The enemy chief is torn, unsure what to do. Running away would mean losing face, and the embarrassment would be brutal. But analyzing it carefully, he realizes Taehin gave them a warning even though he's clearly way stronger. If he wanted, he could have crushed them in seconds. Which means maybe he has a reason for holding back. So the chief decides not to run. Instead, he grips his weapon tight and declares that today he'll take Taehin's head. Taehin's small fries start to move in, but he stops them, saying he'll handle this himself. His teammates try to warn him, reminding him that their opponents include high-ranking players. But the small fries shut their mouths when Taehin shoots them a deadly glare. Without another word, the chief leaps high into the air, aura axe raised, aiming straight at Taehin. To his surprise, the giant doesn't even try to block. The chief assumes maybe he's just too fast for Taehin to react. But when he slams his axe down, it doesn't even scratch him. The chief freezes in shock. Taehin locks eyes with him and calmly asks if he knows who Balder is. Shaken, the chief grits his teeth. He remembers bits and pieces. Balder, the god of light, son of Odin, top tier among the gods. Suddenly, Taehin bursts with immense energy, without hesitation. He swings his fist and smashes the chief, explaining that Balder was beloved by all beings and nothing could harm him. He slams the poor man into the ground. Then he adds that Balder's blessing applies to him as well. The chief can't even respond. His eyes go lifeless after that single punch. Everyone else stares in terror as they realize this giant just dropped a high-ranking player with one blow. Panic rips through the group and they immediately turn to run. But Taehin already warned them, and since they ignored it, they'll now face the consequences. The terrified players freeze on the spot. They accept their fate as Taehin charges at them with terrifying speed. But before his attack lands, it's stopped cold by none other than our boy Sehen. He blocks the strike with his sword. Seeing him, Taehin instantly realizes this is the guy everyone's been talking about. He always wondered what Sehen was like, yet here he is, holding back Taehin's massive weapon with just a small blade. Even the giant Hulk is surprised because rumor had it Sehen wasn't the type to fight head-on. The protagonist admits that's true, but says he had no choice. Those idiot players would have been dead if he didn't step in. Taehin's shock deepens. He knows no one in Airget Lam can match his raw strength, yet this kid just blocked him. His attention snaps back when Sehen suddenly asks him what's wrong with RPG games. Taehin is completely confused. Our boy explains that in RPGs, players hoard items endlessly, collecting tons of stuff they never actually use. Taehin gets angrier. None of this makes sense to him. But then his eyes go wide when Sehen flat out declares he doesn't stand a chance of winning. Before Tihin can process what's happening, the system itself tells him to run. Too late, his eyes roll back as blood bursts from his body. It feels like a nightmare puzzle. He tries to activate his ability, but it's useless. That's when he realizes Sehen poisoned him. The giant drops to his knees. Our boy calmly steps back, wiping his blade clean of poison and blood. Tihin curses him weakly, but Sehen just stands there, watching with satisfaction as his enemy crumbles. For him, this is a solid start. When word spreads that Sehen killed Tihin, Seojak Park rushes to him to confirm. He slams the table, demanding to know if it's true. Sehen's casual attitude about killing someone like Tihin leaves Blue Eye stunned, but Sehen figures being famous for this will make things easier. He does regret not using mistletoe earlier, since it would have prevented a lot of damage. Right now, Seojak Park finds it hard to believe. He always knew the MC was strong, but he never thought this was his true power. Sehen admits he didn't know either, but insists he could have wiped out all the Air Get Lamb commanders on his own back then. Hearing that, Seojak Park wonders aloud if one man really could take them all down. Part of him fears Sehen might just be bluffing. But Sehen makes it clear he doesn't lie and then puts a proposal on the table. He asks Seojak Park for 3 days, just 3 days to bring this whole quest to an end. Later, Saint Yuhua meets Sehen. She's more than impressed. Not only did he kill that giant, but he even dragged the corpse here. She studies him, trying to figure out what's going on in that head of his. Our boy admits she's the best healer he knows. So he wanted to see if she could revive him. Yuhua stares at him like he's crazy. How is she supposed to bring back the dead? Smiling, Sehen says he figured if anyone could, it would be Saint Yuhua. Being called Saint annoys her and she snaps that he's dead. Her healing spells won't work. But then she notices some of his wounds already look healed. So Sehen explains that he smeared an elixir on Tihin before he died. At first, Yuhua doesn't process it, but then realization hits. She looks at Sehen sharply, asking if he's testing her, since if he really used elixir, how did this guy still die? Because if Tihin was still alive when Sehen smeared that elixir on him, then he must have died right after. But that doesn't add up, since the elixir should have healed him completely. This just frustrates Yuhua, because the main guy always plays dumb whenever she's around. Now she's sure of it, our boy clearly has another plan, and that's why he wanted her to preserve this corpse for him. She leans close, tapping her finger on his lips when he admits she's the only one he trusts. With a sigh, she asks if more bodies like this are going to end up in her hands. Sehen doesn't hide it. Yeah, there will be more, but he'll handle them himself. As she zips up the body and prepares to take it with her, Yuhua suggests he at least give her notice next time. Our boy smirks and tells her to bring a gift along next time too. As she walks away, he just watches her quietly. Deep down, he knows Yuhua is doomed. She'll die in the next quest once this one is over. All of this brief connection, is nothing but a dream spun by the Dungeon of Illusions. Once he finishes the quest and leaves, it'll all vanish. He recalls how he never got the chance to thank her properly. How Yuhua was always there for him, patching up his injuries after his brutal fight against Suho Min. And once he recovered, he never saw her face again. That's why now, he's determined to find something meaningful to give her as a gift. Meanwhile, back at the Air Get Guild, Junsik still can't wrap his head around the idea that Sehen was always this strong. At the same time, Sangwon believes our boy simply knew about Tihin's weakness and took advantage of it. He likely used mistletoe against him. Junsik isn't convinced, but Sangwon insists Sehen always prepares himself for each opponent carefully. Junsik brushes that aside. Instead, he turns to Lin, asking if she's even surprised by all this. She is, because Sehen is the one who killed her father. That's how our boy first got famous, through the collapsing soul incident. Back then, Aldebaran of Taurus was defeated by Luke Taylor. And when Luke couldn't control him anymore, Sehen was the one who put him down. For a while, the spotlight was all on him, but when he disappeared, people quickly lost interest. Right here, Lin reveals something new. After her father's death, she formed a contract with the goddess Astria. She never spoke about it before, maybe because of Luke's death. Still, she believes Astria is watching over her. But right now, all she feels is the burning urge to kill Sehen for all the pain and suffering he's caused her. Junsik insists she'll get her reward in magic eventually, but he can't wait around. He declares that he'll be the one to kill Sehen first. Sangwon ignores their bickering. He slams his hand on the table, reminding everyone that they've underestimated this entire situation from the start. But right now, they're in crisis. They've lost one of their most valuable members, which means there's no room for carelessness anymore. They'll work in teams to stay safe, and in 2 days, they'll strike back against their enemies. Meanwhile, our boy Sehen quietly slips into the Air Get Guild's territory. He takes down one of the guards without hesitation to keep moving forward. At this point, he's outside the zone where civilians are staying. Watching from the witch's observer, Yidra asks the MC what his next move is, But honestly, the question is pointless. Sehun has no choice but to fight. Still, Yudra isn't sure if he can handle this alone. She's surprised to see him taking such a reckless risk. Sehun admits she's right, he never would have tried this before, but now he knows he has plenty of options and it's time to use them. He also confesses he never really considered Yudra's help. He was hesitant to borrow power from a god. To him, it felt like strangling himself. He still kind of feels that way, but his perspective has shifted. A little strangling doesn't sound so bad anymore, especially in a place where none of this is real. Then half-jokingly, our boy asks Yudra if she really knows how to edit video games. Up on the rooftop, Sangwon asks Suho Min how many intruders they've located. Suho and his team admit they aren't sure, but based on the movement, they think it's not a large number. Sangwon frowns. It's strange that they can't detect anyone at all. Did the enemies already escape, or are they hiding with some high-level ability? Just then, Surin Lee joins them, annoyed by all the waiting. She argues that they should just attack right now. But Suho Min reminds her that there are probably infiltrators causing distractions. Surin pushes back. She's sure of one thing: not many enemies have made it inside since the place is so hard to infiltrate. 2 or 3 people can't possibly cause real damage. With their army, the best move is to strike first. Even so, Suho shakes his head. They still don't know enough, and rushing in is dangerous. His hesitation only frustrates Surin more. These people look like scared children to her. And Suho himself can't shake the bad feeling gnawing at him. Surin argues again, saying they're just letting the enemy control them like this. But when no one responds, she decides to act on her own and storms out. Cursing her guild leader under her breath, she refuses to believe they're seriously afraid of just 2 or 3 intruders. Suddenly, she whirls around. She senses a presence. But there's no one there. She wonders if it's just her imagination. Then she feels it again, a faint trail of energy. Making it crystal clear, something really is here. Her eyes drop to the ground and she spots a bomb. She smirks, confident she's a magician. This thing will be scrap metal in seconds. She casts her magic, but nothing happens, not even after she tries to dispel the mana from the Man of Stone. And that's when it hits her. It's a trap, too late. A deafening explosion tears through the area. Panic spreads instantly, even inside the Airget Guild. Some people collapse after inhaling the smoke. The rest quickly realize something's wrong with it. Surin, who thought she was being clever moments ago, managed to dodge the blast, but now she's gasping, coughing violently. She's inhaled the gas. Sitting on the ground, she wonders what kind of poison this is. The thick smoke makes it nearly impossible for her to see. That's when our boy appears in front of her, mocking her, saying he knew she'd be the first one to find it. Surin growls, calling his plan a failure since she's still alive. But when the smoke clears, Sehun's smirk says it all. Sure, she escaped, but the civilians didn't. Because of her, the smoke spread through the city, making his plan 10 times more effective. Panic and guilt twist across Surin's face. And the MC tells her straight, this is her end. He's done dealing with Morgan. Her eyes widen. He even knows which god she's contracted with. Realization slams into her. This guy is terrifyingly strong. So she prepares her ultimate spell, planning to finish him in one shot. But before she can chant, blood bursts from her mouth. Her body is too broken to cast anything, and our boy just grins watching her fall apart. He can't believe she didn't catch the illusion. That bomb did its job perfectly. Because in reality she was already hit, yet in her illusion she thought she escaped. And now Surin collapses lifeless on the ground. The hero decides to wrap this up fast before reinforcements arrive. At the same time, Junsik and Suho realize it's probably Surin who's been taken out. They rush out of the building, and when they spot him, both of them grit their teeth, facing their greatest threat head-on. Suho regrets everything. He thought Sehun would fight for humanity, but now countless civilians are dead from the spreading smoke. Even Surin is gone because of him, and the players themselves are in danger from the explosion. Which leaves Suho with only one choice: kill the protagonist here and now. He and Junsik exchange a sharp glance. They're both determined not to let this man walk away. Suho, blessed by the god Matcha, and Junsik, blessed by Agni, ignite their powers. One controls storms, the other fire, and together they prepare to end Sehun. Seeing it, Sehun feels the weight of their power. It's terrifying. Suho doesn't waste a second. He charges forward with his weapon, closing the distance in a flash. Our boy is struck by just how fast Suho is. In the blink of an eye, that cool blade is almost at him. Sehun counters by summoning clones all around, scattering them to throw Suho off. The move only makes Suho more frustrated. Meanwhile, Junsik positions himself above on a building, gathering immense flames. With a roar, he unleashes it straight at the hero. But Sehun doesn't hesitate. He throws up a shield and evades, leaping high into the air right behind Junsik. Sweat beads down Junsik's face when he spots the MC behind him. And in Sehun's hand, he sees it clearly, a crystal forged from fire magic. He realizes this crystal can snuff out oxygen and mana in one go. Junsik summons even more fire, waves blazing around him. He slams his palm into the ground. A massive fire typhoon erupts, consuming the building in a vortex of flames to engulf Sehen completely. But in a blink, Sehen slips out, escaping the inferno. Both Junsik and Suho are left panting, exhausted. And they're looking frustrated as hell. With a sly smirk, our guy finally says he's done running, no more escaping. His eyes shift to the side, wondering where Sangwon could be right now, and if trusting these two to hold off Sehen is even realistic. Either way, no matter how it plays out, he sees this as a win-win situation. That's when Sehen starts mocking them, pointing out how drained they look. They deny it, of course, brushing it off and blaming it all on his habit of running away. But when Sehen calmly tells them he won't be running anymore, Suho instantly feels something is off. He knows Sehen too well. This man only ever shows up if there's profit, which means he only steps into a fight when he's 100% sure he'll win. The fact that he vanished, then returned to this very place and all on his own, and is even standing tall against two warriors from Urgent Lam, yeah, that screams trap. Suho can see it plain as day. In a snap decision, he grabs Jinsuk and yells at him to run. But it's already too late. Magic grips their feet and pins them to the ground. Turns out our boy Sehen had already planted magic devices, and now the trap is sprung. Still, Suho doesn't back down. He's got a swamp laced with paralyzing toxins at his disposal, and he slams his weapon down to try and shift the tide. Sehen doesn't even flinch. He tells them straight, don't call this cheap, because he's one man standing against two. Chapter 70, flat on the ground, Suho realizes he's completely finished. He was the first to die, and he had been the only one capable of dispelling the magic. All of this could have been avoided if they had just thought smarter. Later, Sehen finds himself relentlessly chased down. He wanted everything to end quietly, but chaos keeps circling him and worse. He can't shake the eyes of Sangwon Chin. Then, out of nowhere, Mina Lee shows up to check on him. He's stunned, confused at how she even managed to be here. She just stands there, calm and collected. Suddenly, a group of men rush at her with blades drawn. She raises her hand and with a snap of her fingers, their strike gets blocked instantly. As if it's nothing, she offers her help, reminding him she's also part of this quest. But she makes it clear, the only thing she truly cares about is how this quest ends. Even as they talk, she weaves through more incoming attacks, dodging without missing a beat. Watching her, Sehen notices how sharp her awareness is. For once, he figures he can actually rely on someone. Meanwhile, Sangwon Chin is blaming himself for the terror attack, convinced he could have stopped it somehow. He soon arrives at the same spot where Sehen is standing. He yells out Sehen's name, and without hesitation, he leaps across the building toward him. He lashes out with a flurry of attacks, forcing Sehen to admit this is a fight he has to take seriously. Otherwise, he's going to get cut down. Sehen taunts him, saying his biggest mistake was overestimating himself. Sangwon disagrees, saying his real mistake was being too merciful, and not ending Sehen when he had the chance. Sehen sizes him up. He's not as frightening as Suho Min, but he's still no joke. So Sehen starts heading toward an abandoned area, deliberately pulling Sangwon along. Sangwon mocks him, saying he's flawless and unbeatable. When they reach the desolate place, Sangwon scoffs at the thought that Sehen actually believes he can win. But Sehen just smirks back, announcing that all preparations are complete. He admits he lacks Sangwon's raw strength and skill, but claims there's one thing he's got that surpasses him. Sangwon sneers, asking if he means his arrogance or maybe his talent for villainy. Sehen accepts both labels with no shame but insists there's something more. Something Sangwon will have to experience firsthand, and then he says the name Yidra. Lightning cracks the sky at the mention of Yidra. Other players glance upward, bewildered at the strange presence forming in the clouds. Because in truth, high above in the sky, Sehen and Sangwon are now facing each other. Sangwon demands to know what Sehen just did, but before he gets an answer, a massive shape starts emerging from the storm above. He shouts at it, demanding to know what it is. But the figure fully takes shape, the form of Yidra, and when she's complete, she introduces herself as the Witch of Dreams and asks Sehen to become her herald. He smiles, nods, and accepts. Just like that, Sehen becomes the herald of the outer god, Yidra. With it, he gains the evocation ability, power that lets a mortal body channel a god's might for a short time. What he didn't realize, though, is the price. Using this could kill him. His body is breaking down, his mind on the edge of shattering. Still, he takes a breath. Humanity's last player isn't so weak that he'd just give in. Gathering his will, Sehen opens his eyes and rises with confidence. He leaps so high that the earth crumbles under his feet. But Sangwon doesn't budge. He says he doesn't care if Sehen is a herald. As Sehen closes the distance, he swings down with lightning-charged force while Sangwon counters with fire. Their blows collide at once. To Sangwon's shock, his Kleum Suli vanishes against Sehin's strike. Before he can react, Sehin drives his sword straight into his body. Sangwon coughs blood as Sehin sneers down at him. He reminds him, he said Sangwon would need to experience it himself to understand what Sehin holds over him. But as he grips Sangwon tightly, Lin suddenly appears from behind, lunging for a sneak attack. Sehin senses it instantly and teleports behind her, leaving her blade to stab only air. She doesn't falter, spinning on her heel and charging at him again. Sehin realizes she's copying Suho's ability through her imitation skill. And not only copying, she's wielding it like a pro despite barely having practice. She closes in, but he slips past her strike. Then she summons fire, whipping it into a blazing tornado. Now she's tapping into Junsu's ability, and Sehin has to admit, her talent is remarkable. Still, he doubts she's fully ready. He steps forward to clash with her directly. She keeps pressing the attack while Sehin dodges until he counters and lands a heavy blow. Watching from above, Yidra's interest sharpens, impressed that Sehin is pulling off tricks she didn't expect. She declares the stage is set, and as her chosen avatar, Sehin's body floods with even more power. Now it's a duel, a young girl driven by vengeance for her father versus a herald who slaughtered countless players. No way this fight gets postponed. Lin and Sehin clash ferociously, blow after blow. He asks her straight, why is she so desperate to kill him? Is it only about her father? After a pause, she lunges forward, saying that's part of it. Sehin evades her strike. She presses on, explaining the deeper reason. Because he's too cruel, both to himself and to everyone around him. If he keeps going like this, he'll be left with no one. Sehin laughs it off, calling her words a joke. He demands to know why she's lecturing him when she hasn't done anything herself. She ignores his arrogance, telling him he could have been better if he hadn't sunk so far into his ego's hell. Lin calls forth a sword, declaring that today's events are just the beginning. Even if he survives unscathed, he'll regret everything he's done. That's why she vows to stop him as the daughter of Luke Taylor, because her father would have done the same, once her sword fully takes shape. She calls on the goddess of justice, Astrea, and asks her to accept her as a herald. When Astrea looks at Lin, she immediately remembers Luke, and without hesitation she accepts Lin's request. Meanwhile, Jester is lounging around in peace. But she's bored out of her mind, even wondering if she should crash the game disguised as a male god just to stir things up. That's when her gaze falls on the battlefield, two chosen heralds tearing into each other. She notices one represents Astrea, the other Yidra. With a mocking scoff, she calls it what it looks like, a fight between an ant and an elephant. Still, Jester acknowledges Lin's grit. For someone standing against a god-tier force, the kid's doing surprisingly well. And when she turns her eye to Sehin, she admits, this man is special. Even under the crushing strain of evocation, he's holding steady. With a bit more divinity, he could have crossed the line into godhood himself. Realizing this battle is way too good to miss, Jester shakes her boredom off and decides it's time to log back into the game. Once Mina finishes mowing down the players blocking her way, she arrives at the battleground and sees Lin and Sehin locked in combat. She had half expected Lin to manage the weight of a herald's power. But seeing it with her own eyes, she can't help thinking how different things would have turned out if Lin had inherited that role instead of her father, Luke. Still, Mina tells herself there's no time to sit and admire Lin's growth. Dropping her guard even for a second could mean death, and Sehin's monstrous pace keeps climbing by the minute. With deadly precision, Sehin unleashes his extreme abilities, attacking Lin from every angle at once. Lin ducks and twists, dodging his rain of blades before leaping skyward. She lands behind him, and without hesitation, drives her sword straight into Sehin's body. But unlucky for her, the Sehin she pierced turns into smoke. It was nothing more than an illusion. She looks up, and her fury spikes when she sees dozens of Sehin illusions flickering around her. Tightening her grip, she channels all her rage and summons a massive eruption of fire and lava that explodes from beneath the earth. Sehin responds by conjuring a colossal artificial meteorite, forged from the Eternium ore he once dragged out of dungeons. With a simple motion, he hurls it down to crash into the battlefield. The meteorite splits instantly on impact, releasing waves of energy as it breaks apart, fragments scattering like shrapnel. Lin gets struck by the raining pieces, and Sehin uses his powers to bind her inside a massive prison of rock, forming a cage around her. But Lin won't be caged. She channels everything she has, burning every drop of strength to shatter her way out of that rocky sphere. The prison collapses, and she launches herself free, landing hard. Sehin can't deny it anymore. Holding her down is impossible. In his mind, she's becoming the pinnacle of humanity. The two brace themselves once again, eyes locked, weapons raised. Lin bursts forward, lunging straight at him. She conjures a radiant shining blade, ready to cut him down. but Seihin rockets upward before her slash can connect. The escalating clash leaves all the watching players speechless, whispering in awe about the mysterious shining blade. Mina's eyes go wide, jaw dropping as she questions if she's even awake right now. Because that shining blade, it's just as outrageous as Lin herself. And then Seihin floods the field with swords pouring out of countless portals, a sight that leaves every player devastated. Mina mutters that this has gone way beyond human conflict. What's unfolding now is the true horror of two heralds colliding. Soon, Lin's powers collide with Seihin's, and the impact detonates in a violent explosion. Meanwhile, Mina freezes, sensing something ominous behind her. She spins around and sees a sky filled with the gods' personal observers watching silently. That's when she finally admits it. Seihin is undeniably incredible. Seihin, on the other hand, just pulls out his sword, muttering that the spectacle should be enough for those cosmic voyeurs. With it, he deflects Lin's shining blade, then opens a portal to swallow the attack whole. Lin gasps, disbelief etched across her face. He just sealed her strike into a pocket dimension like it was nothing. She realizes now straightforward attacks aren't going to cut it against him. So she changes tactics, dashing in close to draw his focus. Just as he moves to block, she slips to his side, aiming straight for his neck. Lin swings her shining blade, thrusting deep into Seihin's chest. She expected him to parry, but instead he counters with his own sword, driving it into her at the same time. Shocked, Lin can't comprehend why he'd choose a brutal exchange like this. Seihin shoves her back, clutching his bleeding chest, while she collapses to the ground. They lock eyes one last time before Lin finally falls flat against the blood-soaked field. The gods' observers sigh in disappointment, murmuring if this battle will really end with both fighters dead. Seihin staggers, pressing his wound, feeling the crushing absence of his celestial slayer and his regenerative gifts. He steadies himself, whispering that his work isn't done yet, while wondering if he has time left to use an elixir. Just then, a system notice pings, quest complete. Relief washes over him and he readies himself for the grand finale. He pulls out a magical stone, which bursts into a dazzling flash of light. Players reel in confusion, Mina squinting and asking what's happening. Lin groggily regains consciousness, realizing the once stark arena is now glowing with daylight. She sits up weakly and asks what just went down. Mina explains it plainly. It's a relic that emits a special gas. Anyone who breathes it falls into a coma. As she pours elixir over Seihin's wound, she tells Lin this relic was even used in the ancient days of the game, effective enough to knock out monsters too. Over time though, players forgot it even existed, since it only worked on weaker mobs. But Seihin revived it here, using the gas to fake everyone's deaths so the quest would register complete. Mina reveals he came to her days earlier, asking her to craft an improvised bomb with that coma gas, plus an elixir distilled from the relic's essence. Using that bomb, he spread the gas over civilians, then struck high-level players with an elixir-infused dagger. Everyone had to survive, no exceptions. Thanks to the gas, they all fell unconscious at the same time. San even went as far as lacing the sewers with elixir, making sure nothing slipped through. Mina herself pitched in, handling players so the illusion would hold. In the end, every participant got to fake their death. Lin fumes, annoyed that none of them had been asked to cooperate. Mina answers firmly that was the only way. If anyone else knew, the outcome would have changed. She then points upward at the gods, observers still hanging in the sky. And Lin finally accepts it. She had judged Seihin wrong. He had already found a better way. She thanks him softly. Mina chuckles, saying it's getting a bit too sentimental. She glances at the young trickster god watching from afar and calls her by her true name, Loki, asking what she thinks. Ydra turns her gaze toward the result of Seihin's plan, comparing the moment to a scene straight out of a movie. She observes that not a single person died and even the gods have descended again, reviving the stagnant game and giving humanity a new chance. To her, it's ironic. This entire world is nothing but a dream, yet Seihin showed iron will to drag it to completion. In doing so, he accomplished the impossible. No longer just humanity's last player, he now stands as a remarkable avatar Ydra herself feels proud of. When Seihin first triggered evocation, that's when Ydra understood the truth. She hadn't believed he'd ever sign a pact with her counterpart. It would have stopped him from opening the gate. Which means Lin is the crucial key. To truly open it, Seihin would need 2 keys. Ydra decides to wait and watch, eager for his reaction when he pieces it together. Even so, she feels guilty that the only reward he gets is Laplace's hourglass. So she makes up her mind she'll bless him with a gift of her own. Seihin wakes up in pitch black, wondering if he's back in the real world. The thought hurts. He wanted to see the changes with his own eyes, but he swallows the pain and accepts reality. As he's mulling it over, he notices Laplace's hourglass resting in his palm, a relic said to reveal the future of any person. He rises to his feet, ready to move forward. But suddenly a notification chimes. He's unlocked a new achievement, a herald that I used to know. He's the first to ever obtain it. On top of that, he receives a premium reward, courtesy of some unknown intervention. Staring at the message, he wonders aloud if all of this was really just a dream crafted by the dungeon. Then from outside, Vexel and Jisoo call out to him. He turns, asking how long they've been waiting there. Vexel confidently declares that it has been precisely 7 hours and 22 minutes. Sehun is stunned at first, but quickly regains his composure and tells them to follow him as they all step out of that place. In that moment, our guy realizes he's holding the key to rewriting everything in this twisted world. Meanwhile, Jisoo hides herself behind Lappy's hourglass, keeping out of sight. At the same time, Yudra is quietly hoping that Sehun will appreciate the little gift she's left for him. After making it back, Sehun comes to the shocking realization that he's inherited Yudra's succession ability, the power of a pocket dimension, as his brand new skill. His memory flashes back to how he once made use of this ability during a previous playthrough, combining it with the evocation spell. But under normal circumstances, it's useless for living beings or massive objects, which frustrates him, until he notices it can still be linked to his inventory. That's when Sehun questions how on earth he got such an ability, since dungeons never hand out succession skills as a reward. It doesn't take long for him to put 2 and 2 together. This has Yudra's fingerprints all over it. So he decides to wait it out, knowing Yudra will eventually reach out when she realizes he's walking around with her ability. When Mina learns about Sehun's new power, she can't hide her surprise. But Sehun's even more startled when he sees her looking like her old self again. When she casually mentions she's heading out for a walk, he instantly guesses she's probably going to search for her friends, so he warns her to stay cautious around strangers. After assuring him she'll be careful, she points out how much he's changed since coming back from the dungeon. When she asks if the dungeon was that brutal, he admits it was and firmly tells her to steer clear of those places. Mina just shrugs it off, saying she has no interest anyway before heading out. Left alone, Sehun debates whether he should help Mina resolve her problems, especially since it clearly involves a demon. He decides step 1 is to gather information before making any moves. Later on, Jisoo searches through Sehun's place looking for him but finds no trace. That's when she remembers the intimidating aura of Lin and Bixial, shivering at how terrifying they were despite her not doing anything to provoke them. Jisoo also recalls how she entered the dungeon right after Sehun. Inside, the place mirrored the world she lived in, a perfect replica. For her, it was like walking through the nightmare of her own childhood. Even though she didn't flawlessly complete the quest, the dungeon still counted her efforts as good enough. Pulling out Laplek's hourglass, she wonders what kind of reflection she would see if she dared to use it on herself. But in the end, she shakes her head and decides against it. Instead, her mind drifts back to the moment Luke Taylor accused her of being a demon contractor working for the Shaded Sky clan. She knows well that this clan has been slowly seizing control over the Gangbuk district, their grandmaster rumored to be a demon contractor himself. Out of sheer boredom, Jisoo resolves to go meet them. Meanwhile, John pays a visit to Sujun, the underworld's deep web information broker, and asks him about the Shaded Sky clan. Sujun raises an eyebrow, asking what exactly John wants to know. John bluntly requests their location. Sujun, who has already recognized John, finds it strange. Why would this guy ask about Shaded Sky when his own clan was completely wiped out? There's no way John intends to fight them head-on. He's strong, but not enough to take on a fresh guild like that all by himself. Considering it harmless, Sujun decides to share the location anyway, though he demands 1,000 points as payment. John thinks that's ridiculously cheap but agrees. The truth, however, is that Sujun purposely kept the price low. He didn't want to risk his own neck by charging too much. After pocketing the points, Sujun vanishes without wasting a second. Not long after, Azazel materializes and questions John. Why even ask about a location he already knows? John smirks and explains that it's intentional. He wants rumors to spread, baiting the Shaded Sky's grandmaster into showing up in person when he arrives. John insists that his reputation is infamous enough for the news to circulate like wildfire. Azazel frowns, doubting his overconfidence. She asks if he seriously believes he can take them all on by himself, rather than answering. He throws the question back at her, asking for her honest opinion. She instantly backs off, admitting her question was unnecessary. John then declares that tomorrow, he'll march straight into the Shaded Sky clan's base. Because right at this very moment, Sujun is already spreading the news. And John hopes that the steel demon, Park Doyen, will live up to the hype. Meanwhile, once Sehun learns where Mina's friends are, he starts thinking about how to break their demon contracts. He weighs different methods, like destroying a demonic relic such as Xinjiang. But he knows firsthand how rare that is, having only seen it happen once across both his playthroughs. The simplest option is for the demon itself to cancel the contract, but of course, that's never an easy route. When Sehun gets back home, he finds only Lin and Bixil there. Lin explains that the others are out farming points, while Mina went on her walk. Sehun then asks about Jisoo. Lin replies that she also went out for a stroll, but that answer makes him suspicious. He knows Jisoo well, she never wanders without reason. Back before the world changed, she was always buried in college prep. After everything shifted, she's been focused only on training and hunting monsters. Suddenly, Lin recalls Jisoo mentioning a visit to a guild. When she shares this with Sehun, his face stiffens. The moment she reveals the guild's name, Shaded Sky, Sehun spins around and bolts out immediately. He knows Jisoo only ever remembers the names of guilds she intends to destroy. He worries what drove her to this decision, and whether she'll be merciful enough to spare Mina's friends. Meanwhile, the Shaded Sky's Grandmaster, Doyoung, hears word that John is actively looking for them. He puzzles over what John's motive could be. His frustration explodes as he flips the entire table over. Doyoung has long wanted to fight John himself, to prove he's the strongest demon contractor out there. His ultimate plan is to capture Sua, giving him control over the entire Seoul region. In his mind, once he finishes John, he'll send his minions after Sua, because if he can't have her power, then no one will. Afterward, he intends for the world to know the name Shaded Sky as absolute. Sua senses the shift in fate surrounding John. Realizing someone else is now pulling at his destiny, she silently decides to follow him. But she doesn't tell him anything about it. Together, they step into the headquarters of the Shaded Sky Guild. To John's surprise, the building looks eerily quiet, almost abandoned, until the faint sound of movement comes from upstairs. Before John can head up, Sua insists that her brother must be locked in the basement, so he follows her down. As they walk deeper into the basement, John's sharp senses pick up two people whispering that this place is perfect for hiding. He decides to turn away from that direction. When Sua pushes him to check, he explains what he heard, pointing out that it didn't sound like her brother at all. But Sua keeps pressing him. John realizes then she must have seen a vision. So together, Hwan and Sua step into the part of the clan that's holding Sua's brother. But instead of him, Hwan finds two young girls trying desperately to hide. Completely thrown off, he mutters, "Kids, in a place like this." He grumbles that he already knew this clan had no morals, but using children as workers sinks even lower. The girls huddle together. One whispers that everyone else told them to stay here because of that guy, meaning Hwan. The other nervously wonders if maybe the others were killed and are just hiding to avoid fighting. The girl with the ponytail clicks her tongue, stands up, and admits they have no other choice. The two of them kneel before Hwan, begging him to spare their lives. Hwan just stares silently, then without turning his head asks Sua if she knew this would happen and if this is why she brought him here. Sua nods. He then asks if she wants him to take the girls along too. Sua quickly refuses. Hwan narrows his eyes, questioning in his mind if these two hold something special when, on the surface, they look like nothing more than servants of devils. Sua bolts forward, shouting that there's no time and they need to save her brother now. Hwan follows after her, leaving the girls behind, but a heavy thud halts him in his tracks. He steels himself, thinking that whatever caused that noise, they'll have to deal with sooner or later anyway. Hwan stops and asks the girls why they're tagging along. The ponytailed one admits they somehow ended up here on their own and just want a way out with him. She introduces herself as Hami and the quiet one beside her as Jisoo. Hwan dryly responds that he didn't ask for introductions. In his head, he refuses to believe children could have willingly joined the Cape of Darkness, just as he turns to tell them off. Sua cries out she's found her brother. They spot him lying unconscious inside a cell. Hwan peers inside and asks if this is really her brother. Sua nods tearfully, confirming that the boy Suho is indeed her sibling. With raw strength, Hwan bends the bars and lifts Suho into his arms. He quickly notes that Suho is burning up with a fever, so it's best to take him upstairs immediately. Carrying Suho, Hwan leads the way back up, followed closely by Sua, Hami, and Jisoo. But when he scans the upper floor, something feels eerily wrong. Not even a single insect crawls in sight. Suddenly, Sua stiffens, sensing something ominous. Hwan instantly shouts for everyone to get down. The ceiling cracks open and Jisoo crashes down, gripping none other than Doyoung. Hami recognizes the man instantly, their guild master, and mutters if he's already dead. Jisoo slams Doyoung onto the ground, then turns toward Hwan with a grin. She exclaims that fate finally brought them face to face again, though she never expected their reunion to look like this. Hwan fixes his gaze on her, this time armed with a proper weapon in hand. Out of nowhere, Jisoo launches herself at Hwan with terrifying speed. He barely manages to slip out of the way. But she doesn't let up, she swings again, completely unhinged. Hwan is baffled, wondering why she's fighting like a wild beast, with no care for herself. So he drives his fist straight into her stomach. Yet Jisoo keeps attacking as if the hit meant nothing, catching him off guard. He realizes his strikes aren't landing the way they should, she's not even trying to defend. When she smashes him in the face, Hwan heals the wound instantly and shifts into a proper battle stance. He thinks bitterly about how he's reinforced his body with demonic power, and yet here he is, struggling in this pathetic state. His gaze flickers to Doyoung, realizing this man must really deserve his nickname, the Iron Horse. After all, the guy's limbs are still intact. Hwan's eyes go back to Jisoo, her eyes glowing crimson, her posture coiled like a starving tiger. He makes the grim conclusion, even one clean hit from her could mean his death. Jisoo grips her weapon tightly as Hwan keeps his eyes locked on her. She slams it against the ground, detonating an explosive shockwave. Striding forward, she sends Hwan stumbling backward. As he's falling, Hwan admits to himself that Jisoo has become leagues stronger than the last time they clashed. It's not just her raw stats that improved, she's also mastered technique, responding to his attacks with calculated precision. She closes the distance with each stride. Her weapon swings mercilessly as Hwan scrambles to dodge, retreating step by step. He concludes that continuing this fight will only leave him shredded, but retreating would put Sua, her brother, and the girls in danger. And then it hits him, the girls are already chained as puppets of the devil. With a sharp breath, Hwan drops into a solid stance. He knows he has no choice but to fight, and if he can't end it in a single decisive strike, then he's the one who will fall. Jisoo marches forward, weapon in one hand, a rock in the other. Suddenly, she hurls the rock toward him. Hwan smashes his fist into it. But right behind the rock, Jisoo slams another punch into him. He funnels every bit of magic into his mask, preparing to counter. But just as he unleashes it, Jisoo grins wickedly, making it clear she never planned on dodging. Instead, she barrels forward, swinging again. The blow knocks Hwan off his feet, but he still retaliates with his own strike. Blood fills his throat as he coughs, realizing the beating he's taken would have killed him if he weren't bound by a demonic contract. He glances at Jisoo, who now lies motionless in a pool of her own blood. Surely that attack was enough to finish her. Hwan steadies himself as Hami nervously asks if she's dead. But Jisoo shrieks she's still moving. Hwan whirls around stunned. Her spine should have been crushed, there's no way she should be standing. It should have been impossible. Yet Jisoo slowly rises, her bones cracking, forcing herself upright. She smirks and tells him that this is exactly the level of damage she expected from him. Hwan watches her clutch her staff, thinking bitterly that he has no trump card left. Her eyes pierce into him with contempt, as if he's nothing more than a pebble kicked to the roadside. He wonders, is this what humans look like in her eyes? Swallowing hard, he shuts his eyes tight. Jisoo raises her weapon, pressing it against his face. Hwan opens his eyes and asks why she stopped short. She smiles, declaring that she's won this time. Then she asks, almost taunting, if he wants to keep going. Hwan questions whether she's still hung up on what happened before. Maybe she's talking about the time he ambushed her comrades. If so, she'd probably think killing him is the only fair payback. But Jisoo admits he didn't kill anyone that day, even though he could have. She confesses she still wants to kill him. But then she points out the children standing behind him. Glancing at her stats window, she passes on a message straight from Sehun. Someone else doesn't want Hwan dead either. Confused, Hwan asks if she's really letting them walk away. She clicks her tongue, saying she has a knack for sensing malice. And frankly, she doesn't see enough evil in him right now to justify his execution. She asks if he thinks she's some mindless serial killer. Besides, she's convinced Sehun knows Hwan will protect those kids, so she turns and quietly leaves without another word. Hwan gathers Suho in his arms and reflects on Sehun the crow. Now he owes the guy whether he likes it or not. Jisoo disappears into the distance after her clash with him. The sound of a rapid heartbeat echoes faintly. It seems something Hwan said earlier struck a nerve deep inside her. She replays his words from when their fight came to a halt. He had asked why she was always trailing behind him, saying she could grow far stronger if she acted alone. She asked what exactly he meant by him. Hwan's answer was blunt, the crow. He acknowledged Sehun's strength but also pointed out her own incredible power. And yet it looked to him like she was strangely obedient to Sehun. Jisoo lowered her gaze, wondering if that was true. Hwan reminded her that she checked her stats during their fight and asked if that was Sehun's message guiding her. To him it was obvious, she spared him because of it. Jisoo had only smiled, saying it was a secret. And now, walking away, she admits to herself that Hwan wasn't wrong. She really is oddly obedient. And humans, they don't discard loyalty so easily. But the time isn't right, not yet. She resolves to stay quiet, bide her time, and grow strong enough to bind Sehun completely, even if he tries to flee. Meanwhile, Sehun spots Hwan carrying Suho, with Hami, Jisoo, and Sua trailing behind. He instantly recognizes them as Mina's friends, the same ones he encountered inside the dream dungeon. Then a presence approaches from behind. Without turning, he identifies it, Azazel, the devil who forged a contract with Juan. She chuckles in amusement, impressed that he knew her name without introductions. Sehen thinks carefully. In his previous life, this one never contracted with anyone. Lazy to the bone as the demon of sloth, yet here she is, tied to someone now. Finally turning, he coolly says he has his own sources. Azazel nods, admitting there are countless ways he could have known. Maybe he can glimpse the future, or maybe he wields a skill that reveals certain K-words. From the start, there have always been unknowable variables, it's easy to bluff. Then she says she honestly thought he would kill her contractor. Sehen replies that he could have. Azazel presses, then why didn't he? His gaze lowers, his voice calm, there's a reason. After a beat of silence, he explains, the children need to live. Azazel tilts her head, is that because of their contracts? Sehen confirms, saying they've already bound themselves to devils. Only a higher-ranked devil can override those pacts. Azazel muses on that for a moment. Then she claps lightly, declaring that either way this makes things easier for her. One or two more puppets won't hurt, besides she could use a maid. Sehen smirks, noting how easily she accepted his reasoning. She fires back that he's quite fascinating himself, and she's interested in maintaining a good relationship. She adds that most of the time, devils care only about their own amusement, but clearly she's not the only one with an eye on him, giving him a sly smile. Clicking her tongue, Azazel warns that he's caught the attention of something troublesome. Sehen studies her eyes and thinks about his ultimate skill, complete victory. If he has it, why hasn't he contacted him yet? Azazel turns to leave, saying it's time to return to her contractor, but promises they'll meet again. And just like that, she vanishes into the air. Sehen sits down, telling himself he needs to prepare no matter what's coming. After all, a crow has been assigned to him as well, and if they ever cross paths again, could it be during something like the Devil Dome tournament? Deep within the palace of lust in Devilldom, a man cloaked in red remembers Sehen clearly. He scoffs that Sehen wasn't satisfied with causing absurd chaos. He even dragged him into a trial of self-reflection. The man wonders aloud, who would have thought the gods themselves would stake a claim in this mess? To him, they're nothing but beings bloated with useless divinity. He takes one look at the palace and scoffs, muttering that it's way too gaudy for his taste. As he pushes the gate open, Akaters, the sixth demon, the literal embodiment of lust, appears before him. With a sultry smile, the demon greets him warmly and casually asks what business he has here. Our guy in red simply answers that he's enjoying this little game, saying it's an honor to be here. Akaters narrows his eyes, repeating the question, what exactly does he want? The man calmly admits he came all this way to request a favor. With a teasing gaze, Akaters leans in closer, signaling him to go ahead and ask. The man hesitates, then admits, though a bit shyly, that he wants to borrow the demon's power. To be precise, the power tied to Contract E. Meanwhile, Sehen checks his stats and realizes he just picked up a brand new skill, mental resilience. He's honestly thrilled, thinking to himself that rank skill choices are such a jackpot. Not only is this skill something you can't just grind for normally, it's also a growth type. With enough effort, he could push it to S rank, and if he does, he'll basically be untouchable against mental attacks. Later, when Sehen meets up with Jisoo, he asks if she can lend him a hand with something. He tells her to sit and they both plop down on the gym floor. Jisoo raises a brow, asking if all she's supposed to do is just sit here. He nods and tells her to simply stare straight at him. She scoots closer, tilting her head, asking if this is how he wants her to look at him. Sehen explains further, saying he wants her to release that murderous aura from the heavenly murderer's body. Basically, he wants her to show the same killing intent she unleashed back when she rattled those guys on the devil's side. She sighs, realizing he's picked up yet another bizarre skill. Taking a deep breath, Jisoo's eyes suddenly blaze with a crimson glow. The moment the aura flares, Sehen instinctively flinches. She checks on him, asking if it's too much, but Sehen pushes on, asking her to make it even stronger. Jisoo obliges, widening her eyes even further. Sehen immediately jolts, his body shuddering under the pressure. He grits his teeth, confirming what he suspected. The murderous intent drawn from the heavenly murderer's essence counts as a mental attack. Regular players wouldn't even be able to stand still, but for him, this is the perfect training method. After pushing through for quite a while, Sehen finally signals her to stop for the day, then casually asks if there's anything she wants in return. Because honestly, it always feels like he's the one asking for favors. Jisoo reminds him that she already gave him weapons, so they should be even. But Sehen fires back, saying she only got those because she said she wanted them. Then he adds that they'll keep this training up for now. When she asks for how long, he estimates about a week. He admits it's a stretch, considering how packed their schedules are these days. But Jisoo surprisingly agrees, saying she doesn't mind doing it every day since she doesn't have anything else she particularly wants to focus on. Then after a short pause, she admits there is one thing. She wants their sessions to be just the two of them alone in a room. Completely missing the hint, Sehun innocently asks if that's just so no one else gets hurt. Jisoo sighs, muttering something like that. Sehun nods, realizing it actually does make sense. If Lin or Baxiol accidentally got caught in her killing aura, it would mess them up badly. So he tells her he'll come to her room instead. Or she can come over to his starting tomorrow. 2 months pass and Sehun finds himself staring at the event quest notification. He notices how polite the wording is, probably because it's being hosted directly by the publisher, and he confirms the location, Glastonbury. That's the exact place where there was an eyewitness account of Arthur, the candidate for their third-party member. He figures everything should go smoothly, especially now that his mental resilience skill has hit S rank. As the event approaches, Sehun warns the others that it's starting soon. Mina, however, trembles nervously. She admits she's scared and wonders if she really made it into the top 100. Sehun smirks, asking her who else would possibly make it if not her. But Mina shakes her head, saying she never wanted to join something like this anyway, and wonders aloud if Hemi or Jasian managed to make it in. Sehun realizes Mina truly doesn't want to be here, and honestly, it's not surprising. Every quest she's done has brought nothing but trouble. Plus, now that she's finally reconnected with her old friends, she's even less motivated to dive into this event. Jisoo then asks if they'll be grouping up after everyone gets dropped into their starting points. Sehun says they should decide only after checking the quest details. Changwoo speaks up, admitting that while Jisoo seems unfazed, he himself is really nervous. Soo encourages him, reminding Changwoo not to stress. After all, Soo even crafted him special equipment. Sehun smiles quietly, thinking he's not worried about Changwoo at all, especially since he's been mentoring him quite a bit lately. Honestly, Changwoo might not notice it, but he's just as impressive as Jisoo, who's already insanely strong. Sehun notes that the four of them will be heading out soon. His only concern is leaving the kids behind, but with Luke around, they should be safe. Just then, the transportation activates, moving everyone into position. Sehun tells the others he'll catch them later. The next moment, he lands in England, specifically Glastonbury. He glances around, asking if this is really the main stage of the event. Out of nowhere, Baxiol pops up, demanding to know what she's doing here. Sehun stares back, asking her the exact same thing. She shrugs, saying she was just playing with Lin and somehow ended up here. Sehun realizes that since she's technically considered his pet in the game, maybe that's why she got dragged along. For now, though, he just needs to protect her. Suddenly, a loud clash erupts as someone ambushes Sehun from behind. But before Sehun even reacts, Baxiol annihilates the attacker instantly. She turns to him, apologizing, saying the monsters just popped up out of nowhere, and asks if he has anything to say about it. Sehun swallows his words, replying softly that it's probably best if he says nothing at all right now. Looking around, he notices more monsters gathering, and Baxiol points out there's quite a lot of them. Sehun answers that even though the participant list is limited, players from every server have been pulled together here. He admits to himself that this situation feels a bit too sudden. Summoning his crow, he scans the battlefield, confident that his teammates are holding their own against their monsters. Sehun waits patiently until the sky suddenly splits apart. Through the rift, a man in blue descends. Sehun recognizes him immediately. It's Akinin, the GM of England. Akinin greets all the players, his voice booming across the field. He explains that the reason he gathered everyone here for the event quest is simple: it's bonus time. He describes it as a special gift granted to all players representing their servers. Most of them probably already saw the details in their stat windows, but the event itself is a treasure hunt. Scattered across Glastonbury are items ranging from D rank and above. They could be tucked inside a chest underground or even hidden up in a tree. Players can also earn them by taking down certain monsters, but there's one major rule: don't provoke the Sentinel. Because even though it's a treasure hunt, the Sentinel of Glastonbury happens to be a dragon. Best advice: stay away from it. Eric Sanders, who happens to be contracted to the god Apollon, steps up and asks if he's allowed to kill the Sentinel. Sehun eyes him, remembering that this guy, blessed by the sun god himself, treats Kang Junsik from Silver Hand as his rival. And now that he thinks of it, some Silver Hand executives must be present too. Sure, latecomers like Suho wouldn't qualify, but Kang Junsik, Chaeyoung Sangwon, and Lee Surin definitely would. Akinin responds, saying he knows Eric by reputation and acknowledges that he's slain a sentinel before. Looking around, Akinin adds that there's actually another player here who's killed one as well. And just so everyone's clear, Eric only took down the fourth one. The first three were all killed by a single player. Eric clicks his tongue, scoffing at what he calls nonsense. He asks if anyone really expects him to believe that one player soloed 3 sentinels. Even if he accepts that Eric himself killed the fourth, That claim sounds absurd. Akinin only smiles, insisting it's true, but refuses to reveal the name since that player isn't advertising it themselves. Still, he confirms that the player who killed 3 sentinels is definitely among those gathered here. Baxiol immediately blurts out, asking why Sehen is hiding it. Sehen shrugs, replying that if people found out, it would just become a huge hassle. Inwardly, he suspects Akators has been gossiping behind his back again. Akinin claps loudly, regaining everyone's attention, and continues explaining the rules. As he repeats, items are scattered throughout Glastonbury and players must collect and claim ownership of them. He directs them to look up at the screen. Someone in the crowd asks if there aren't any S-rank or higher items. Akinin confirms there is only one S-rank item, the most valuable treasure in this hunt. That single item will be worth a hefty 50 points. Eric then asks if S-rank exists here, since that's usually above S-rank. Akinin sighs, replying that unfortunately no. S-rank isn't in play right now, and honestly it'd cause chaos if such an item were dropped already. But if an S-rank did exist, it'd be worth exactly 100 points. Akinin then announces that once the event ends and points are tallied, the server with the highest total will earn some pretty big benefits. That includes a special event that allows them to score double points for a set period of time. With that, he wraps up the briefing, officially declaring the treasure hunt underway. But of course, just searching for treasure would be boring, so Akinin reveals there are extra gimmicks and subquests waiting to spice things up. Sehen instantly recalls from his past life that one big twist is how the monsters at night and during the day are completely different. And there's also a hidden survivor village nearby, where players can grab additional subquests. But here's the catch, the monsters at night are insanely strong, and on top of that there are not 1 but 2 sentinels lurking in this zone. Using his knowledge from his past life, Sehen calculates his moves carefully, and notes that there's also a specific place he has to track down. Then Akinin throws another rule at them. Any items they find here can't be stuffed into their inventory until they return to their own servers. Players will have to carry them in bags or rely on other skills. And the reason for this? Simple, so plundering becomes part of the game. With that, he declares the treasure hunt officially begun. He tells everyone they'll have 2 weeks to complete the quest. After some motivational words wishing them luck in battle, Baxiol immediately turns to Sehen and asks what his plan is now. He suggests that they leave together for now, trusting that the others will manage fine on their own. But deep down, Sehen is convinced that even though the GM claimed otherwise, an SS-rank item really does exist here. He's completely certain of it. Sehen explains to Baxiol that there should be a village nearby. She points toward a location, asking if that might be the village he's talking about. But Sehen shakes his head, saying that spot has already been overrun by monsters. There's no sign of human life left. Baxiol presses him, asking where the real village is then. Sehen replies confidently that he'll track it down using his probing skill. He reasons that since Crow's eye couldn't detect the village, it must be somewhere hidden from normal sight. Recalling Arthur's words, he starts searching near large lakes. Before long, he finds it. At the same time, he notices Jisoo has already linked up with Changwoo, which reassures him she won't pull anything reckless. Meanwhile, Baxiol complains that it feels like they've been trudging through the forest forever. Sehen assures her they'll reach it soon. Just then, the sound of players bickering over loot echoes nearby. Sehen quickly sends his crow to investigate. Through its eyes, he spots Li Ahyung of Lycoris and Shin Yuhua the Saintess locked in battle. He frowns, wondering why 2 people who already command massive followings would be clashing like this. Baxiol asks if he plans to step in since it looks like their fight might escalate. She even offers to check with her magic. Sehen compliments her growth, noting how her abilities keep improving by the day, but insists they let the 2 resolve it themselves. He mutters that he doesn't get why they're fighting when they belong to the same server anyway. Besides, things could get messy if either of them spots him. Soon after, he and Baxiol reach their destination. She points out that she senses a powerful magical presence here. It feels like protective magic designed to ward off monsters. Sehen nods, confirming this must be the same lake Arthur told him about. He figures Arthur must have been mentally crushed after realizing even this lake wasn't safe from monsters. That's why he chose to end things by drowning right here. Sehen steps into the lake and Baxiol nervously asks if this is really necessary. She admits she can't swim. Without hesitation, Sehen lifts her in his arms and tells her to just hold her breath. He asks if she has any magic usable underwater, but she shakes her head embarrassed, saying she hasn't reached that level yet. He tells her once more to hold her breath. And with that, Sehen dives straight into the water, sinking deeper and deeper. As he studies the lake, he realizes it's no ordinary body of water. This place is hiding something powerful. Diving further, he discovers rocks engraved with spell markings. Moving one of them carefully, he triggers a massive underwater gate to open. He quickly tells Baxiol they're going in, and a system notification pops up announcing they've entered a safe zone. Guards appear immediately, escorting the two of them inside. Sehin looks around at the village, noticing how much it resembles Glastonbury itself. Judging by the confused looks on the guards' faces, he wonders if this is their first time seeing an outsider player. The guards then lead him into a separate room. Inside, he meets a blue-haired girl who greets him cautiously, warning him to be careful since he's clearly from outside. She also comments that the creature by his side, Baxiol, is rather unusual. Sehin asks her to introduce herself properly. She reveals her name, Morgan Le Fay, Mistress of Avalon and the Final Witch. Meanwhile, Jisoo elsewhere manages to track Sehin's position. She assumes he must be cooking up some kind of scheme. If he had actually wanted their help, he would have asked them to join. But the reality is, she doesn't have special support skills like Mina anymore. Nor can she forge gear like Sue. The only thing she can really do is fight, and even that Changwoo and Arthur can handle just as well. She concludes that she's nothing special, and remembers how she'd been at Sehin's side even before the world turned into a game, regret washing over her. She wishes she'd done things differently back then. Now the only thing she has left to offer is her raw combat ability. And compared to Sehin, she's far too weak to stop him, so her only choice is to follow obediently. Just like she did with her parents, because she's always been the good child. That's exactly why she has a passive immunity against most mental status effects. Thanks to it, she was never consumed by killing urges and always remained that good child. But the thought of Sehin slipping further away gnaws at her deeply. She forces herself to suppress her emotions, holding back the urge to go berserk. Because the last thing she wants is for Sehin to despise her. She reminds herself this isn't the time, she has to stay calm, she has to keep being the good child. So she swallows her impulses and rejects the temptation. Back in Avalon, the so-called utopia where magicians and fairies coexist, Morgan Le Fay resides, the legendary witch who's lived since the end of myths. Sehin admits that he had no idea this was where he'd end up. Curious, he asks if the other two witches are gone since Morgan calls herself the Final Witch. She asks if he wants to hear the rest of her introductions. She also mentions that she knows exactly who he is, the newly appointed Crow sign. Her eyes flick toward Baxiol and she comments that she thought the beast was a unicorn, but turns out she's a Killin. She carefully examines Baxiol, recalling how the Celts once believed such beings would eventually transform into elementals. Morgan remarks it's been ages since she's seen a human wander in here without fairy guidance. As a rare courtesy, she offers to grant him one wish. Without hesitation, Sehin asks her for a mythical sword. Morgan smirks, saying that shouldn't be a problem. With a snap of her fingers, Excalibur manifests before them. Sehin notices right away that its details are unreadable. He realizes that makes sense, it's only visible to the rightful owner. Sehin grips the hilt, thinking that maybe he really could wield it. But Morgan laughs, telling him to ask for something else since that sword would be useless to him. Sehin refuses, saying he'll take this one and begins to draw it. To Morgan's shock, he actually manages to pull it out completely. Panicked, she quickly offers him other rewards instead, scrambling for excuses. But Sehin assures her he only intends to return the sword to its rightful owner. She scoffs, asking if he even knows who that is. After all, he's no Merlin. Sehin pauses, wondering if she meant that as an insult. Then he proposes a deal. He'll locate the true owner of Excalibur within 2 weeks, and in return, she has to reward him with something greater. He also asks if he can stay in Avalon for that time. Morgan agrees, but only on one condition. She wants Baxiol left with her. She promises not to do anything strange. She's simply fascinated by the presence of an Asian beast. Sehin agrees, but only if she teaches Baxiol magic in exchange. Morgan nods. Baxiol looks at him with teary eyes as he explains that this is safer for her than sticking by his side. He tells her to call him immediately if anything happens. He adds that she should treat Morgan kindly. After all, she isn't truly a bad person. Meanwhile, Arthur is cornered as players from the Asian server stumble upon him and begin mocking him. One sneers, saying the England server must be pathetic if someone like Arthur counts as one of their top rankers. Another laughs and shoves him around. One even stomps hard on his foot. Arthur doesn't fight back, he just silently takes the abuse. The players shove him to the ground as he slowly pulls a bottle from his bag. The players, confused and a little nervous, ask what on earth Arthur is doing, only to burst into laughter when he casually pulls out a water bottle. But before one of them can land a hit, Arthur suddenly seizes the guy by the collar, glaring and demanding to know what they've ever done to him. That just sets them off even more, and the three thugs throw him aside, swarming in to beat him down from every angle. Out of nowhere, a swarm of crows descends on their heads, pecking and clawing as chaos breaks loose. And then Cyan steps into the scene, prompting one of the players to ask who this mysterious guy even is. Cyan coolly states he's got some business with Arthur, telling the rest to get lost. Arthur, still bruised and baffled, asks why he even bothered saving him. Cyan replies that he can clearly sense Arthur's stronger than those clowns, so why was he just standing there, letting them beat him up? Arthur lowers his gaze, confessing that he's weak, that he can't afford to show his true strength in a place like this, and besides, he's just a coward who abandoned his own family to die. Cyan tells him straight, he can heal that broken leg and maybe even his broken mindset too, and then invites Arthur to join his party. But Arthur declines with polite firmness. Cyan tilts his head, asking if it's because of the visions. He insists that Arthur needs to face reality instead of hiding behind those illusions. Yet Arthur refuses again, thanking him for the offer but turning him down. Cyan simply smiles. Then he suddenly changes the subject, asking if Arthur happens to like King Arthur. Cyan explains that Glastonbury is where the legend of King Arthur is practically alive, so it makes sense to bring it up. Arthur chuckles softly, saying it wasn't him but his son who admired the legendary king. He promised to take his son there one day but never did, work kept him tied down and time slipped away. Cyan asks if that son he mentioned was Dreg Gok, the guardian dragon of Wales. Arthur blinks in surprise at his knowledge, but Cyan calmly says they'll go meet him. Together they climb the mountain, Arthur quietly taking in the sweeping views. Gazing around the cave entrance, Arthur murmurs that his son would have loved this place. Cyan comments that it's fitting, since standing here is like witnessing a true hero with his own eyes, as he focuses on the red dragon before them. Arthur recalls how his son once told him he was nothing like the great King Arthur. Cyan instantly gets serious, declaring that Arthur still has the chance to be a hero, just as Arthur begins to deny it. Cyan summons Excalibur itself, saying they can give it meaning, and that simply drawing the sword would be proof enough. Arthur finally asks the burning question, why is Cyan doing all this for him? Cyan answers without hesitation, he wants Arthur to join his party. Arthur stares at the sword, his eyes torn with conflict, while Cyan studies him closely. Then Cyan says he knows exactly what visions Arthur keeps seeing. He explains that countless players have died since this cruel game began, and many others like Arthur are haunted by visions of their lost loved ones. Arthur admits he wants to keep seeing those visions, because it's the only way he can still see his son. But Cyan snaps at him, shouting that if those visions really were his family, they'd never want this for him. They'd want him to live better, not sink in misery. That's why Cyan insists Arthur should draw the sword, locking eyes with him with unshakable resolve. He admits that while Arthur longs for change, he himself needs Arthur fighting by his side. And just as Arthur steels himself to pull Excalibur, Cyan's crow sends a vision alert, forcing him to leave Arthur behind and rush toward the signal. Elsewhere, Chris Johns waits patiently for Cyan's arrival. One player angrily demands that she restore his comrade's original stats. But Chris calmly shakes her head, saying this was the quickest way to lure the crow, exactly as the devil instructed. She assures the man she has no intention of killing his friends. Still, he screams louder, desperate to get Eric's attention, though Eric himself seems trapped under Chris's mind control magic. Grinding his teeth, the man curses her out for using such dirty tactics on her own comrades. That's when Cyan arrives, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing and why she's dragging his name into this mess. Chris flashes him a sly smile, declaring that she has business with him. She reveals flatly that someone hired her to kill him. Cyan narrows his eyes, thinking to himself that he already knew she was arrogant, but this level of arrogance is something else entirely. Chris continues, admitting she can't take him in a head-on fight. With a flick of her finger, she throws the angry player into her trance as well. She smirks, saying she never needed to chase him down anyway, since she knows he has a bad habit of trying to save everyone he meets. She warns him to stay put or she'll kill them all. She even tells him not to bother using his mental resilience skill. If he complies, she won't kill him. Cyan gives her grudging credit for choosing only targets vulnerable to her ability. He considers opening a shadow space behind her, but Young and UHWA suddenly storm in, still bickering over an item. Yufa glances at the crowd, asking what's going on. Young echoes the question, demanding to know the situation. Chris eyes them, asking if they're allies of the crow. Cyan immediately denies it. But Young recognizes him, asking if he's the crow of Deicide, the one who disrupted their dungeon race. Again, Cyan denies. Yet Young presses, saying Sung Hyuk told her it was him dominating the dungeons. Chris cuts in, saying Crow is talking to her right now, only for Young to mock her, saying she talks a lot for someone who just plays with dolls. Chris clenches her teeth in rage. Young unleashes her skill, Breesingammon, giving her absolute command over male players. She orders them to leave Chris's side and join hers. Instantly, the men break free of Chris's control, regaining their bodies. Chris huffs, saying it doesn't matter, she still has female players backing her. UHWA scoffs, pointing out they've been under status effect all along. With a snap of her fingers, every female player collapses to the ground. Chris shrieks, realizing her entire skill has been stripped away. She tries to reapply it, but UHWA and Ah-young shut her down, Ah-young warning her she's just wasting her energy. Amid the chaos, Cyan draws his sword and brings it to Chris's neck, declaring it's best to eliminate a devil contractor immediately. She panics, begging him to stop and calling for a truce, but he ignores her. With a clean slash, he cuts her throat. Siri watches as Chris's head wobbles, blood dripping before sighing and reviving her. Chris jolts awake, gasping that she nearly died. Siri scoffs, reminding her she's already died once before. Chris thanks her sister, while Siri mocks how fragile she is, saying they'd be finished if not for their shared Mara Papia's contract. Chris mutters that it felt possible, but the crow didn't even hesitate to stab her. Siri argues that it's only natural, facing a devil contractor, stabbing first is the smart move. But now they know temptation won't work on him. Chris admits she doesn't want to mess with him anymore, but they can't just ignore the GM's request. Siri reassures her, even if they fail this mission, the GM will overlook it. After all, there are bigger threats like Drake Gok, the Red Dragon, and the legendary beast Behemoth. She promises Chris she already has a backup plan ready to unfold. Suddenly, the battlefield quakes violently, and Chang-woo warns that it feels like a sentinel has arrived. Its sheer presence alone radiates on a level far beyond anything they've faced so far. Mina gasps as her eyes lock onto the red dragon soaring above, asking aloud what's really causing the earth to tremble. That's when a colossal beast bursts out from the ground below. Mina's voice shakes as she admits even Cyan might not be able to handle this one. Sue nervously asks if she can just jump into its mouth like she did with Chung Kai. Mina shakes her head, saying it's different this time. Jisoo would be nothing but candy for a monster like this. Chang-woo asks if she's heard back from Cyan. Jisoo locates him, spotting him strangely submerged in a lake. Over at Avalon, Cyan confronts Morgan, asking if she was the one who awakened the two beasts. Morgan snaps back, asking if he's out of his mind to think she'd do that. Big Sol, in awe, compares the size of the beast to himself, jokingly asking if that's how he looks from Cyan's perspective. Morgan, unimpressed, scolds him for making himself too comfortable in her domain, and even bringing along a stranger, glaring at Arthur. Cyan introduces Arthur as the rightful owner of Excalibur, the sword Morgan has guarded for ages. Morgan demands proof, asking him to show it. Cyan smirks, saying she wanted to see it with her own eyes anyway. Arthur stares at the blade, muttering that he never agreed to draw it. Cyan snaps, saying they don't have time to hesitate, after seeing those beasts stalling is all they can afford. Arthur asks if it's even guaranteed that he can pull it out. Cyan nods firmly. With trembling hands, Arthur grasps the sword and begins to draw it. Instantly, a notification echoes across the system. All players on the battlefield are shocked by the alert. The wielder of Excalibur and SS-ranked equipment has finally appeared. Morgan compliments Sehin's sharp eyesight, but our guy just grins and says his vision is way sharper than hers, making her grit her teeth. She inhales deeply, then waves her hand to heal Arthur's injuries. Sehin smirks, declaring it's time they seal things with a contract. Arthur flexes, realizing the limbs he couldn't move before are now fully restored. Meanwhile, the other players can't keep their eyes off the red dragon circling ominously above their heads. One frustrated player groans that nothing is turning out the way he planned. A girl nearby reassures him, saying she's sure the guildmaster will come up with something brilliant. But the guy just shakes his head, muttering that the guildmaster has limits, and honestly it's lucky he can't compete since his side lacks real military power. Another party huddles together, suggesting they should focus on the behemoth first, since the dragon's too much right now, but maybe they can at least bring down the beast. A different girl proposes that the top 10 players from each server take the lead, explaining she can analyze the monster's stats with her skill. According to her, the behemoth grows larger the longer it's left alone. Another player agrees, saying it makes sense there's a cap to that growth, but warns it'll be a nightmare if they just let it keep swelling. The girl with the talent-seeing skill calls out Eric's name, appointing him as Vanguard since he has first-hand experience fighting a sentinel. Eric clicks his tongue, thinking this is the absolute worst timing to be dragged into something like this. After all, the thing he fought before wasn't anywhere near this caliber. The squad forms up, and their leader orders Eric to aim straight for the behemoth's eyes. Eric gulps nervously and activates his skill. But just as they're about to clash, a figure suddenly sprints toward them. Someone yells in shock, it's Arthur, the cripple from before. Arthur marches straight toward the beast, Excalibur gleaming in his grip. The players gape, realizing he's no longer limping and that he's holding SS-ranked gear. Without hesitation, Arthur plunges the blade deep into the monster's abdomen, earning a guttural shriek. Right then, Sehen charges in, targeting its feet and making it stumble before drawing his own weapon. He recalls Seo explaining how the weapon was forged with estermithril and even cold iron, though Seo had dismissed it as useless, just something he made because Sehen asked. Gripping it tight, Sehen takes off, soaring toward the beast. Aiming carefully, he smirks, thinking every tool finds its purpose eventually. As the creature stumbles, Sehen shouts for Arthur to focus on its legs, telling him to restrict its movement as much as possible. Arthur groans that Sehen's been giving him impossible jobs from the start. But strangely, this one doesn't feel completely out of reach. He exhales sharply and drives the sword into the monster's chest. The other players watch, stunned, until the same girl from before demands if they're really just going to stand there gawking. She insists they should all attack together before the thing powers up further. The top 10 players step up, unleashing their skills at once. The battlefield erupts into a whirlpool of clashing energies. Everyone holds their breath, waiting to see the effect. But the beast roars back, screeching loud enough to shake the ground. On edge, the players dive in again, launching a second assault. Eric mutters to himself, doubting whether they even stand a chance. That's when he feels an immense pressure building behind him. He spins around, only to freeze as the red dragon descends in their direction, stealing his breath. The horrifying truth sinks in, the dragon's coming too. The crimson sentinel circles overhead, wings blotting out the sky. Eric yells that one monster was already enough trouble, and now they've got two nightmares on their hands. He spots Sehen flying calmly above and shouts in frustration, asking why he hasn't moved since his first strike. Sehen admits controlling the weapon's magic flow is tougher than he thought, and wonders if Arthur had already been managing burdens like this even before gaining his mental resilience skill. He lets the power course through his body, absorbing the overwhelming sensation. Then he calls Arthur's name. Arthur smirks, tossing out a taunt. He asks if he's supposed to block another one on Sehen's orders, and Sehen replies coldly that with an op item in hand, that's his job. Arthur grins, bracing himself, saying it's actually better this way, with both beasts coming at once. Sehen agrees, readying for battle, thinking Arthur's right. If this really is the red dragon from Arthurian legend, then it won't be aiming to kill Arthur. The dragon swoops down directly in front of Arthur, stopping before him. Suddenly, Arthur finds himself surrounded by darkness, face to face with the red dragon alone. The dragon admits he's surprised. Arthur asks if he can really speak in human tongue. The dragon explains he's using magic, smirking that he never thought he'd see someone wield that sword again, and saying his own role as sentinel is now finished. Arthur presses him, demanding to know why the red dragon of legend has been reduced to a mere monster. The dragon answers that it's simply the system's design. Just as Arthur became a player, he became a sentinel. Arthur urges him to defy that role, saying he's the red dragon, but the dragon replies they're the same, they can't break free of the rules. Arthur argues back, saying if that's true, then why can't the dragon just become a player instead? The dragon explains that only humans can be players since their form mirrors the gods themselves, making them suitable as avatars. He sighs, confessing there are thousands of things he wishes he could share, but for now he can only support Arthur as the legend dictates. In the blink of an eye, they both return to reality. Arthur begs him for more details. But the dragon turns his attention toward the behemoth. With a mighty lunge, he drags the beast down. His claws sink into its thorny hide. The surrounding players gape in shock, wondering what kind of battle they're witnessing. The dragon then locks eyes with Sehen. Sehen interprets it as the dragon's way of saying he won't interfere further. With resolve, Sehen drives his sword through the beast. The blow rips it apart, blood spraying across the battlefield. Arthur ends up drenched from head to toe in crimson. The system chimes, announcing Sehen has earned a brand new title and a special reward. The dragon retreats as Sehen lands back on solid ground. Sehen reflects that as long as the dragon stayed, his sentinel role would have forced him to keep fighting. Players gather around, praising him and introducing themselves, one even admitting he never knew someone this powerful was among them. The man gives his name, Julian. Sehen smiles, recognizing many of them as German players who have contracted with a god from another constellation. Just then, the girl from earlier approaches, asking if they can talk privately. Sehen declines politely. She nods, saying there'll be another time. And with that, Sehen spreads his crow wings and takes off. He soars across the sky. His thoughts race, but one fact is clear. From now on, all servers will be linked as one, and the scale of everything is about to skyrocket. Which means knowing even a single talented player could make all the difference when that time comes. Meanwhile, deep in the Palace of Lust in Devilldom, Arkada sternly questions what Akater means by the plan failed. He asks again if he's seriously saying Sehen resisted her mental attack. Akater smirks and nods, confirming that's exactly what happened. Arkades recalls how he even provided the location of both the Red Dragon and the Behemoth, yet somehow it still turned into a failure. Vacator adds casually that neither the Behemoth nor the Dragon posed any real threat to Sehen. In fact, if anything, Sehen just looked a little surprised, that was it. Vacator ends with a shrug, saying the player is absurdly strong. Arkades grinds his teeth, noticing how much Akater seems to enjoy this. Another demon comments that players like Sehen are the perfect fuel to motivate them. He's already hyped to see the show Sehen will put on, especially with the upcoming tournament in Devildom. Arkades mutters that Sehen clearly already knows how to deal with sentinels. Those monsters weren't even real challenges for him, which means monsters alone won't be enough to stop this man. Meanwhile, Sehen checks the server, glancing at the current event rankings, and thinks it's strange the GM hasn't made any announcements yet. Morgan notices his dark expression and asks if something's wrong. He admits Akinin hasn't said a word, and that's suspicious. He turns to Arthur, who's still staring at his own system screen, and asks if he also hasn't received any reply. Arthur nods, saying wielding the sword won't magically make him courageous overnight. Sehen tells him to decide carefully once the event ends. Arthur admits it's odd, Sehen has been backing him from the very start. Sehen simply smiles, saying it's just his intuition guiding him. Bixal grumbles, asking if the event still isn't over. Sehen shakes his head, saying the results are already settled. Arthur rises, confessing he doesn't even know how to properly express his gratitude, not just on his own behalf, but on behalf of all the players in England. Sehen replies calmly that he didn't do it for thanks, but he hopes every player in England and across Europe can grow stronger from here on. Arthur chuckles, calling Sehen strangely altruistic for no reason. He rises, saying he'll return after tying up some quest-related loose ends. Bixel asks if she can tag along with him, but Sehen quickly shuts her down, telling her to stay behind and learn magic from the Great Witch. Still, he teases her with a grin, saying he'll owe her a favor later. A week later, Jisoo glares at her screen, sulking about how Sehen didn't even bother to check on her after the event. She grumbles that she knows he's busy, but come on, he could have at least dropped a single message. Suddenly, footsteps approach. She warns the intruder to back off unless they want their face rearranged, but the person keeps coming. When she spins around, a familiar guy greets her. He says it's been a while, calling her Nuna. Jisoo freezes, this is her younger brother, Hyun-soo. He says he's glad she's alive, explaining he heard from their mom but was still worried. She asks if he's been with her. Her emotions stir, but she forces herself to stay composed, asking bluntly if he came here with something important. He jokes that she's being cold, and insists he only came because he saw her by chance. She smirks knowingly, saying she can read exactly what's going on in his head. Hyun-soo laughs, saying she hasn't changed, always wary, and admits he knows she spent her life hiding in silence. Jisoo warns him not to start running his mouth with nonsense. But he insists all he wants is for the three of them, him, her, and their mom, to finally meet. He repeats it firmly, their family should be together in Seoul. Meanwhile, Sua jolts awake screaming, scaring the life out of Hemi, who asks what's wrong. Sua pants heavily, saying she just saw a nightmare, or maybe a glimpse of the future. Hemi asks anxiously what she saw. Sua declares that everyone in Seoul is going to die. Hemi nervously presses her, does she mean that girl, the one who killed Dooyoung? Sua nods, confirming it. Hemi asks if that girl's the one who'll wipe out everyone. Sua explains she can't say for sure since the future keeps shifting. But one thing's certain, yes, the slaughterer with the karma of thousands will be there. Sehen meanwhile checks the rankings and sighs, realizing the Deicide Guild's fame skyrocketed. If this keeps up, it'll only attract trouble. He looks over at Mina, who beams at him with her entire row of teeth. He admits it makes sense, half the fame is basically thanks to Mina anyway. While the others were busy with dragons, she was happily grinding loot and stacking wealth like a goblin. But what nags at him now is Jisoo's vibe, it doesn't feel like her usual pouting. Something's genuinely off. He thinks he should have at least met her once after the event and said hi. He catches her staring at her inbox, deep in thought. As he approaches, she panics and shuts her server down immediately. Sehen asks why she's so jumpy. Jisoo waves it off, insisting it's nothing serious. But Sehen smirks, saying he clearly saw her staring at her inbox and asks who messaged her. Finally, Jisoo admits her younger brother suddenly showed up and asked to meet. She adds that unlike her, he's always been talented at everything. That stuns Sehen, someone stronger than her, yet he never once heard of him in his previous life. He asks if she's hesitating because they don't get along. Jisoo shakes her head, saying it's because he's with their mother. Sehen points out that's good, she's been searching for her mom forever. But Jisoo quietly confesses that her mom doesn't like her. In fact, she's afraid of her. Sehun realizes that must be why she keeps avoiding them. He asks if she wants him to go with her. Jisoo notes how considerate he's being today, but warns him there's a problem waiting there that he'll understand once he sees it himself. Together, they head into the back alley. Sehun raises a brow, asking if this is really the right path, since this is where a devil's puppet is said to lurk. They slip into an old food cafe. The owner takes one look at Jisoo and screams, calling her the devil's slaughterer. Annoyed, she just orders 2 Americanos and the waiter nervously obeys. Sehun smirks, realizing Jisoo's reputation is even bigger here than he imagined. Soon enough, her brother walks in. She asks about their mom, but he locks eyes on Sehun instead. To break the tension, Jisoo blurts out that Sehun is the guy she likes, which makes Hyun-soo laugh out loud. Sehun freezes. This is literally the first time Jisoo has admitted that. He lets it slide, watching her brother instead. And instantly he recognizes it. Hyun-soo is a devil contractor. Hyun-soo sits down casually, saying he has something Jisoo needs to see. His aura is completely different from before, darker, heavier. He announces proudly that he made a contract with the 17th ranked devil in the hierarchy. Then mocks Jisoo, pointing out she still hasn't made a contract with anyone. Sehun thinks to himself, correction, she already has one with me. Hyun-soo smirks, saying Jisoo hasn't changed, always holding herself back. Jisoo responds calmly that she's fine living like this. But he scoffs, calling her a monster, and laughs when she doesn't deny it. Then he offers to take her to their mother, telling her to follow him. Sehun silently wonders if this is really the same Jisoo from his previous life. He recalls that Jisoo was always the gifted child, constantly outshining others. But the more she achieved, the harsher her father became, demanding even more. He'd scream at her, saying after all the money he poured into her, was this really the best she could do? He always demanded results. Meanwhile, her mother only grew more afraid the better Jisoo became, her daughter's talent twisting that fear into something darker. And that fear slowly morphed into violence. She would beat Jisoo over and over again. Her mother only stopped once those tears finally rolled down, as if the sight alone gave her twisted relief. But the scary part, that kind of violence had zero effect on Jisoo's heart. When her mom saw that same girl smiling through tears, acting unfazed, the fear inside her multiplied tenfold. Pain couldn't break Jisoo, and that terrifying resilience was exactly why she clung to her mother even harder. Deep down, she knew something was wrong, but by the time realization hit, it was already too late. Obedience became her survival code, self-restraint her only shield. From then on, Jisoo buried her brilliance. She dimmed her own light, even pretending not to notice her father's endless demands. Yet no matter how much she folded herself small, her mother never gave her love. Instead, all those expectations shifted onto her younger brother. And unlike Jisoo, he actually received the warmth of their mother's affection. Hyun-soo, once living in his sister's shadow, tried desperately to reach their father's impossible standards, though every attempt was doomed to comparison. Is this all you can do? That phrase haunted him, up until the day Jisoo entered university. After that, Jisoo just waited, prayed for her mother to forget the past, so maybe one day they could live together again without fear, without weirdness. But then the world flipped upside down. Their father died and her mother still treated her like a ghost. Now trailing behind Hyun-soo, Jisoo can't help but ask herself why after everything, she's suddenly being told she'll see her now. Something about this reunion feels very, very off. Sehun notices her expression shift and casually asks if another guy's bothering her. She brushes it off, saying it's fine, but the truth is she can sense the malicious intent in the air. For her brother's sake, she forces herself to stay composed. Even with Sehun here, she refuses to let her darker self slip out. Calm face, calm heart. That's when Hyun-soo pipes up, reminding her that people call her the devil's slaughterer. And he points out the irony, she's not even an avatar or a contractor, so maybe those guys she killed were just weaklings. They walk into a room where several people greet Hyun-soo with respect. They even call him branch manager. Jisoo's eyes narrow, demanding an explanation. Hyun-soo proudly declares he's now the branch manager of the waning Crescent Moon Guild. He brags that he runs the Fangnam branch, puffing himself up while comparing himself to her. She's still nothing, after all. Jisoo answers with nothing more than a quiet nod. Hyun-soo smirks and asks if she isn't jealous, if she's finally accepted that he's above her now. She ignores the provocation and simply asks where their mother is. He sighs, calling her boring, then orders his secretary to bring something out. As the box approaches, Jisoo feels her stomach twist unnaturally. Her eyes widen when Hyun-soo pushes the box into her hands. He grins, saying it's a present. Jisoo shakes her head in denial. No way, because her brother, he always loved their mother. Still, her hands tremble as she opens the box. In that instant, the life drains from her gaze. Hyun-soo bursts into cruel laughter, asking if she likes his gift, their dear mother. He explains how she was always trembling in fear, so he killed her himself. He claims it was revenge on Jisoo's behalf, since their mom used to beat her so much. Yet he brags about his success, saying even then their mother kept searching for Jisoo, wanting to feel safe beside her. Watching this madness unfold, Sehun realizes just how far gone Hyun-soo really is. Then Hyun-soo goes a step further. He declares Jisoo will now be their mother, someone who will always remain by his side. Sehun tightens his jaw, thinking how impossible it might be for Jisoo to raise her hand against her own blood. But suddenly, the entire room's atmosphere shifts. The severed head inside the box tumbles onto the ground. A suffocating aura erupts, and Sehun wonders, is this terrifying pressure coming from Jisoo herself? And that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging.